So here you are, awake in the heat, the room around you holding onto the day long after the day is gone, the air gone still and heavy and unwilling to move, and the pillow, which was cool a little while ago, warm again beneath your cheek, and sleep, which should have come by now, keeping its distance. I know this night, the kind of night where the walls seem to breathe warmth back at you, where the sheets feel like too much and the bare air feels like not quite enough, where you turn and turn again, looking for the cool patch of the bed that keeps slipping away from you, where the house that was built to hold its heat in is doing exactly that faithfully all through the dark, holding the whole long summer day close, unwilling to let it go. And maybe sometime earlier tonight, you were lying here searching for something to help. Maybe you typed in too hot to sleep, or how to sleep in the heat, or can't sleep heatwave, or how to cool down a room at night. Maybe you've tried the fan and the open window and the cold glass of water and the turning of the pillow again and again. And here you are still awake and you found your way to this voice. And I want you to know, quite simply, you're in the right place. There is nothing more you need to do now. You've already arrived. Because here is the first thing, the thing to set down gently before anything else. This is not you failing at sleep. This is not some flaw in you, some restlessness you should be able to master and can't. This is a body doing exactly what a body does in heat. A body cannot fall easily into sleep until its core, its deep inner warmth, begins to cool, to dip, to drift downward by a small but real degree. That downward drift is part of how sleep arrives every single night, whether you notice it or not. And a hot room, a still, warm, airless room like this one, simply makes that drift harder to find. It doesn't make it impossible, it just makes it slower. So if you've been lying here feeling as though your own body has betrayed you, as though everyone else in the world is asleep and you alone are stranded in the warmth, let that go. Your body is not broken. It is only working against a warm room, and tonight, slowly, gently, we're going to help it along. So let me tell you a few small, true things about cooling, quietly, nothing you have to act on this very second, nothing that asks you to leap up and rearrange the night. Just a little understanding to rest your mind on, because a mind that understands what's happening tends to stop fighting it, and a body that stops fighting the heat cools more easily than a body that lies there straining against it. The heart of it is that dip I mentioned, the falling of your core temperature. All through the evening, as the night deepens, your body is meant to shed a little of its inner warmth, releasing it out through the skin, letting the deep core cool just enough for sleep to settle over you. Everything else, every small trick, is only there to help that one natural thing along. And one of the gentlest ways to help it along is through what are sometimes called the pulse points, the places where the blood runs close to the surface of the skin, the wrists, the sides of the neck, the ankles, the soft backs of the knees. Cool water there, or a damp cloth laid gently against those places, can carry a little of that coolness inward, because the blood passing close beneath the skin picks it up and carries it on through you. Many people find that a cool cloth on the wrists or against the neck takes some of the edge off the heat. Not tonight, necessarily. You don't have to move, but it's a true thing and it's yours to keep. And there's a small paradox worth knowing because it surprises people. A warm shower, not a cold one, before bed can actually help you cool down. It seems backwards, I know, but a warm shower draws your blood up toward the surface of your skin, opens all those tiny vessels near the surface, and then, as the warm water dries from you and the evening air touches your damp skin, your body sheds heat outward, and the core drifts downward, down towards sleep. An icy shower, strangely, can do the opposite. It can make the body clench and hold its heat in, close everything down, keep the warmth locked deep. So it's the warm water, the gentle water, that opens the doors and lets the heat leave. A small kindness the body offers itself. And there's the moving of the air, cross-ventilation, the old builders called it. Once the air outside has finally gone cooler than the air inside, And on a night like this, that hour may come late, but it does come. Opening windows on opposite sides of a home lets the night itself move through, drawing the stale, warm air out one side and pulling the cooler air in the other. And by day, the reverse. Keeping the sun out, the curtains drawn against it, the warm air shut outside where it belongs, so the house holds a little of the night's coolness into the morning. You may already know these things. You may have done what you can with them tonight. That's enough. And a single thin sheet, just one light layer of cotton over you rather than nothing at all, because a little cover actually helps. Bare skin in the heat can't do its quiet work as well as skin beneath one thin, breathable layer, where the faint dampness of the night can gather and cool you as it goes. So that one light sheet, the corner of it, the weight of it, is a friend tonight, not a burden. Now there's a number that gets said about the ideal bedroom, that the best sleeping room sits somewhere around 60 to 67 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly 16 to 19 Celsius, cool but not cold. And I'll be honest with you plainly, the way a friend would. On a night like this, in a heat wave, without air conditioning, that number is simply out of reach. There's no use pretending otherwise. You are not going to make this room 16 degrees tonight, and I'm not going to ask you to. So here is what to do instead. The small things, if you want them, the cloth, the sheet, the moving air, and then, more than any of them, the letting go of the number altogether. Setting down the thermometer in your mind. Because you cannot force this room to be cool, but you can stop fighting the fact that it isn't. And a body that softens and stops struggling against the heat will always find its way down more easily than a body lying rigid, resentful, counting the degrees. And just one quiet, caring word before we leave all of this behind. If someone near you is very old or very young or unwell, or if the heat tonight is truly extreme, the dangerous kind of heat, then please check on them and don't hesitate to reach for help if you need it, because heat stroke is a real thing and a real emergency, and no calm voice in the dark should ever stand between a person and the help they need. This is only a gentle companion for a hot night, a bit of comfort and some ordinary cooling comfort, nothing more. It isn't medical advice, and it doesn't pretend to be. I only say this once softly, and then we set it down and let it go, and turn together toward the cool. Because that's where we're going now, away from the numbers, away from the trying. There is nothing left to do and nowhere to be. Your only task from here is to lie still and let your attention be led gently somewhere cooler than this room, somewhere the mind can go even when the body cannot, because the mind has a strange and lovely gift that when it imagines cold clearly enough, slowly enough, dwelling on it, the body listens a little. The breath slows, the skin settles. And some of that imagined coolness becomes real enough to carry you down. So let's begin by letting the body grow heavy just where it is. Let your weight settle into the mattress beneath you, not fighting the warmth of it, just letting yourself be held. Feel the places where your body meets the bed, the back of your head, your shoulders, the length of your spine, the backs of your legs, the heels of your feet. Let each of those places grow a little heavier, not tense, just heavy, just given over to the bed. And let the thin sheet, wherever it lies across you, be exactly where it is, the corner of it near your hand, its light weight over one leg or folded down at your waist. You don't need to arrange it. It's fine. It's doing its quiet work. And your breath, let it be slow and let it be easy. In through the nose if that's comfortable, a long, unhurried breath in, and then a longer breath out, softer, slower, like a held thing set down. You don't need to breathe deeply or perfectly, just a little slower than before. Each breath out letting a little more of the day leave you. Each breath out setting down a little more of the trying. And as you breathe, imagine, if you like, that the air moving out of you is warm, carrying warmth out of your body with it, and the air moving in is just a touch cooler, a faint coolness drawn in from somewhere far away, somewhere the heat has never reached. In, a thread of cool, out, a little of the warmth gone. You don't have to believe it. You only have to picture it gently, the way you'd picture anything in a story told in the dark. Now let your mind soften its hold on this room, the walls of it, the ceiling above you. Let them grow vague and distant and unimportant. You don't need to keep track of them. Let the edges of the room dissolve into the dark, so there's no room anymore, really. Just you and your slow breath and the space behind your closed eyes, which can open onto anywhere at all. And I want to take you slowly to the edge of a cold mountain stream. Picture it forming out of the dark in no hurry. You're standing at the edge of a stream high up somewhere in the mountains, in the last soft light of a day that was never hot here. The air at this height is thin and clean and cool. It moves against your skin, a real coolness, the kind that raises the fine hairs on your arms just slightly, not cold enough to shiver, just cool, blessedly, simply cool, the kind of air you've been longing for all night. And there is the stream running over stones in front of you. The water comes down from higher still, from snow that has not yet melted on the peaks above, and it carries that snow cold in it all the way down. It moves over smooth grey stones, over rounded pebbles, clear as glass, so clear you can see every stone on the bed of it, every ripple of light across the bottom. And it makes that sound, that low and endless and gentle sound of water over stone. A sound with no edges to it, no beginning and no end, just the soft, cool, continuous voice of moving water. Come and sit at the edge of it, on a broad, flat stone, worn smooth, still cool from the water and the mountain air, and let yourself put your bare feet down into the stream. Feel that first touch of it, the cold water closing around your ankles, so cold it almost makes you gasp, that clean shock of it, and then, as you leave your feet there, the way the cold settles from a shock into a deep, steady, welcome coolness. The water moves around your ankles ceaseless, carrying its coolness against your skin and then away, and bringing more, always more, an endless supply of cool flowing down from the snow above. Your feet that were so warm, the soles of them, the toes. Slowly going cool, going pleasantly numb, the heat drawn out of them and carried away downstream where you'll never see it again. And the cold doesn't stop at your ankles. Feel it begin to travel up through your feet into the bones of them, rising slowly up the shins, a coolness climbing gently through you, the way the science whispered it might, the blood near the surface picking up the cold and carrying it inward higher, deeper. Your ankles cool, the backs of your knees, if you dip them, cool, and you feel the first faint dip of that in a warmth beginning, the smallest downward drift. The beginning of the long, slow cooling that carries a body towards sleep. Sit here a while, there's no hurry at all. The light is going soft and blue over the mountains. The water runs and runs over the stones, and the air moves against your face, cool and thin and clean, smelling of snow and wet stone and something green and high and far from any city. Breathe it in, let it fill you. Let it cool you from the inside, the way the water cools you from below. And you can lean down, if you like, and put your hand into the stream. Feel the cold close around your wrist, that pulse point, the cold water pressing against the underside of your wrist where the blood runs close, drinking the heat right out of it. Hold your hand there in the current and feel the water pull gently at your fingers, and feel the cold climb up the inside of your arm, into the crook of your elbow, up toward the shoulder. Cool wrists, cool arms. The warmth of the whole long day being lifted out of you, a little at a time, and carried away over the stones. There is a stone in the stream bed just below your hand, a smooth grey stone, and you close your fingers around it and lift it, dripping out of the water. Feel the weight of it, the cold, hard smoothness of it, colder than anything in your warm room could ever be. Rest it against the inside of your other wrist, or against your throat, the side of your neck, where the heat gathers. Feel the stone's deep, patient cold press against your skin and stay there, unmoving, giving up its coolness to you slowly, slowly, taking your warmth in exchange and holding it without complaint. A stone that has sat in snowmelt for who knows how long. A stone with no heat in it at all, and it rests against your skin and cools you and asks for nothing. The stream keeps running, the mountains keep their blue silence. The cool air keeps moving, slow and steady, over your skin and through your slowing breath. And you begin to notice how quiet it is here. Not a hard silence, a soft one. Just the water and the far-off sound of wind moving through high grass somewhere above you, and now and then a bird, a single note far away, quickly gone. No traffic, no warm walls, no stale, still, heavy air. Only this clean, cool mountain evening, holding you, cooling you, wanting nothing from you but that you sit here and let the heat be drawn away. Feel how your feet have gone from that first sharp cold to a deep and settled coolness now. How the numbness in them is not unpleasant at all, but restful, a kind of quiet in the body, a place where the heat used to be and isn't anymore. And that coolness has spread up through your legs while you weren't watching, gentle and complete, so that your legs feel cool and heavy both at once. Cool and heavy and entirely at ease. Let your breath match the water now, slow, continuous, unhurried, in with the cool air off the snow, out with the last of the day's warmth, and each time you breathe out, let yourself sink a little further into the smooth stone beneath you, a little further into the coolness all around you, a little further down toward the place where sleep is waiting, patient, in no hurry, sure of you. And should any warmth still linger anywhere in you, in your chest, perhaps, or across your brow, just let the stream have it. Lean into the cool air. Trail your cool hand back into the water. There is no shortage here. The snow above will melt cool water down this mountain all night long and all tomorrow, and for longer than you can imagine, an endless patient supply of cold, more than enough for you, more than enough to draw every last thread of heat out of your warm and tired body and carry it away over the stones, downstream, gone. You don't have to hold onto the stream or the stones or the mountains or any of it. Let the pictures come and go as loosely as they like. If the image blurs, that's fine. If it fades, that's fine. The coolness can stay even when the picture goes soft. You're only being led gently from one cool place to the next, all through this long warm night, and there is nothing at all you need to do but follow and grow heavier and let the heat keep leaving you. And as you rest here by the water, something begins to happen to the light. Slowly, the way everything happens here without haste. The evening deepens. That last warmth in the sky, that faint gold on the far peaks, drains away by degrees, and the air over the snow turns a soft, deep blue, and then bluer still, the blue of dusk in high, cold places. And with the light going, the cold comes down off the summits the way it always does at nightfall in the mountains, sliding down the long slopes, pooling in the hollows, moving toward you across the grass like a slow tide of coolness you can almost see. You feel it arrive at your ankles first, that gentle deepening of the chill, and then rising, unhurried, wrapping your cool legs, settling over your lap, drifting past your shoulders. The mountain breathing its night air out and down, over you, around you, and it is nothing to fear and nothing to brace against. Only the clean cold of a high place at evening, welcome, chosen, soft as a sheet drawn up. And you notice that somewhere in the last little while your body has stopped bracing against anything at all. There was a bracing earlier in the heat, a faint holding, a stiffness in the jaw, a tightness across the chest, the small effort a warm body makes lying awake, as though it could push the heat away by clenching. And that bracing has gone. You didn't send it away. It simply left, the way the warmth left your feet quietly while your attention was elsewhere. And now the jaw hangs a little loose. The tongue rests soft in the mouth. The shoulders have let go of their small-held weight and slid down away from your ears. And the breath moves through all of it, cool and slow, and even asking nothing, doing its patient work, drawing a thread of coolness in and letting a thread of warmth out over and over, so gently you barely have to notice it at all. Let your hand rest now. Bring it back from the water if it drifted there, and lay it soft against the cool stone, palm down, and feel how the stone gives its coldness up into your palm and up your arm. And feel, too, how the whole side of you that lies against the ground has grown cool and heavy and still. This is the way the body was always meant to cool at the end of a hot day, not by fighting, not by turning and turning, but by growing still and letting the cool of the night find you and giving your held warmth up into something larger and calmer that can carry it away. The animals know this. In the hot lands, in the long afternoons, everything living finds the shade and grows still and waits. The dog stretched flat on the cool tile, the cat pawed long across the stone floor of a shuttered room, the whole village gone quiet behind closed shutters while the heat presses on the walls outside. And none of them fight it. They lie down in the coolest place they can find, and they let the heat pass over them and through them, and they wait for evening and they rest. There is an old wisdom in it, older than any of us, and your body remembers it even when your busy mind forgets. How to lie down in the heat and simply wait, loose and unhurried, for the cool that always comes. So let yourself be one of them tonight, a body that has found the cool place and lain down in it, a body that has stopped fighting the heat and started letting it go. There is nowhere you need to be, and nothing you need to do, and no part of this long night you need to hurry through. It will cool in its own time. You have only to keep letting go, cool breath by cool breath, into the blue mountain dark. And now the stream begins, ever so gently, to loosen its hold on you, not because you must leave it, but because coolness is everywhere here, and one cool place can dissolve softly into the next without your ever having to move. The sound of the water thins, grows distant. And where it fades, a new quiet rises up around you, wider and stiller than the stream, and the ground beneath you smooths and settles, and the cool that has been climbing your body all this while gathers into something vast and level and calm. And you find that you are lying now not by running water, but on the open snow itself, on a great high field of it under the risen moon, and it holds you the way still water holds a floating body, evenly, everywhere at once, without a single hard place anywhere against you. Feel the snow beneath you, not the biting cold you might expect. The snow here is packed and old and firm, and it has been frozen so long and so deep that it no longer feels sharp at all, only smooth and endlessly cool, a cool that spreads out flat beneath your whole length, along your back, your shoulders, the backs of your legs, the palms of your hands laid open at your sides. There is a thin crust on the surface that took your weight without breaking, and beneath it, the snow is dense and blue-white and still, and it draws the last of the day's heat out of you slowly and completely, along the whole length of your body at once, so that you feel yourself cooling not in one place now, but everywhere, evenly, gently, from your heels to the crown of your head. Above you, the sky is enormous and black and scattered thick with stars, more stars than a warm city sky ever shows, cold points of white light so far away that their light itself feels cool coming down to you, and the moon hangs full and pale and silver over the snowfield and lays its light across all that whiteness, so that the whole field glows faintly, softly, a blue-white glow stretching away in every direction, level and unbroken, to the dark shapes of the mountains at its edges. And the air. The air up here is the cleanest, coldest air there is, thin and dry and utterly still, and when you draw it in through your nose, it is sharp and pure, and it cools you from the inside, sliding down cool into your chest, easing the last held warmth out of you from within, and when you let it go you can almost see your breath rise up as a soft pale mist above your face, curling slowly, drifting, thinning, gone, your warmth made visible, leaving you, rising away into the cold, clear dark. Breathe the cold in, let it fill you, let it reach the warm places deep in your chest that the outside cool can't touch, and let it cool them from within, quietly, patiently, and breathe the warmth out and watch it lift away as mist and vanish. In with the cold, clean starlight air, out with the last of the heat, rising, gone. There is no hurry in it. The snowfield does not hurry. It has lain here cool and still under the moon for the whole long night already, and it will lie here cool and still until morning. And it is glad to hold you, glad to take your warmth endlessly without ever growing warm itself, because the cold that made it runs deeper than anything your small body could give it. And listen out here to how sound behaves. In the heat, back in the warm room, every small sound seemed to press in on you. The tick of a cooling wall, the far hum of the night, the too loud beat of your own restless heart. But snow does something to sound. Snow drinks it. Every soft crystal of it takes the sound in and holds it, so that a snowfield at night is quieter than almost anywhere on earth. A deep and cushioned quiet, a hush so complete you can feel it against your ears like something soft laid over them. There is no echo here, no hard surface for sound to bounce from. Even the beat of your own heart, slower now, softer now, seems to be received by all that snow and gently absorbed, so that you can lie here inside a silence so full and so kind that it feels almost like being held. The quiet is not empty. The quiet is a presence. It lies over you the way the moonlight lies over the snow, softly, completely, asking nothing. And in that hush, your breathing slows further still, because there is nothing here to keep you alert, nothing to listen for, nothing that needs your watching. The snowfield is safe and level and endless and cool, and you are a small warm thing laid down upon it and slowly, gladly, giving your warmth away. And there is nowhere you could roll to, no edge, no drop, only more of the same soft, cool whiteness in every direction, level as a calm sea, glowing faintly under the moon. So you can let your attention go loose. You don't have to hold the picture sharp. You don't have to keep the stars in place or the moon where it is. Let it all soften if it wants to. The cold will stay even as the image blurs. That deep, even coolness along the whole length of your back, that will stay. That is the thing to keep. Everything else can drift. And should some part of you still hold a little warmth, perhaps the palm of a hand that was tucked beneath you, perhaps a patch at the small of your back, perhaps the warm crease behind a knee, just turn it gently toward the snow. Open the hand and lay it flat on the cold surface and feel the warmth begin to leave it. Let the snow find every warm hidden place, one by one, and draw it cool. There is no rush. You have the whole field, the whole night, the whole vast patient cold to work with, and it will reach each warm corner of you in its own slow time. If you only let it, if you only lie still and keep breathing the cold air in and the warm mist out, and let go, and let go, and let go again. You may notice, as you lie here, that the difference between your body and the cold around it is beginning to soften. At first, the snow was one thing and you were another, a warm shape on a cold field, clearly edged, clearly separate. But as your warmth flows out into the snow, and the snow's coolness flows into you, that hard line between you begins to blur, the way the line between the shore and the still water blurs at dusk. And you feel less like a warm body lying on cold snow and more like a part of the coolness itself, cool through and through, no warmer than the field you rest on, no more separate from the night than a drift of snow is separate from the snow around it. And there is a great ease in that, to stop being the one warm thing that has to be cooled, to simply become part of the cool, evenly, quietly, all the way through, to belong to the night air instead of fighting it. Somewhere far off across the snowfield, so far that it takes a long moment to reach you, there is the faintest sound of wind moving over the high snow, a long soft sighing, rising and falling, coming toward you across all that open white, and then easing past and away into the dark behind you. And where it passes, it lifts a fine dust of dry snow off the crust and carries it in low glittering veils across the surface, and lays a breath of even cooler air over your skin as it goes, a slow, clean gust from somewhere higher and colder still, from the very peaks where the snow never melts at all. And it moves over you and cools you a shade deeper and passes on, and the great hush closes back over the field behind it, and you are still and cool and held. Let that far wind come and go as it likes. You need not wait for it or listen for it. It will pass over you when it passes and cool you a little more each time, and you can simply receive it the way the snow receives it, without reaching, without effort. This is the whole of your work tonight, if it can even be called work. To receive the cool and to let the warmth go and to grow, breath by breath, a little heavier, a little cooler, a little further down towards sleep. And your body has grown heavy now, not the hot, stuck heaviness of a sleepless warm night, that leaden restless weight that turns and finds no ease. This is a different heaviness entirely. This is the good weight of a body that has finally let go, sinking gently into the cool snow that holds it, every muscle loosened, every held thing released, the arms heavy, the legs heavy, the whole back heavy and cool and settled, pressing down soft into the snow and being answered everywhere by that even patient cold. Heavy and cool and going nowhere. There is a deep animal contentment in it, the contentment of a creature that has found at last the coolest place in all the world and lain down in it and closed its eyes. And your eyes behind their closed lids have gone still. In the heat they moved, restless, searching, flicking behind the lids after some cooler thought, some cooler position, some way out of the warmth. And now they have stopped searching. There is nothing to search for. The cool is already here, all around you, beneath you, within you, and your eyes can rest, soft and unmoving and heavy, in the cool dark behind your lids, and let the last of your wakefulness drain quietly down and away into the snow. Feel your face soften. The heat gathers so in the face on a warm night, the brow, the cheeks, the flush of it across the skin. And now let the cool starlit air lie against your face like a cool cloth. Feel it against your brow first, smoothing the last faint tension from between your eyes, cooling the warm skin there, easing it, until the brow is cool and wide and untroubled. Feel it move down over your closed eyes, cooling the lids, so that they grow cooler and heavier both at once. Down over the cheeks, drawing their warmth away. Along the jaw, which hangs loose and easy now, and around the sides of the neck and the throat, where the pulse beats slow beneath the cool skin, where so much heat gathers on a hot night, and let the cold, clean air draw it away from there too, so that even your throat, even the warm hollow beneath your jaw, goes cool and easy and still. Your whole head resting cool on the cool snow, your whole body long and heavy and cool along the whole vast field, your breath the slow rising mist of your warmth departing over and over, unhurried, into the enormous quiet cold above, and the moon holding its pale light steady over all of it, and the stars cool and far, and the wind sighing somewhere off across the white, and nothing at all that you need to do. If a thought drifts through, a warm thought, a busy thought, a bit of the day that hasn't yet let go, just let the snowfield take it too. Lay it down on the snow beside you and let its warmth flow out of it, and let it cool and grow quiet and go still, the way everything here grows still. You don't have to follow the thought or finish it or push it away. Just set it down on the cool white ground and let the great hush drink it in, and turn your slow attention back to the coolness along your back, the mist of your breath, the even patient cold that holds you. And down you go, a little further with the next slow breath, and a little further with the one after that. Each breath out a small letting go, a small sinking, a small settling deeper into the cool that has no bottom and no end. There is so much night still ahead of you, so many cool hours laid out and waiting, and you needn't reach for any of them. They will come to you, one after another, each one cooler and quieter than the last, and all you must do is lie here on the moonlit snow, heavy and cool and unafraid, and let this one carry you gently down toward the edge of sleep. Not over it, not yet, just toward it, drifting in your own slow time, held every moment by the patient cold. And as you lie here, drifting at the soft edge of it, you may notice that somewhere along the way your body has grown willing to be cool, willing to be still, no longer bracing against the warmth of the night, but simply letting it be what it is out there, far off, on the other side of all this quiet. There is a kind of surrender in it that costs you nothing. The heat can go on being the heat. The room can go on being the room. And you can lie here inside your own cool weather, your own slow snowfall of breath, and let the two things be separate at last. The hot night out there, and you, cool, in here. Let your attention drift now gently from the wide white field back toward the small true weight of your body on the bed. Not with any hurry, just a slow returning the way the tide comes in without seeming to move at all. Feel the mattress beneath you, holding the whole long length of you, asking nothing. Feel the places where you rest most heavily into it. The back of the head, the shoulders, the base of the spine, the backs of the legs, the heels. And notice, if you can, that even here, even in this warm room, there are cool places to be found, small gifts of coolness that were there all along, waiting for you to turn your slow attention toward them. There is a corner of the sheet, off to one side, that your body has not yet touched. It has lain there all this while, untouched and unwarmed, and so it has stayed cool. Cool as the underside of a leaf, cool as a stone in shade. And with the smallest of movements, no effort at all, you can send a hand drifting toward it, or a foot, and find that patch of cool cotton waiting, and lay your warm skin against it, and feel it take the warmth from you, slow and grateful, the way cool things always seem glad to take a little heat. There is always another cool corner. That is the quiet secret of a bed on a hot night. Wherever you have warmed the cloth, another cool place waits just beside it, and you have all night to find them one by one, in your own drifting time, each one a small clean relief, each one a little further down towards sleep. And there is the pillow. Turn it if you like with a slow hand, lift your heavy head just enough, and turn the pillow over to its other face, the face that has been resting in the cool air away from you all this time. Feel how the far side of it has gone cool and smooth while you weren't asking anything of it. Feel it against your cheek now, that fresh coolness, spreading slowly under your face, under your ear, along the line of your jaw. There is no need to hold it there or think about it. Simply let your head grow heavy into the coolness, and let the coolness rise up to meet the weight of you, and know that later, whenever you like, there will be another turn, another cool face waiting, all through the hours ahead. This is how the old countries have always slept in heat, not by fighting it, by going slow, by lying long and loose through the worst of the warmth, and letting the body do the quiet work it knows how to do. In the hot lands, in the white towns where the sun stands overhead like a weight, they close the shutters in the tall afternoons and lie down in the dim, cool rooms and let the day pass over the outside of the house while they rest deep within it. They have done this for 1,000 years and more, generation upon generation, lying still in the thick-walled dark while the heat presses on the stone outside and never quite gets in. There is a wisdom in it older than any of us, a knowing that the body, left alone, left unhurried, will find its own way down into rest even when the air is warm. That stillness itself is a kind of coolness, that to lie heavy and slow and unbothered is already halfway to sleep. So let yourself belong to that long line of sleepers now. All across the warm world, right now, in this very hour, there are bodies lying just as yours lies, in rooms that will not cool, breathing slow, waiting out the heat with the patience of people who have always known heat. You are not awake and alone. You are one of a great and quiet company, all of you lying still in the dark, all of you letting the night be long, all of you sinking, by slow degrees, toward the cool floor of sleep. And the ones who have slept this way the longest, the ones with the oldest wisdom in their bones, they will tell you the same thing without a word. Don't reach for it. Let it come. Lie still and let it come. Feel your breathing now without changing it. Just notice it, the slow tide of it in and out. And with each breath out, let a little more of your weight pour down into the bed. There is a heaviness that comes just before sleep, a lovely sinking heaviness, as though the body were turning slowly to something denser and warmer than water, settling, no part of it wishing to move. Let that heaviness come into your feet first. Let your feet grow heavy and slack, the toes loosening, the arches softening, all the small bones of them letting go. And let a cool thread of air, should it move through the room, find the soles of your feet and the space between the toes, where the skin is thin and the coolness carries far. Because the body has its own cool doors, its own places where the coolness comes in more easily than anywhere else. The soles of the feet, the palms of the hands, the wrists, where the blood runs shallow, the sides of the neck, the soft hollow at the base of the throat. And all through the night, without your doing anything at all, the warmth of you rises off these places and gives itself up to the air, a slow and constant unburdening, the heat leaving you a little at a time, breath by breath, hour by hour, so quietly you never feel it go. You do not have to make it happen. It is happening now as you lie here. The letting go of heat is not a thing you do. It is a thing you allow, and you are allowing it more and more the looser you become. Let the heaviness rise now from your feet into your ankles and up through the long muscles of your calves, which have carried you all this warm day and are glad at last to be set down. Feel them lengthen and soften and grow heavy against the sheet. And behind your knees, in that soft warm hollow where the day's heat likes to gather, imagine the faintest coolness settling, as though a cool hand had been laid there, drawing the warmth gently out and away, so that even the backs of your knees go cool and easy and still. Up through the long bones of the thighs now, the heaviness climbing slow, the big muscles unclenching, the hips loosening in their sockets, the whole lower half of you growing dense and warm, cool, and wonderfully unwilling to move. And your hands, let your hands be heavy. Let them lie wherever they have fallen, half open, the fingers curled soft, asking nothing. Feel the coolness at the palms, at the pads of the fingers, at the thin skin of the inner wrists where the pulse runs close. There is so much warmth that leaves the body through the hands, so much heat that pours quietly out of open palms into the dark. Let it pour. Let your hands be two slow chimneys for the day's warmth, letting it rise off them and vanish, until the hands themselves go cool and light and far away, as though they belong to someone else, someone already sleeping. You are sinking now by slow degrees deeper than before, and I want to lead your cooled and quiet mind gently to a new cool place. Not the snowfield now, you have rested there long enough, but somewhere else the coolness lives, somewhere your slow imagining can go while your body lies still and heavy on the bed. Come down in your mind into the deep cool green of an old forest, late in the day, where the sun stands high and hot over the world, but almost none of it reaches the ground. Feel how it is here beneath the great trees. The heat is up there, caught in the high canopy, spread out across the tops of the tallest trees, and here below, down on the soft, dark floor of the wood, the air is cool and green and still, cool as a held breath, cool as the inside of a well. The light comes down through so many layers of leaves that by the time it reaches you, it is no longer hot at all, only a soft green glow, dim and shifting, the color of shallow water. And the ground beneath you is deep with the fallen leaves of 100 autumns, soft and cool and yielding, and mossed over in places with a moss so thick and cool, it is like lying on the coolness itself. Lay yourself down here, in your mind, on the deep cool floor of the wood. Feel the coolness rise up out of the ground into your back, into your shoulders, into the whole long resting length of you. The earth here has never been warm. Far down beneath you, the ground stays cool all summer long, cool through the hottest days, holding its coolness the way deep things do, and it is glad to share it with you, glad to take the warmth from your tired body and give you its own deep coolness in return. Breathe the forest air. It is cool and it is green, and it carries the clean, damp smell of moss and old wood and the mineral breath of a stream somewhere near. Draw it in slow and feel it move cool down your throat and out into the far branches of your lungs, cooling you from the inside, and let it out again slow, carrying a little of your warmth away with it. And listen, how quiet it is here. The heat of the world makes a kind of silence up above, a heavy droning stillness. But down here, the quiet is cool and deep and alive. A small stir of leaves far overhead, the faraway note of a single bird, the low green hush of a place where nothing hurries and nothing has hurried for a very long time. Somewhere off through the trees, that stream is running. You can hear it now, the low, cool voice of it over the stones, a sound as old and patient as the wood itself. Cold water, running down out of the high shaded places, moving always toward the low places, cool and clear and unhurried. And you can go to it in your mind whenever you like. You can rise, weightless, and drift between the great gray trunks toward the sound of the water, over the soft, cool ground, and come to the edge of the stream where it runs clear over its bed of smooth stones. The water here is cold, the true cold of water that has never seen the sun, water that was snow not long ago in the high places and remembers it still. And you can sit at the edge and let your feet down into it. Slow, slow. Into the cold, clear, running water, and feel it close cool around your ankles, and move and pull, and carry the last of the day's heat away downstream, away and away, until your feet are cool clear through, cool to the bone, and the coolness begins its slow climb up through your ankles and into your legs. Stay there as long as you like. There is no clock in the wood. The stream will run cold all night whether you watch it or not, and the moss will stay cool, and the deep ground will hold its coolness under you, and the high heat will never once come down through all those green and shifting leaves to find you. You are far below it now, in the cool green dark, and you may let your slow attention rest on the sound of the water, that low, unbroken, cool voice going on and on over the stones, saying nothing, meaning nothing, only running, only cooling, only carrying warmth away. And as you rest there, notice how the sound of the water and the sound of your own slow breathing have begun to move together, to fall into one long, unhurried rhythm. The breath and the stream and the breath, cool and even and endless, one flowing into the other until you can hardly tell which is which. In and out, the water over the stones, out and in, the cool going deeper. There is nothing here that you must do. There is nowhere here that you must be. There is only this cool, green resting place, and the low sound of cold water, and the slow tide of your breath, and the night, the long night, laid out ahead of you like the long, cool floor of the wood, going on further than you can see. Let your face soften again, here in the green cool. Let the last warmth lift from your brow and your cheeks and rise up through the still air, up through the layered leaves, up to where the heat lives far overhead and leave you. Let your jaw hang loose. Let the small muscles around your eyes let go, one by one, until your eyes lie cool and still and heavy in the cool green dark. Feel the whole weight of your head sink down into the cool moss or into the cool pillow. It is all one now, the wood and the bed, the moss and the sheet, the cool ground and the cool place where you lie. All of it one long cool holding, and you resting in the middle of it, heavier with every breath. And should you surface later, in some warm small hour of the night, should the heat rouse you and the sheet turn damp and the room press close, and you find yourself awake again in the dark, you need not be troubled by it. That is only the night doing what hot nights do. You will simply come back here, back to the cool green floor of the wood, back to the sound of the cold stream, or back to the wide white snowfield under its steady moon, or back to whatever cool place your slow mind reaches for. And you will lie down again, and let the cool rise up into you again, and let the warmth lift away again, and sink again, unhurried in your own slow time towards sleep. There is no waking that cannot be met this way. There is no hot hour that cannot be cooled by lying still and turning your attention once more gently toward the cold. Every time, all night long. The same slow, patient cooling down, waiting for you whenever you need it. So there is nothing to fear in the hours ahead, nothing to brace against. The night is long and the heat may come and go, but you know the way down now, into the cool, and you can find it again and again, as many times as you need, each time a little easier, each time a little deeper. Let that be a comfort to you as you drift. You are not trying to fall asleep once and hold it against the whole hot night. You are simply cooling and resting and cooling again, over and over, the way the body has always done it, the way the old sleepers in the white towns have always done it, letting the warm hours pass over the outside of you while you rest, cool and deep within. Down now a little further, the stream running cold over the stones, the moss cool beneath you, the green dark deep and still, your breath slow, your body heavy, the heat far off and rising, always leaving. And you hear, low and cool and safe, sinking by the smallest degrees, with nothing to do and nowhere to be, and all the long cool night still ahead of you. Let the sound of the water carry you. Let it run on and on beneath your breathing, cold and clear and endless, over the smooth stones, down through the shaded wood, toward the low cool places where all cold water goes. And let yourself go with it, just a little, just at the very edges of you, loosening, drifting, following the cool water down. Not far, just down and gently down. And down where the water goes, there is a place where the stream slows and widens and pools for a while against a bank of pale grey stone, and the water there lies almost still, dark and clear and very deep, and the cold of it comes up off the surface, the way cold comes up off a cellar floor. You can feel it on your face if you lean close, a breath of chill lifting from the water, faint and steady. And you need not lean close, you need only imagine the nearness of it, the way the air just above cold water is always a few degrees cooler than the air a hand's width higher, a thin cool layer resting on the skin of the pool, and your own breathing settling into that same slowness, that same dark clarity, going nowhere, holding cool. Rest there a moment, at the edge of the still pool in the shade of the leaning trees, and let your attention drift down into the water, past where the light still reaches, down to where it begins to go dim and green and colder. The way a deep pool holds its coldest water at the very bottom, hidden from the sun, keeping its chill through the hottest day, a cold that the heat of noon never touches, a cold that simply waits, down there in the dark, patient and unbothered, all summer long. And something in you can rest the way that deep cold rests, untouched by the warm hours moving over the surface far above, low and dim and cool and still, asking for nothing, needing nothing, only lying there in the dark being cool. And your breath goes on, slow over the still water, and with each breath out, let a little more of the day's warmth lift off you and drift away over the pool, the way a thin mist lifts off cool water at dusk and thins into nothing, warmth leaving in soft grey wisps, rising, thinning, gone, and the cool staying behind, closer to you now, settling over your shoulders like the first cool of evening after a long, bright day, that particular relief. That loosening in the chest when the sun finally drops behind the hills and the heat breaks and the air begins, at last, to move. Let it move now, that first evening air. Let it come across the water toward you, low and cool and smelling faintly of stone and green leaf and cold, clean water. Let it touch the side of your neck where you turn the pillow and find the damp there and cool it. Let it slip along your arm, along the back of your hand, between your fingers where they lie open and loose. A slow, cool current, unhurried, going where it will, touching you here and there the way a breeze touches without any purpose at all, only moving, only cooling wherever it happens to pass. And you lying open to it, nothing closed, nothing braced, just the slow, cool air finding you and you letting it. There is an old way of lying in the heat, a way the body knows without being taught. Loose at every joint, limbs a little apart so the air can pass between them, palms turned up and open, the whole body given over to the surface it rests on. The way sleepers lie through the long hot afternoons in the white towns of the south, in rooms with the shutters drawn against the sun and the stone floors keeping their coolness and the whole town gone quiet and slow, while the heat stands at its highest outside the closed windows. And inside, in the dim, the people resting, spread loose and open on their beds, not fighting the heat, not straining against it, simply letting the hot hours pass over them while they lie low and still and wait for the cool of evening. They have done this for 1,000 years. Their bodies know that you do not beat the heat by working at it. You outlast it by going still, by going low, by letting the day burn itself out overhead while you rest, quiet and unhurried, in the coolest part of the room, in the coolest part of yourself. And so there is nothing for you to do here either. Nothing to accomplish, no sleep to chase, no cool to manufacture by effort. Only this same old stillness, this same old letting the hours pass. Your body spread loose and open on the bed, given over to it, heavy and slow, while the warm night stands outside the window and cannot reach the cool, low place where you have gone. You have gone down to the shaded pool. You have gone down to the deep, cold water. You have gone down into the old siesta stillness that the heat cannot follow. Let it stand out there. Let it press at the glass. It does not matter now. You are below it and cool and slow and going slower. Feel how the breath has lengthened on its own, how you did not have to make it long, it simply grew long, the way water finds its own level. In and the cool drawn down into you, out and a little more warmth carried off, and a pause at the bottom of the breath, a small still place where nothing moves at all, where you are simply resting, empty and cool, before the next slow breath rises. And it is often in that small still pause, that quiet gap at the bottom of the breath, that sleep first comes to sit beside you, not with a rush, not all at once, but softly in the stillness, in the space where you have stopped reaching for anything. There it comes, a heaviness behind the eyes, a warmth that is not the room's warmth, but the good warmth of a body letting go, a thickening and a slowing and a sinking, and you need not chase it or grasp it or wonder whether it will stay. Let it come and go as it likes, like the cool air across the pool. It knows the way to you. It only asks that you go on lying still and cool and open, breathing over the deep dark water, asking for nothing. Now the light is going from the shaded wood, the dusk coming down soft and blue between the trees, and with the light going, the last of the day's warmth goes out of the air, and the true cool of night begins to gather low along the ground, pooling in the hollows, sliding down off the high stones, drawing in around the water. You can feel it climbing gently up around you as the dark comes down. A coolness rising from the earth itself, from the deep ground that never warms, the cold clay far below the reach of any sun. It comes up slow and even, wrapping the ankles first, then the knees, then rising soft along the length of you, a rising tide of coolness that lifts the heat away as it comes, floating it off you, carrying it up and away into the darkening air. And you lying in the path of that rising cool, letting it climb, letting it cover you by slow degrees, sinking down to meet it as it rises up to meet you. The two of you settling together into the blue dark, cooler and cooler, lower and lower, quieter and quieter. And if a warm thought drifts through, if some part of the day comes back, some worry, some noise from the waking hours, let it drift on through and out again like a wisp of the old warm mist, lifting off the water and thinning into the dusk. You need not follow it, need not push it away, only let it lift and thin and go. And come back gently to the cool rising around you, to the deep dark water beside you, to the long slow breath moving over it, and the small still pause at the bottom where sleep waits patient in the quiet. That is all. Just back to the cool, just back to the breath. As many times as the mind wanders, just as gently back. There is no wrong turn you can take here. Every path leads back down to the cool water in the end. All cold things flow downward. All warm things rise and leave. You have only to lie still in the low place and let the sorting happen on its own, the warmth rising off and away, the cool settling down and in, hour after hour, all through the long night, with no effort at all from you. The wood is fully dark now, and the pool lies black and still and cold, and the stars have come out over the gap in the trees, and the night air holds that clean, cold smell that comes after a hot day breaks, the smell of cooling stone, and settling dew and green things drinking in the dark. Breathe that in slow. Let the cool of it go all the way down into your chest, down to the very bottom of the breath, and feel how the inside of you cools as you breathe it, how the coolness spreads inward from the lungs, along the ribs, down into the belly, out into the heavy loosening limbs. A coolness that moves through you the way cool water moves through warm, in slow, soft curling threads, mixing, evening, settling, until there is no warm part left that the cool has not reached and quieted. Until you are cool all the way through, evenly, gently, like deep water in the dark. And you can let your body grow heavier still. There is always further down to go. However heavy you are, you can let go a little more, the shoulders sinking another small degree into the cool bed, the back and the hips giving their full weight to what holds them, the legs gone long and loose and far away, the hands too heavy to lift, and no reason to lift them. The whole body pouring its weight downward, down through the bed, down through the cool ground beneath the bed, down toward the low cold places where all heavy things and all cold water finally come to rest. Let it pour, let it sink. There is nothing to hold up anymore. The night will hold you now. The cool ground will hold you. You can put the whole weight of yourself down and leave it down and simply float there at the surface of your own slow breathing, cool and dim and drifting. Somewhere out beyond the dark trees, the warm night goes on, the streets still holding the day's heat in their stones, the walls still giving back the sun they drank at noon, the windows open and waiting for a breath of air that has not yet come. But that is all far away, outside the wood, outside the low, cool place where you have gone. In here it is already night, already cool, already still. You reached the cool ahead of the world. You went down to it early, and now you rest in it while the warm hours do their slow turning far above. Let them turn. Let the heat outside take all the time it needs to break and fade and lift. It is no concern of yours tonight. You are cooled already. You are down already. You have nowhere to climb back to and nothing to wait for. Only this. Only the cool, dark water and the long, slow breath and the weight of you sinking by the smallest degrees towards sleep. And notice, if you like, how much slower everything has become. How the breath comes and goes now with long, calm spaces around it. How the mind, which was so busy with the heat, so loud with turning and shifting and wishing for cool, has gone quiet and wide and dim, like the dark pool, like the deep wood, like the still blue night. How thoughts, when they come at all, come slow and soft and half-formed and drift off again before they finish. How you are already halfway into the country of sleep, already crossing over, already loosening from the waking hours and slipping down into the cool dark where the night will keep you. There is no edge to cross, no moment to catch. You simply go on cooling and slowing and sinking, and somewhere in it, without your noticing, the drifting becomes sleep, the way the dusk becomes the dark, with no line between them anywhere, only the slow going down of the light. So let the last of your holding on go soft now. Let the watching go. Let even the listening go loose and easy, the words moving past you like the cool water over the stones, no longer needing to be caught or followed, only running on beneath your breathing, cool and low and endless. You can let the meaning of them blur and soften and slip away, and keep only the coolness of the sound, the long, slow murmur of it, running down through the dark wood toward the low, cold places, carrying you gently along, down past the still pool, down past the pale gray stone, down into the deep dim green where the cold water waits, patient and untroubled, keeping its chill through every hot hour, asking nothing, needing nothing, only lying cool in the dark. You are there now, you are down in the cool. The heat is far above and rising, always leaving. And you are low and cool and heavy and safe, with the whole long night still folded out ahead of you, hour on hour of cool dark keeping more than you could ever need. So there is no hurry, none at all, nothing to reach for, nothing to finish. Only the slow cool water and the slow cool breath and the slow cool sinking, on, gently in your own time, with all the night to do it in. And the stream runs on, cold over the smooth stones, down through the shaded wood, toward the low cool places where all cold water goes, and you go with it at the very edges of you, loosening, drifting, cool, not far, just down, and gently down, into the deep green quiet where the warmth cannot follow and the cool holds you close, and the night keeps you easy and low for as long as the dark shall last. Let the shoulders soften once more, let the jaw hang, let the breath find its own slow floor and rest there. The cool has you, the dark has you, the long night has you, and it is not tired, and it is not in any hurry, and it will go on holding you cool and low and still through every hour that remains, whether you feel it or not, whether you know it or not, whether you are here to notice or already gone down under into sleep. It makes no difference now. The holding does not stop when the noticing stops. The cool water runs on whether you follow it or not. The deep pool keeps its cold whether you watch it or not. And you may let go of all of it now, the watching, the following, the noticing, and simply be held, cool and heavy and dim, in the low green dark, while the stream runs on without you, and the night keeps on without you, and the cool settles deeper into you with every slow breath you no longer have to take on purpose. Down now, a little further down, where it is cooler still, where it is darker still, where the water lies black and cold and perfectly still, and the deep of the night comes up around you soft as cool water closing over cool water. And there is no seam anywhere between you and the cool, no edge between the resting and the sleep, no line between this slow breath and the next slower one. Only the long cool going down, gentle and endless, into the dark green quiet, deeper by the smallest degrees, with the whole of the cool night still ahead, and nothing at all to do but sink and cool and rest and sink a little more. And when you rise from that pool, without effort, without knowing quite how, you are back in the bed again, in the still room, in the warm dark. And that is all right, because you carry the cool up with you now, the way a stone carried up from deep water stays cold in the hand long after it leaves the river. You do not lose it by surfacing. It has soaked into you. It is in the weight of your legs and the loose fall of your hands, and the room may be warm around you, but you are cool within, cool at the center, cool where it matters. And the warmth outside your skin is only weather now, only the air of a hot night going about its business while you lie apart from it, held cool and low and still. Let the attention drift, if it likes, to the pillow beneath your head, to that one small country of cool your body keeps finding and losing through the night. You know the little motion by heart, the turn of the head, the slow slide of the palm beneath to the far side where the fabric has stayed untouched and cool. And there is no need to hurry it now, no need to chase it, but if the near side has gone warm beneath your cheek, you may turn slowly, without waking any more of you than must be woken, and lay your face down into the cool underside, into the part that has been resting in shadow, waiting for you, holding its coolness in reserve like water held in the low part of a bowl. The cotton is cool against the cheek, cool along the jaw, cool at the ear. And the warmth you left behind on the other side is already fading, already giving itself back to the dark, so that when you need it again, it will have cooled once more, quietly, while you were not asking. The pillow cools itself. The night cools it for you. All you must do is turn, when turning is easy, and take what has been kept. And notice, if you would, how little the turning costs you now, how the body has learned, over these slow hours, to move only as much as it needs and no more. The way a sleeping animal shifts in the shade and settles again without ever truly leaving its rest. This is the old way of sleeping in heat, the way bodies have always done it in the hot parts of the world, in the white towns on the dry hills, in the shuttered rooms behind thick walls where the afternoon is given over to stillness and no one thinks it strange. They do not fight the warm hours there. They lie down into them. They let the limbs go heavy and the breath go slow and the day go quiet around them, and they wait, without impatience, for the cool of the evening to come walking back up the streets. And it always comes, and so they rest through the heat instead of straining against it, and the resting itself is a kind of coolness, a coolness of the mind, a laying down of the small hot effort of wanting the night to be other than it is. You are lying down into the warm hours the same way now, not fighting them, not counting them, just letting them pass over you like slow water over a stone that has all the time in the world. The stone does not hurry the river. The stone does not wish the river gone. It simply lies in the current, cool and low and worn smooth, and lets the water do what water does and is content. Be the stone a while, cool and low, worn smooth by the slow passage of the hours. Letting the warm night flow over you and away, taking a little of your heat each time it goes, giving nothing back but the sound of its passing. There is a coolness that gathers low in a house on a hot night. You may have felt it without naming it. The way the floor stays cooler than the air, the way the bottom of the stairs holds a chill the top has lost, the way a hand laid flat on old tile or old stone finds a coolness there that the day never quite burned away. Cold sinks. It is the nature of it. All through the dark, the coolness of the room is settling downward, pooling low, gathering along the floor and the skirting and the cool underside of things, while the warmth rises up and away toward the ceiling, toward the roof, toward the wide night sky that takes it in and never gives it back. And you are lying low. You are down near where the cool collects. The warm air is leaving you, rising off your skin in slow, invisible threads, climbing away toward the dark above, and the cool is settling toward you, pooling around the low places of the bed, gathering along your back and your sides and the backs of your resting legs. You are in the cool layer. You are in the low cool of the room where the heat has already left and the chill has come to rest. Feel it there at your back if you can, that faint settled coolness underneath you, holding steady while the warmth lifts off the top of you and goes. You are being cooled from below and unburdened from above, both at once, slowly, all night long, without your having to do a thing. The cool comes to the low places. You are in the low places. Let yourself be lower still. Let the weight of you press down into the mattress, into the cool that has gathered there, sinking through the warm surface toward the cooler dark beneath. The way warmth always finds its way down to where the cool is waiting and meets it and is quieted by it and lets go. Somewhere in the house or the flat or the still street outside, the air is beginning its slow turn. It does this every night, whether anyone marks it or not. The long heat of the day reaches its height in the late afternoon, and then hour by hour it begins to give itself back. The walls that soaked up the sun release it slowly to the dark. The roofs let go of the day. The pavements breathe out the last of their stored warmth into the rising night. And out beyond the town, where the fields and the hills lie open under the sky, the land is cooling faster, the air thinning and settling, growing heavier and cleaner as the warmth drains up and away into all that black open space above. And that cooler, heavier air out there is beginning, very gently, to move, to settle downhill, to slide toward the low ground and the sleeping streets and the open windows. It is coming slowly, the way the evening always came walking back up the white streets of the hot towns. It cannot be hurried, but it cannot be stopped either. It is already on its way to you, that cool, and every hour of the dark brings it nearer. You do not have to wait for it awake. That is the thing. You do not have to keep watch for the cool as though it might slip past unnoticed. It will come whether you watch or not. It will find the open window and pour slowly over the sill and pool down into the low places of the room where you already lie waiting, and it will find you sleeping, and it will cool you anyway, without asking, without needing your thanks, the way the deep pool cooled you without your understanding how. The coming of the cool does not depend on your attention, so you may set the watching down, you may let the last of the wanting go. The night is handling it. The great slow machinery of the turning dark, the cooling walls, the sinking air, the settling chill, all of it is at work on your behalf while you do nothing but breathe and grow heavy and sink. It has been doing this every night since long before you were here to notice, and it will do it tonight, faithfully, whether you are awake to receive it or already gone down under into sleep. Let the breath go slower still. There is no measure to keep, just the slow filling, unhurried, cool at the top of it where the air comes in a little cooler than the rest, and then the long, slow letting go, warm and easy, the heat leaving you on the out-breath the way it leaves the walls of the house into the dark. Cool in, warm out, taking in the little coolness the night can spare, giving back the warmth you no longer need to hold. Your breathing is a small tide of cooling all its own, going on quietly at the center of you, drawing the cool inward, carrying the warmth away over and over without any effort of yours all through the long dark. You do not have to run it. It runs itself. It has been running itself this whole time, while your thoughts wandered off toward the cold water and back again, and it will keep running, slow and low and cool, long after the thoughts have wandered off for good. And your hands, let them be cool now, wherever they have come to rest. There is coolness that lives in the hands and the wrists, close under the thin skin where you can feel the pulse when you are still enough. All night the blood moves out to the surface of you there, to the wrists and the palms and the fingers, and gives up a little of its warmth to the air, and comes back cooler than it went, and carries that coolness inward, back toward the deep of you, back toward the low, quiet center. Your hands are cooling you from the inside. Your wrists are little rivers running warm blood out into the cool, dark air and drawing cool blood back. You do not have to help them, but you might let them lie open, if they are not already, palms loose, fingers uncurled, so the cool air can reach across them freely, so the night can touch the most of them it can. And let the coolness they gather sink back up your arms, slow and unhurried, into the shoulders, into the chest, into the heavy, quiet middle of you, cooling you by the smallest degrees from the wrists inward all night long while you rest. The sheet lies over you light as nothing, one thin layer of cotton, no more, resting where it needs to and slipping away where it does not. And there is a coolness even in that, in the small kept shade of it, in the way it lets your skin breathe and your sweat do its slow, silent work of carrying heat off into the air. You need not throw it off. You need not gather it close. It knows where to lie. It rests light across the parts that want a little cover and falls away from the parts that want the open air. And if your foot has found its way out to the cool edge of the bed, out past the sheet to where the air moves freely, let it stay there. The feet are good at cooling. The whole body cools faster when a bare foot hangs out in the moving dark. So let it hang, cool and forgotten, out over the edge of the bed in the low, cool air, quietly giving your heat away to the night on your behalf, while the rest of you lies covered and easy and still. And if a small current of air should move across the room just now, the faintest breath of it, the kind you have to be very still to feel at all, let it find you. It may come from the door left open a hand's width to the cooler hall. It may come from the window, the first slow edge of that cooler air off the hills beginning to arrive. It may be nothing you could name, just the room's own slow settling, the warm rising and the cool sliding under to take its place. But it moves. And where it crosses your skin, the side of the neck, the damp hollow of the temple, the bared ankle, the open palm, it lifts the warmth away as it passes and leaves a thread of cool behind it, a faint, clean coolness drawn along the surface of you like a fingertip trailed through still water. Follow it if you like, feel where it touches and where it has been, or let it pass unfollowed, another small kindness of the dark going about its work whether you mark it or not. Either way it cools you. Either way the night is finding the warm places of you, one by one, and easing them, one by one, and moving on. There is a jar in a cool cellar somewhere, down under an old house, where the air has lain cool and unmoving for 100 years, down where the thick stone walls have never once let the summer in, where it is the same cool dark in August as in the depths of winter, the same steady chill rising off the stone, the same patient cool that no heat wave has ever reached. Water kept down, there comes up cold enough to ache the teeth. Stone down, there is cold to the flat of the hand in the hottest week of the year. The heat of the world goes on far overhead. The white sky, the baked streets, the long, relentless day, And none of it, ever finds its way down past those thick old walls into the deep cool dark where the air simply waits, unbothered, cool as it has always been. Let some part of you go down there now. Let the deep cool center of you be a cellar the summer has never reached, walled round with cool stone, floored with cool earth, holding its chill through every hot hour of every hot day, asking nothing, needing nothing, only lying cool in the dark. The heat cannot get down to you there. It never could. The thick old walls of sleep are between you and it, and they have held cool for longer than you have been alive, and they will hold cool tonight. You are the cellar and the cool it keeps. You are the low stone floor where the chill has settled. You are the deep, unbothered dark that the long day cannot reach. And far above you the hot night goes on turning, the warm air rising off the roofs, the walls letting go of the day, the cool sliding slowly down the hills toward the sleeping town. And all of it is only weather, only the surface of the world going about its business, while down here where you have gone the cool holds steady and the dark holds still, and nothing at all is asked of you but to lie in it and be kept and rest. Down a little further then, where the stone is coolest, where the dark is deepest, where the last faint sounds of the hot world overhead grow softer and further and finally give out, the way footsteps fade at the top of the cellar stairs, the way the day fades when the door swings slowly shut behind you and the cool comes up to meet you, and there is nothing left above but a thin line of warm light narrowing, gone. And here below there is only the cool, only the dark. Only the slow, cool breath and the heavy, cool weight of you settling lower onto the cool stone floor of sleep, deeper by the smallest degrees, in no hurry, with the whole long night still folded out ahead, hour upon hour of cool dark keeping, more than you could ever use. So let the last of the day go up and out and away. Let the heat rise off you and climb toward the far ceiling of the night and be lost there, given back, gone. Let the cool come to you low, the way it always comes, pooling in the deep places, gathering along your resting back, settling into the loose weight of your hands and the heavy fall of your legs and the soft, unguarded hollow of your throat. There is nothing to hold. There is nothing to keep watch over. The night is doing the cooling. The dark is doing the keeping. The great slow turning of the hours is carrying you, whether you follow it or not, toward the far cool edge of the morning that you do not have to reach for and do not have to hurry, because it is already coming faithfully on its own, up the long slope of the dark, one cooling hour at a time. And you may go down under now, all the way under, into the deep cool dark where the warmth cannot follow, and let the cellar hold you, and let the low ground keep you, and let the slow cool breath go on without your minding it, down past the last warm thought, down past the last small stir of watching, down into the still cool green quiet where there is no seam between the resting and the rest, no line between this breath and the slower one behind it, no edge anywhere between you and the cool that has closed over you, soft as cool dark water settling into cool dark water. And nothing to do now, nothing at all, but lie low and lie cool and lie still and sink by the smallest degrees a little further into the long cool keeping of the night. And if some small part of you should rise a little now, up out of that low cool keeping, the way a sleeper sometimes lifts halfway toward the surface and hangs there a moment before sinking again, let it be met. Let there be nothing to startle you at that thin edge, nothing warm waiting to catch you, only the same slow cooling hand passing over you again, unhurried, as though it had been there all along, patient at the side of your rest, waiting only for the chance to smooth you back down. This is the whole shape of the night now. You will surface and you will be lowered. You will drift up on some small warmth, some faint stickiness at the back of the neck, some heavy turn of the body, and each time the cool will come and find you and carry you down again. And each time it will be a little easier, a little smaller, the surfacing, until you can no longer tell the rising from the sinking, until it is all one long, slow tide moving you gently through the dark. So let a new coolness come to you now, a different one, the cool that lives close to the ground in the last hours before dawn, when the whole earth has been giving back its heat to the sky for hours and hours, quietly, without anyone watching, and the low air has gone thin and clear and cool as spring water. You know this air, though you may have forgotten it. It is the air that gathers in the hollow of a field at night, the air that settles into the dip of a lane between two hedges, the air that pools in the low corner of a garden while the house still holds the day. It is heavier than the warm air. It cannot help but sink. It finds the lowest place and lies down in it, the way you have lain down, the way you are lying now, and it holds there, cool and still and faintly damp, while the warmth floats up and away above it and is gone. Feel that low, cool air finding you where you rest. Feel it come in along the floor of the room, unhurried, moving the way water moves when it has all night to arrive, slipping under the door without a sound, crossing the boards, rising the little way it needs to rise to reach the edge of where you lie, and settling there against you along the low line of the body, wherever you are heaviest and nearest the ground. It gathers at your resting shoulder. It slides into the loose curl of your fingers. It cools the long backs of your legs and the soles of your feet, those far quiet edges of you that the heat of the day always seems to find last and leave last. And the whole weight of you sinks by another small degree to meet it, pressing down into the cool, the way a stone settles into cool sand, finding its place, giving over its warmth, asking nothing, keeping nothing back. There is a slow river somewhere out in that low, cool dark, and you do not have to travel to it. You have only to let it be there, off at the soft edge of knowing, the way you can feel the nearness of water in the dark before you can hear it. A wide, slow river moving over its bed of round, cool stones, in no hurry at all, having come down from the high, cold places days ago and forgotten already that it was ever snow. The night air lies on the surface of it and takes its coolness and drifts off the banks in slow, cool breaths and moves out low across the meadows carrying that river cool with it, that mineral clean smell of wet stone and deep water and the cold that lives at the bottom of things. And a little of that reaches you here. A little of that river breath finds the room where you lie and lays itself along you, cool and even and endlessly renewed, because the river never stops. The river has been pouring its cool into the dark since long before you were tired and will go on pouring it long after you are deep asleep. And there is more of it than the whole hot summer could ever warm. Down then, a little further down. Let the river cool run its slow length over you, from the crown of your head where the heat likes to gather, down over the closed and resting eyes, down the sides of the face, and the warm hinge of the jaw that has held the whole long day, loosening it, cooling it, letting it hang slack and easy. Down the sides of the neck, where the blood runs near the surface and carries the coolness gladly inward, in toward the deep middle of you, toward the slow warm engine of you that has been running all day, and is only now, in the low cool of these hours, allowed to bank its fire and cool and quiet and slow. Feel the cool go inward there. Feel it travel the warm channels of you the way the low air travels the lanes, finding the deep places, pooling in them, settling. There is nowhere it needs to hurry to. There is all night for it to reach every last warm corner of you and cool it and leave it cool. And you are being slept, now the way people have always been slept in the great heat of the world, not fought into sleep, not forced, but laid down in the coolest place that could be found and left there to be carried through. Think of all the sleepers across all the hot lands of the earth who have lain down as you are lying now, in the deep of the night, in rooms with the shutters closed against the day and eased open to the dark, on cool floors, on flat roofs under the moving stars, in the shade of thick walls that hold the cool the way yours are beginning to hold it now. Think how old this is, this lying down in the heat and being kept through it, longer than any city, longer than any of the words for it. A whole long human habit of surrendering to the hot night instead of struggling against it, of going loose and low and quiet and letting the slow turn of the dark do the cooling, that no effort of the body could ever do for itself. You are not the first to lie awake in the heat. You are not alone in it now. All around the turning world, there are others lying just as you lie, breathing slow, letting the warmth rise off them, waiting on the cool that always comes, and it always comes. And you are simply one more of them, held in the same wide old keeping, carried on the same slow tide toward the same cool morning. So there is nothing strange in this and nothing to solve. The heat is only the heat. It is doing what heat does, and the night is doing what the night does, which is to take the heat back, patiently, hour by hour, degree by degree, off the roofs and out of the walls, and up off the warm skin of the sleeping earth, and away into the wide, cool dark above, where there is room for all of it and more. You do not have to help. You could not help if you tried. The cooling of the world is far too large and slow, and sure to need anything from you but your stillness. And your stillness you can give, easily, freely, letting the body go heavier and lower and slacker with every slow breath, letting the last held places let go. Let the shoulders go. They have carried the day. Let them spread and sink and cool. Let the small of the back go, that warm curve that has held you upright through everything. Let it settle and lengthen and give its heat to the cool beneath it. Let the hips go heavy, the great patient hinges of you. Let them drop their weight fully down and be met and be held. Let the knees fall loose. Let the ankles fall open. Let even the hands go, the busy hands, uncurling by the smallest degrees into the cool, the fingers easing apart, the palms cooling, the whole reaching, gripping, holding day draining slowly out of them and away into the ground, until there is nothing left in the hands to hold and nothing left to hold it. And they lie there emptied and cool and still and forget themselves entirely. And with each thing that lets go, you sink a little further into the cool. Not falling, there is no falling here, nothing to fall from and nowhere to land, only sinking, only settling, only the slow, soft lowering of a weight into water that has been made to receive it, down and down through cooler and cooler dark, each layer stiller than the last, each layer quieter, until the very idea of a top and a bottom goes soft at the edges, and there is only the sinking, only the cool closing gently over you and holding you as you go. Somewhere overhead the small hours are passing. You do not have to count them. Perhaps a clock is somewhere near, marking them off in the dark, and you can let each small sound of it be one more soft weight laid on your eyelids, one more reason to sink, one more thing being taken care of by the night so that you do not have to. Perhaps the faintest breath of a breeze comes and goes at the window, lifting the edge of a curtain and letting it fall, and you can let that be the night breathing, slow and even in and out, the great cool lung of the dark drawing the heat up and away, and sending the coolness back down, over and over, all night, without ever needing to be told. You are inside that breathing now. You rise a little when it draws in, and you sink a little when it lets go, and mostly you sink, because that is the way the whole night lanes, down, toward the cool, toward the morning, toward the deep still place where you are going. And if the heat should find you again, some small warm patch waking at the back of your neck, some damp place where the body meets the sheet, let it be nothing. Let it be one more small wave rising, and let the cool be the wide sea under it, always larger, always waiting, always ready to take the small warm thing back. You have only to turn, if you like, the smallest turn, the cool side of the pillow, the fresh reach of the sheet, a hand slid to a cooler place, and the cool is there, it is always there, it was there before you needed it and it will be there after. Or you have only to lie still and let the low air come and find the warm patch and lift the heat off it the way a cloth lifts water, slowly, gently, cooling the place and leaving it cool. Either way the warmth goes. Either way you are lowered again. Either way the night keeps you. There is a stillness that comes now, in these deep low hours, a stillness that has nothing to do with effort, that you do not make but only allow, the stillness of a pool at the bottom of a wood, far from any wind, where the surface lies so flat and dark and untroubled that it seems less like water than like a way the dark has of resting. The trees stand cool and close around it. The night lies on it without a ripple. Now and then a single drop falls from somewhere high in the leaves and touches the surface and sends one slow ring widening out across the black water, one soft cool circle spreading and spreading until it reaches the mossy edge and is gone, and then the stillness closes over again, deeper than before. That is what your breathing is like now. That is what your resting mind is like now. One slow cool ring widening out into the dark, and then stillness. One slow breath spreading its coolness through you, and then stillness. And the stillness always deeper afterward, always closer to the perfect flat black rest of the pool at the bottom of the wood, where nothing moves that does not have to, and the cool holds everything it touches, and the dark keeps its own soft counsel all night long. Down there at the pool's cool edge, the moss grows thick and damp and cold to the touch, holding the night's coolness in its deep green pile, and the stones along the bank are cold the way stones are cold that the sun has not reached in 100 years, and the air itself is cool and heavy and still, and faintly sweet with the smell of wet earth and old leaves and cold, clean water. You could lay your warm cheek against that cold moss and feel the heat go out of it. You could press your warm hand flat to that cold stone and feel the coolness climb slowly up through the wrist and into the arm and inward, cooling as it goes. And you do, in some soft way you no longer have to picture clearly, you do lay yourself down along that cool green bank at the bottom of the still dark wood, and the cold comes up into you from the ground, welcome, chosen, gentle, and the heat of the whole long day drains slowly down and out of you and into the patient earth, which takes it easily, the way it takes the heat of everything eventually, and gives back only cool. So the day is leaving you now degree by slow degree. You can almost feel it going, the tight, bright heat of the afternoon loosening in your chest, the close warmth of the evening thinning out along your limbs, the last stored heat of the sun letting go of your skin and rising off you like a faint mist and drifting up and away into the dark to be lost among the stars. And what is left behind as the heat goes is cool. Cool and quiet and heavy and slow. A cool that starts at the surface and works its way in. A cool that finds the deep middle of you and settles there. A cool that has all night to do its slow, sure work and is in no more hurry than the river, than the moss, than the great turning dark itself. You are so far down now, so far under the warm surface of the night, so deep in the cool low keeping, that the hot room where you lie has become a small far thing, a distant weather passing somewhere far above the still green pool where you have gone to rest. Let it pass. Let it turn and warm and cool as it likes up there. Down here nothing changes but the deepening. Down here the cool only gathers, only thickens, only closes more gently and more completely over you with each slow spreading ring of breath. And there is so much of the night still ahead, hours of it, whole slow cool hours, folded out before you like dark still water reaching away past any far edge you could find, that there is no end to lean toward, nothing to finish, nowhere you have to be but exactly here, low and cool and kept, sinking by the smallest and softest of degrees a little further into the deep green quiet, where the warmth cannot follow, and the dark does the keeping, and the long cool night goes on holding you. And holding you still. And somewhere far above that deep green keeping, the room where your body lies is still the room, still warm, still holding the day's long heat in its walls the way an old house does. But you do not have to fight it now. You have gone under it. And from down here, from the cool low place, you can let a little of your attention drift back up toward the body in the bed, gently, the way you would drift up toward a light seen far off through water, in no hurry to reach it. There is your body lying still on the warm sheet. There is the slow rise and fall of the breath. And there, if you go looking softly, is a coolness you had not noticed, a thread of it, the faintest moving air. Because even on the stillest hot night, the air is never quite still. It moves. It settles and shifts and finds its slow way through the dark rooms, sinking where it is cool, sliding low along the floor, pooling in the corners the sun never touched. And some small current of it, sooner or later, comes to you, along the back of a hand left outside the sheet, across the damp hair at the temple, over one bare ankle where it has slipped free of the cotton. So faint you would miss it if you were straining and hot and turning, but you are not straining now. You are low and slow and listening. And when that thread of cooler air crosses your skin, you feel it clearly, the way you feel a single cold stone in a warm palm. You feel it find the wrist and cool the wrist and move on. Let your attention rest on that thread wherever it touches you, not chasing it, just meeting it. Wherever the air is coolest against you, let that be the softest, most awake, most grateful part of you, and let all the rest go heavy and dim and unminded around it. The cool at the ankle, the cool along the outer arm, the cool at the side of the neck where the pulse runs close and slow. That is where the heat leaves. That is where the day drains out, still, hour after hour, into the moving dark. You do not have to make it happen. You only have to let the cool find you and be found. And now, without effort, the pillow. That warm-turning pillow that would not stay cool earlier in the night, that kept meeting your cheek with its stored-up warmth no matter how you moved. Let it soften in your mind. There is a whole cool country in a pillow if you go slowly. There is the near face, warm now from your cheek, and there is the far face, the underside, the side that has lain all this while against the cool of the sheet and the cool of the air beneath, keeping its coolness patiently, waiting. When you turn it, and you can, whenever the warmth grows too close, with the smallest movement, no waking, no deciding, just a slow hand and a slow turn, that far cool face comes up to meet your cheek, and for a moment the whole side of your face is held against something cool and smooth and dry, and the heat lifts off your skin and passes into the cloth, and you sink a half-degree further down. And then, in an hour or two, or whenever the night asks it, you turn it again. There is always another cool face. The pillow keeps giving it back, all night, the way the deep stone keeps giving back its cold, because coolness, on a night like this, is not a thing you run out of. It is a thing you keep finding if you stay soft enough to look. This is how the old countries slept, in the long heat, for thousands of years, in the white towns where the sun stands like a weight on the shoulders all afternoon. They did not fight the heat, they lay down inside it. In the deep hours of the day, when the light went hard and flat, and the streets emptied, and the shutters were drawn against the burning, they lay down on cool stone floors, and in shaded inner rooms where the thick walls held the night's coolness folded inside them, and they let the body go heavy, and they slept, not the tense, thin sleep of someone fighting to cool down, but the wide, slow sleep of a body that has stopped fighting entirely and given itself over to the heat and passed straight through it into rest. The whole town sleeping, the whole white hillside gone quiet under the sun, dogs stretched flat in the shade of the walls, breathing slow, cats pawed long and boneless across cool tile, everything that lived lying still and low and letting the hot hours pass over it without struggle, waiting in no hurry for the cool of the evening, which always came, which always comes. You are lying down inside the heat that way now, not on top of it tense, waiting for it to break, down inside it, passed through it. And on the far side of the fighting there is this heavy, cool, slow keeping, this body poured long and loose across the sheet, letting the hours go by without needing them to hurry. The heat can stand on the roof of the house all it likes. Down here in the low, cool dark, you have already found the other side of the day. And the body knows how to do this. This is the oldest thing the body knows. Long before there were rooms, long before there were walls or windows or any word for a fever-hot night, the body had its own quiet way of letting the heat go when the dark came, the slow inward turning, the settling of the deep warmth, the small tide that draws the core temperature down through the night and lifts it again toward morning. The same soft falling and rising it has done every night of your life while you slept. and every night of the lives of everyone who ever lived before you. You do not have to run it, it runs itself. All the long machinery of your cooling turns over quietly in the dark whether you attend to it or not, drawing the warmth up out of the deep middle of you and out to the wide surface of the skin, where the moving air can lift it away, where the damp of a brow can carry it off, where the blood runs close beneath the wrist and the neck and the bend of the knee, and gives its heat to the cooler world and comes back cooler and carries the coolness inward again, around and around, all night, patient, sure. Needing nothing from you but that you lie still and let it work. So lie still and let it work. That is the whole of it. That is all there is to do in these long, low hours. Nothing, beautifully, completely nothing. Let the hand lie where it lies. Let the leg lie heavy. Let the jaw come unclenched and the tongue rest soft in the mouth, and the small muscles around the eyes let go their last holding, so that even the weight of the eyelids becomes something you are no longer bothering to carry. Every place you are still holding, quietly, out of the day's old habit, the shoulders drawn up a little toward the ears, the belly held faintly tight, the fingers half curled. Let the stillness reach it, one soft place at a time, and let the holding pour out of it and down and away into the patient dark, the way the heat pours out, welcome to go, easy to give. And as each held place lets go, it grows cooler. Have you noticed? A muscle that is working is a muscle that is making heat, quietly, all the time, and a muscle that has finally, fully let go makes none. So every place in you that softens now is a small fire going out. The clenched jaw, unclenching, cools. The tight shoulder, dropping, cools. The gripping hand, opening slowly against the sheet, cools. You are putting out small fires all through the body, one by one, and the whole warm engine of you is banking down toward its lowest, slowest, coolest nighttime burn. The deep quiet idle of a body that has nothing to do until morning and knows it, and has stopped, at last, all through, everywhere, entirely stopped. There is a stone floor somewhere under all of this. Feel it if you like. Deep in the old house, below the warm rooms, below the rooms below those, there is a floor of cool grey stone that no summer has ever reached, laid down flat and level and cold in the dark, and the air that lies along it is the coolest air in the whole house, the air that has sunk there because cool air always sinks, gathering low, pooling in the deep places, waiting. And on a night like this, a person could go down the worn stone steps in the dark, down out of the heat, one cool step at a time, feeling the air go cooler against the skin with every step down, the walls turning cool and then cold and faintly damp under trailing hand, the sound of the hot world above going soft and then softer and then gone, until they reached that low cool floor and lay down flat upon it, cheek to cold stone, the whole length of the body pressed to the coolness of it. And let the stone take the heat straight out of them, straight down, the way the cool green bank took it, the way the deep water took it, easily wanting it, drinking the warmth right out of the flesh and giving back nothing but cold. You are lying on that cool floor now, in some soft way, at the same time as you are lying in your bed, and the two are not far apart anymore, the bed and the stone, the hot room and the cool cellar, because the place you have gone to is under both of them, deeper than either, in the low quiet keeping where the cool gathers and the heat drains away, and the night does its long slow work of holding you down and holding you cool and holding you still. Down here the dark has a temperature and the temperature is cool. Down here the quiet has a weight and the weight is gentle, and it lies over you like the thinnest, coolest cloth, a single light layer that touches you everywhere at once and asks nothing and only rests. Down here the hours are not sharp things with edges. They are long slow swells of dark that lift you and lower you, lift you and lower you, each one cooler and lower than the last, carrying you out and out across the wide, still water of the night toward a morning that is so far off it is not even a thought yet, not even a paleness, only a rumor of cool grey light somewhere past the far edge of all this sleeping, and you do not have to reach it, you do not have to swim toward it. The night will carry you there itself, slowly, hour by cool hour, and set you down gently on its cooler far shore when the time comes. And until then there is nothing at all, but the long dark keeping and the slow swell and the cool. Let the breath find its slow low rhythm, not made, not counted, just noticed, the way it has already gone longer and softer and lower in the chest without your asking, the way the out-breath now is longer than the in, the way each long slow letting go of breath carries a little more of the day's warmth up and out of you and off into the dark. Breathing in, cool. Breathing out, warm going. Breathing in the cool, low air of the deep, quiet place. Breathing out the last thin warmth you were still holding. And between them, at the bottom of each out-breath, a stillness, a small pool of complete quiet where nothing moves and nothing is asked, and the body simply rests, cool and heavy and done, before the next slow breath comes on its own to lift you and lower you again. And if the warmth comes back, because it may, in the small hours, it may come rising up again from somewhere, a flush across the chest, a dampness at the back of the neck, the sheet gone close and warm against you, and you may feel yourself begin to surface toward it, up out of the deep cool toward the hot near world. You do not have to be troubled by that. It is nothing. It is only the tide of the night turning as it always does. You need only do again what you have already done. Find the cool thread of air, turn the pillow to its far cool face, slide the ankle out into the moving dark, press the warm cheek to a cooler place, let the held warmth lift off the skin and pass away, and sink again. Every time the heat surfaces you, the cool is right there waiting to take you back down, patient, unbothered, endless, because you are not trying to reach a cool that runs out. You are settling into a cool that keeps. The deep stone does not warm. The far green pool does not warm. The low floor of the old house does not warm. They are cool tonight, and they will be cool in an hour, and they will be cool when the grey light comes. And all through the long dark between now and then, they will keep taking the heat out of you, over and over, as many times as it rises, and giving back only cool, only the deep, unhurried cool of a night that has all the time there is. So let the small hours' warmth come and go as it will. Let it lift you a little, and let the cool set you down again, softly, lower each time. There is no failing here. There is no losing the sleep and having to find it again. There is only the long, slow rocking between the warm surface and the cool deep. And each time you go down a little further. And each time the warmth calls you up, it calls a little more faintly, until the surfacing itself grows slow and dim and half-dreamed, a thing that happens far above you, to a body you have mostly set down, in a room that has become a small far weather passing over the top of the deep still water where you are kept. And the town on the white hillside sleeps on. The thick walls hold their coolness. The stone floors keep their cold. The shutters stay drawn against a sun that has not yet even thought of rising. And in all the shaded inner rooms, the sleeping bodies lie long and loose and heavy, poured across the cool of the tile, breathing slow, letting the hot hours pass over them without being touched by them, in no hurry, waiting for an evening that will surely come. And you are one of them now, one of all the bodies that have ever lain down inside the heat and passed through it into rest, one of the long line of sleepers stretching back and back through all the hot nights there have ever been, each of them finding. As you are finding that the way through the heat was never to fight it, but to sink beneath it, into the old cool keeping, where the body knows the way and the dark does the holding, and the night, the long patient night, takes the warmth away a little at a time and asks nothing in return. You are so far down now, and there is so much night left. Whole cool hours of it, still folded out ahead of you, dark and still and unhurried, each one waiting only to hold you a little longer and cool you a little more and carry you a little further toward the grey and cooler edge of morning that is still so far off it need not be thought of at all. There is nowhere to get to. There is nothing to finish. There is only this, the cool low keeping, the slow swell of the breath, the heat draining down and out into the patient dark, the pillow with its far cool face, the thread of moving air, the deep stone that does not warm, and the long, long night going on, quietly, all around you and beneath you and over you, holding you cool, holding you low, holding you still, and letting you sink by the smallest and softest of degrees. A little further down into the deep green quiet, where the warmth cannot follow, and the cool does the keeping, and there is nothing left to do but rest, and go on resting, further and cooler and slower and further still. And somewhere far off in the sleeping house, a floorboard settles, the way old wood settles when the day's heat leaves it, a small tick in the dark, a quiet unclenching of the timber as it cools. And you do not need to hear it, but if some thin edge of you does, let it be only that, the house itself letting go of the warmth it carried all day, the beams easing, the joints loosening, the whole structure around you breathing out its heat into the night the same slow way you are breathing out yours. Everything here is cooling together. The wood cools, the plaster cools. The glass in the window cools by the smallest amount, and the metal of the latch cools faster than the wood it rests in. And out in the walls, the bricks that soaked up the whole long afternoon of sun are giving it back now, quietly, into the open dark, a little less warm with every hour, so that if you laid your palm flat against the inner wall, it would already be cooler than it was when you lay down, and cooler again an hour from now, and cooler still by the grey of the morning. The whole house is a body cooling. You are only one warm thing among many, and all of them are settling. All of them are letting the heat run out and down and away, and there is nothing you need to do to help it along, except keep lying just as you are, loose and low and unbothered, letting your own warmth join the great slow leaving. And the air moves again, not much, just enough. A slow, soft body of cooler air easing in from somewhere at the edge of the room, finding the low places the way cool air always does, pooling near the floor, drifting across the boards, rising by a hand's breadth as it warms against them and moving on. You do not have to find it, it finds you. It comes to the back of one hand where it lies open on the sheet, and it lays its coolness there and moves along the fingers one by one. And then it is at the wrist, where the pulse runs shallow and near, and it cools the blood a little there as it passes, and the cooled blood goes in, unhurried, carried down the arm and into the deep of you, one small cool tide among all the tides of the body, and it is enough. It asks nothing. It only passes over you and leaves you a fraction cooler than it found you, and then another slow body of air comes behind it and does the same, and another behind that, all night, the room breathing its slow, cool breath across the length of you, over the shoulder, along the flank, down the whole warm outline of a body that has stopped defending itself and simply lets the air do as it likes. There is a coolness that gathers in the hollow of the throat, where the collarbones meet, a small cupped place that holds the cool the way a stone hollow holds rainwater, and the air lies there a while and cools it, and the cooled skin cools the blood beneath it, and it goes in. There is a coolness at the temple, at the soft place beside the eye, where the skin is thin and the warmth of the day still lingers, and the air comes and touches there too, and takes a little and moves on. There is a coolness that pools behind the ears, along the jaw, under the line of the hair where the neck begins, and the pillow's far cool underside is somewhere near it now. And if in some slow small hours turning your cheek finds that cool face of the pillow again, it will be like laying your head against smooth stone in shade, and you will sink your weight into it and let it draw the warmth up and out of you, patiently, the way cool things draw warmth, without effort, only by being cool and being near. This is the old way, and your body knows it though you have never had to learn it. The knowing is older than you. It sits in the blood, in the wide shallow vessels that open near the skin when the heat comes, spreading the warmth out to the surface to be given away, flushing the hands and the feet and the face so the night can take what it will. Even now, while you sleep, that quiet work goes on without you. The body opens itself to the cool. It sends its heat outward to the edges where the air can reach it. It sweats a fine, invisible film across the skin and lets it dry and lets the drying pull the warmth away, and does it again and again tending its own slow cooling through the whole of the dark, and it needs nothing from you but this, that you lie still and let it work, that you do not tense against the warmth when it rises, that you stay soft and low and out of its way. And you are so far out of its way now. You have handed the whole task over to the wise old machinery of the body and the patient labor of the night, and between them they are carrying you down, degree by unhurried degree, toward the cool that waits at the bottom of the dark. Far away in some other part of the sleeping town, a shutter has been left just ajar, and through the finger's width of gap, the night air moves into a shaded room, slow and blue and cool, and crosses a stone floor that has held its coolness through the whole burning day, and pools there in the dark, and rises no higher than a sleeping body laid low across the tiles. And in another house the same, and in another. All down the hillside, the cool is moving into the shaded rooms where the sleepers lie, all of them low, all of them loose, all of them poured across the coolest surfaces they could find and given over to the long passing of the hot hours. This is how it has always been done, in all the hot countries, through all the centuries, the middle of the heat given to stillness, the body laid down in shade and left there, the day's fierce hours simply waited out by those who long ago learned that you do not conquer the heat, you outlast it, you go low and slow and quiet beneath it, and let it burn itself out over the top of you while you rest. And you are doing it now in your own dark room, on your own hot night. You have joined the oldest wisdom there is about the heat, which is to stop and lie down and let it pass. Let it pass. There is nothing in the heat that has to be answered. It is only weather, only warmth, only the air of a summer night, and it will thin and cool and lift as the dark goes on, all by itself, whether you attend to it or not, and you are not attending to it. You have set it down. It has become a small far thing at the edge of a wide dark quiet, a warmth you can feel without minding, a weight you have stopped carrying. You are somewhere well below it now, in the cool low keeping, where the body rests and the night works and the hours slide by unhurried, one after another, each a little cooler than the last. And your breath has found its slowest rhythm, the deep unhurried swell of a body that has forgotten it was ever uncomfortable. In and out, the cool going in along the throat, the warm going out and away, and between the breaths those long soft pauses where nothing at all is asked, where the body simply floats, held at the still point before the next slow tide of air comes in. In those pauses you go a little deeper. Every one of them lets you down a little further. There is no effort in it. The breath breathes itself. The cooling cools itself. The night keeps itself all around you, holding the whole dark town in its slow blue hands, and you are one small held thing among all the held things, sinking gently through the cool toward a floor you will never quite reach, because there is so much night left to sink through, so many slow, cool fathoms of it still folded out below. There is a smell to the cool of the small hours, if some far corner of you can catch it, the smell of stone that has given up its warmth, faintly mineral, faintly damp, the smell of dew beginning to gather on the sill, on the leaves outside, on the cool metal of the gate, the smell of a garden breathing out at last after the long dry heat of the day. It is the smell of the night turning. It comes in on the slow air and lays itself down across the room, cool and green and clean, and you breathe it without knowing you breathe it. And it tells the old animal in you that the danger of the heat is passing, that the cool is coming, that it is safe now to go all the way down. And the old animal believes it, because it is true, and it loosens the last of its holding and lets you fall the rest of the way into the deep. Down there the sounds are few and soft and far, the tick of the cooling house, the one thread of a cricket somewhere out in the dark, slow now, slowing as the air cools, the pulse of it stretching longer between each note, the whisper of the moving air in the room, the almost nothing sound of your own slow breath. And under all of it, the great silence of the sleeping hours, the deep hush that lies over the whole town in the middle of the night, the quiet so complete that it is almost a texture, almost something you could rest your weight on, and you are resting your weight on it. You are lying full length along the silence of the deep night, held up by it, cradled in it, cooled by it. And it does not give, and it does not tire, and it will hold you just like this for hours and hours yet, all the way through, until the first thin grey begins somewhere at the rim of the sky. But the grey is so far off, you need not think of it. There is only now, only the cool now, only the slow breath and the moving air and the far cool face of the pillow and the deep stone quiet holding you low. If a warmth should gather somewhere, along the back, under the arm, wherever the body meets itself and keeps its heat, let it gather, and let the small slow cool of the air find it in its own time, and let it ease, and let it drain, and let you settle a fraction lower into the cool beneath. The warmth is only passing. The cool is what stays. The cool is the ground you are lying on, the deep unhurried keeping that has been here all along, under every hot night there has ever been, waiting to take the heat away from anyone who would only stop fighting and lie down. You have stopped fighting, you lie down entirely. The whole length of you is given over to the sheet and the dark and the slow cool air, and there is not one part of you still holding, not one muscle still braced against the heat, not one thought still turning over the question of whether sleep will come. Sleep has come. It came a while ago, softly, while the cool was busy at the wrists and the throat, and you slid into it without noticing the edge, the way you slide from the shallows into the deep water, where it simply grows cooler and darker and quieter, with no line to cross. You are in the deep water now. It closes cool over the top of you. It holds you from every side. And the warmth of the day is a bright far surface high above, small and shrinking, of no more account than a patch of weather seen from the bottom of a still green lake. While down here, where you are, it is cool and it is dark and it is utterly, endlessly calm. And still the night goes on giving. Every hour it is a little more generous with its cool. The air that comes across you now is a shade cooler than the air an hour ago, and the air an hour from now will be cooler again, so that the whole long descent of the night is downhill, all of it, tending always toward the cool, never back toward the heat. You do not have to reach for it. It comes to you freely, hour after hour, laying each cooler breath across your skin as a gift you do not have to accept, because you have already accepted everything, because you have stopped refusing anything at all, because you are lying in the open, cupped hands of the night, with nothing held back, and nothing braced, and nothing left to do. Rest, there is so much rest in you now, so much of it, filling you from the low places up, the way the cool air fills the shaded rooms. You are becoming heavy with rest, dense with it, sunk deep with it into the cool of the bed, the way the sleepers on the hillside are sunk into the cool of the tiles. Your hands have gone heavy, your arms have gone heavy and warm, cool and still. Your legs lie long and loose and unminded, the backs of the knees cool where the air has been, the ankles cool, the feet cool at the far edge of the sheet where the night reaches them. Your shoulders have let go of the last small holding they carried. Your jaw is soft. The space between your brows is smooth and open. Even your breath has gone heavy, slow and deep and effortless, sinking and rising like something the night itself is doing to you, for you, without any help of yours at all. And the town sleeps on around you, and the house cools around you, and the deep cool keeping holds you low, and there is nothing now but the long, slow passage of the dark, hour upon cool, unhurried hour, each one folding softly into the next, each one carrying you further from the heat and deeper into the rest, with no edge between them, no waking between them, only the one long smooth downhill drift through the coolest and quietest heart of the night, and you are far, far down it now. And there is so much of it left, so much cool dark still ahead, so many slow soft hours yet to hold you and cool you and carry you on, that there is truly nothing to do but let them, and let go, and go on down, softer and cooler and heavier and slower, into the deep green quiet where the warmth cannot reach, and the night does all the keeping and the rest goes on and on and on. And somewhere below all of this, below the bed and below the floor, and below the cool dark rooms of the house, there is the ground, the old patient ground that the whole town is built upon, and the ground does not know that it is summer. Deep down, a little way beneath the surface, past where the sun's long day can reach, the earth keeps a single steady coolness all year round, the same in August as in the deep of winter, a cool that was laid down slowly and is given up slowly, that neither the hottest afternoon nor the longest heat wave can trouble, and your house has its roots in that. The stone of the walls goes down into it. The old foundations stand in it. And all night long that deep ground cool rises up through the stone, the way water rises in a wick, slow and unhurried, seeping up through the footings and into the lowest courses of the wall and up, cooling the plaster from behind, cooling the floors from beneath, so that even the tiles under a sleeping foot are cool with a coolness that comes not from the air at all, but from far down in the earth, from the steady dark keeping of the ground itself, and you are lying above all of that. Held up by walls that stand in the cool of the world's own foundation, resting on the surface of a coolness that has no bottom. You need do nothing with this, only let it be true beneath you, the way the ground is true beneath a sleeping village, holding everything up without being asked, cooling everything from below without being thanked. Let the deep steady earth cool be the floor beneath your rest, and rest on it, lower than the air, lower than the sheets, lower than any thought, down where it is always, always cool. And near the old houses in a town like this, there is often a well. A round mouth of stone in the corner of a yard, a low wall worn smooth by 100 years of hands and buckets, and down inside it, the dark drops away cool and green and secret, down past the reach of the day, down to where the water waits. And on a night like this, if you were to lean over the worn stone rim, you would feel it before you saw anything at all, a breath of coolness rising up out of the shaft to meet your face, damp and mineral and old, the smell of wet stone and deep water, cool air that has never once been warm, rising slow and steady out of the dark throat of the well the whole night through. That is the breath your house is breathing now from its own deep places, and it moves across your bed. And it cools your face the way the well breath cools the face of anyone who leans and listens. Down there the water lies still and black and cold. A little coin of pale sky floats on the far surface of it, small and trembling, no bigger than a thumbnail from up on the rim. And to lower the bucket is to let it fall away from all the heat of the world, down past the cool damp stones, down into that waiting dark, until it kisses the surface and tips and fills, and the rope goes heavy, and you draw it up hand over hand, and it comes up cool and beaded and streaming, an armful of the deep drawn up into the night, so cold to the touch that it aches sweetly in the wrists to hold it. That is the coolness that lives beneath a house like yours. That is what your walls are standing in, and you have drawn up a whole night of it without lifting a finger, and it is poured out now across your bed, and across your skin, and across the slow soft rise and fall of your sleeping breath. Feel, if you like, the very smallest touch of it, not cold enough to wake you, nothing here will ever be that, only cool enough to notice, at the wrists first, where the skin is thin and the blood runs near. A coolness settling into each wrist like the memory of well water, cool and mineral and calm, sinking in past the skin and carried inward on the slow tide of the blood, up the cool inner arms, into the chest. Spreading through you unhurried, one heartbeat at a time, a well-drawn coolness moving out to every far quiet edge of you. The sides of the neck cool, the hollow of the throat cool, and with each slow beat, a little more of that deep keeping is carried in from the wrists and laid down soft in the warm middle of you, cooling you gently from the inside the way the ground cools the house from below. And out beyond the well, beyond the yard wall, The whole town has settled into the same deep keeping now. The last light in the last window has gone out. The last footstep has crossed the last courtyard and gone in and closed its door. Even the small sounds that held on into the dark, a shutter easing on its hinge, a dog turning over on a cool step, the tick of stone letting go of the day's last warmth, even these have thinned now into a silence so soft and so complete that it is almost a coolness of its own, a hush lying over the rooftops, the way the night air lies over the hills. The town breathes slow. The streets hold the dark between the houses like water held in cupped stone. And every sleeper in every cool room is doing exactly what you are doing, sunk low, breathing slow, given over entirely to the long, generous descent of the night, so that you are not alone in this, not singular, not the only waking thing on a sleeping earth, but one of a whole quiet countryside of resting bodies, all held, all cooled, all carried down together through the coolest heart of the dark. And still the night keeps giving. It has not stopped once. Somewhere out past the edge of the town, out over the dark fields, the air has grown cool enough now that the first dew is beginning to form, the smallest beads of moisture gathering silent on every blade and every leaf, on the cool undersides of things, on the stone of low walls, on the rims of troughs, the night laying down its wet coolness drop by invisible drop across the whole sleeping land. You cannot see it, and you do not need to. You need only know that it is happening, that the world is growing damp and cool and green in the dark, that the heat of the day is being quietly undone out there field by field, while you lie here undone in the same slow way. The fever of the afternoon draining out of the earth, and out of the stone and out of you, all of it together, all of it downhill, all of it tending toward the cool grey hush that waits at the far end of the night. Let the dew form on you too, if it pleases you. Let the faintest cool dampness gather at your temples, at the edge of your hairline, in the soft hollow beneath your throat, not the hot damp of the early night, not that, but a cool, clean dew, a night dew, the kind that means the heat has broken and the long cooling has begun. And let it lie there lightly, cooling as the slow air moves over it, each breath of the well-cool passing across that faint dampness and drawing a little more warmth up and away, out of you, into the dark, so that you are being cooled now the way the fields are cooled, gently, thoroughly, from every surface at once, with nothing asked of you and nothing left for you to do. There is a jug in the corner of the room, an old clay jug, unglazed, thick-walled, standing in the coolest shadow where the floor meets the wall. Someone filled it with water at dusk from the deep of the well and set it there and forgot it. And all through the hot dark it has been doing its quiet, slow work, for the clay is porous, and a little of the water seeps always out through the walls of it to bead on the outside. And as that thin skin of water dries into the moving air, it draws the heat out of what remains, so that the water inside the jug grows cooler than the room around it, cooler than the night, cool as the well it came from, all by itself, all night, asking nothing, the oldest cooling there is. The cooling the dry lands have leaned on for 1,000 summers, in the shade of 1,000 doorways, water kept cold in the heat by nothing but clay and shadow and the patience of the slow air. And you are like that jug now. You are the cool thing standing in the shadow, giving up your heat so slowly and so quietly that you barely feel it go. Only the faint damp on your skin, only the cool moving over it, only the long, steady drawing away of the day's last warmth, breath by breath, hour by hour, until what is left inside you is cool and still and clear as well water in an unglazed jug, in the coolest corner of a dark and sleeping house. Nothing hurries here. The clay does not hurry. The well does not hurry. The deep ground gives up its coolness in its own slow time and asks for nothing back. And the night pours its cool across the rooftops in its own slow time, and the dew forms drop by drop with no thought of morning. And you may sink at exactly that pace, no faster, the pace of stone cooling and water settling and dew gathering in the dark, the pace of a whole land letting go of a long hot day, down and further down. And cooler with the going. And how heavy you have become, heavier than an hour ago. The bed has taken more of you now, your weight has spread and settled into it, the way water finds the shape of the vessel it is poured in, every part of you resting fully, nothing propped, nothing braced, nothing held even the smallest amount off the cool of the sheets. Your head lies deep in the pillow, and the pillow is cool. Your back lies long against the bed, and the bed is cool beneath it. The backs of your arms, the backs of your legs, the places where you meet the mattress, all cool now, all settled, all given over. And in the small warm places that remain, the palms, the soles, the crook of an elbow, the warmth is a soft and pleasant thing, a last low ember of the day banked down under all this coolness, glowing, faint and harmless, no trouble to you at all, only the quiet, warm heart of a body that is otherwise cool through and sinking still. The slow air comes again. It has never really stopped. It moves in off the dark fields carrying the smell of dew and cut hay and cooling stone. It slides in over the sill and pools low across the floor and rises to pass over the bed. And it lays itself across you once more, cooler than the last, as promised, as it always is. And it finds the faint dew at your temple and cools it, and finds the cool wrists and cools them further, and moves on across the sleeping shape of you and out again into the house, out into the cool dark rooms. Out to the deep breathing well and the patient clay jug and the ground that holds it all up from below. In and across and out, in and across and out, the long slow breath of the cooling house and your own long slow breath inside it, the two of them fallen into the same unhurried rhythm now, rising and falling together, the house breathing you and you breathing the house, cool air passing between you all the dark night long. You could not hold on to a worry now if you tried. They have no purchase here. The mind has gone as cool and slow as the rest of you, its quick daytime heat drained off into the dark, along with the heat of the stone and the heat of the fields, its restless turning slowed to the barest drift, a leaf on still water, a coin of pale light trembling faint on the far surface of a deep and quiet well. Thoughts, if any come cool and come slow and come apart before they finish, dissolving softly back into the dark, the way the last beads of water dry from the outside of the clay, leaving nothing, leaving only the cool, only the still, only the long, even breathing, and the endless, generous descent of the night. And the night has so much left to give. This is the truth to rest upon now, that you are not near the end of it, not anywhere near, that the deepest and coolest and quietest hours are only just gathering around you, that there stretches out ahead of you a great unbroken country of dark, hour after cool, unhurried hour, more than you could ever cross before the gray comes, so much of it that there is no possible need to spend the smallest part of yourself in staying afloat on it. You may go all the way under, you may let the last thread of listening go loose in your hand. Everything is arranged for your keeping. The ground holds the house holds the room holds the bed holds you. The well breathes cool through all of it, and the dew cools the world beyond the walls, and the slow air comes and comes and comes, cooler each time, and the town sleeps, and the fields cool, and nothing anywhere asks a single thing of you but this, to lie still and be held and go on down. So go on down, softer now. The words themselves are cooling and slowing, spacing wider, sinking with you, no longer things to follow, only cool stones set here and there along the way down, each one further apart than the last. The well, the ground, the cool clay in the shadow, the dew on the dark fields. Each one touched lightly in passing and then let go, as you are letting everything go, as you have already let almost everything go. The heat is a bright far surface, small and shrinking, high above and of no account. Down here it is cool, down here it is dark. The air comes across you, cooler than before. Your wrists are cool, your brow is cool, your breath is slow. The house breathes, the well breathes, the ground holds it all. And there is so much night left, so much cool dark still to come, so many slow soft hours yet to hold you and cool you and carry you on, that there is nothing to do, nothing at all, but rest here in the deep cool keeping and let the night go on doing what it does and sink and cool and stay. And stay. And while you stay, the house goes on with its quiet night work all around you, the slow, patient shedding of the day it soaked up while the sun was high. You need not attend to any of it. It happens without you, for you, the way breathing happens now without your asking. Somewhere below the room, deeper than the well even, the old foundations sit down in the cool of the earth. Stones that were set into the ground so long ago that no living hand remembers the setting of them, and the ground around those stones has never once been warm, not in the hottest summer any of these fields has ever known. Down there it is always this same cool, a cool with no season in it, a cool that the heat of no single day could ever reach or trouble, and the house stands on that. You rest on that. Under everything that holds you there is that one unchanging coolness in the deep ground, older than the heat, patient beyond the heat, waiting quietly under every hot night that has ever passed over this place, and every hot night still to come. And it will still be cool down there long after this small warm night has gone the way of all the others, forgotten, dissolved, given back to the dark. So let the warm night be small. Let it be the thinnest skin of warmth stretched over that great cool depth, a skin already thinning, already loosening, already lifting away into the dark air above the roof as the hours turn. You are not lying on the heat, you are lying on the cool. The heat is only passing through, on its way out, on its way up and away, and every breath you take draws a little more of the cool up out of the deep ground and into the room, and every breath you let go carries a little more of the day's heat off your skin and up toward the open dark, so that even your sleeping breath is part of the cooling now, in and cool, out and warm, cool drawn up, heat sent off, all night, without effort, without thought. The whole slow tide of it moving through you, while you do nothing at all but lie here and be carried. There is a stone floor somewhere in this house that has not felt the sun all day, a room that faces away from the afternoon, north to the shaded side, where the light comes only soft and grey and indirect and never once lands hot. The floor of that room is cool the way deep water is cool. If you were to cross it now with a bare foot, the coolness would come up into you clean and immediate, into the sole, into the arch, up through the ankle, the way coolness climbs. But you needn't cross it. It is enough to know it is there, that cool grey stone lying quiet in the dark on the shaded side of the house, holding its coolness, the way the well holds its water, patient, brimful, asking nothing. The whole house keeps little pockets of the cool like that, tucked into its shaded corners and its thick north walls and its deep unlit spaces, and the slow night air moves between them and draws them out and threads them together and brings them, in time, unhurried, along the dark passages and under the door and across the floor of this room to you. Feel how the air arrives, not as a wind, nothing so eager as a wind, only as a slow leaning of the coolness toward you, a settling, a gentle filling of the room from the low places upward, because cool air is heavy air and it seeks the floor and the low quiet spaces, and it pools there and rises slowly, so that the coolest part of the whole dark house is the part nearest the ground, the part where you are lying, low and still and level, held near the floor where the coolness gathers deepest. You are lying in the pool of it. It has found you. It lies over you the way still water lies over smooth stones at the bottom of a slow river, without weight, without motion, only a cool, clear presence covering you completely, filling every hollow, touching every part of you at once with the same even coolness. The backs of the hands, the closed eyes, the space behind the ears, the throat, the slow chest, all of it under the same still cool water of the night air, all of it cool, all of it held. And out beyond the walls, the dew goes on settling across the whole dark countryside, more of it now than before, thicker on the grass, beading along the undersides of the leaves, gathering on the cool iron of the gate, and the cool stone of the low wall, and the cool clay tiles of the roofs of the sleeping town. And everywhere the dew settles, it lays down a fresh thin skin of coolness, so that the whole land is being quietly wrapped in it, field after field, roof after roof. A great slow wrapping of the world in cool, and the air that has lain against all that dew comes to you cooler for having touched it, cooler for having crossed the wet grass and the wet stone, and the shaded orchard where the fruit hangs cool and heavy in the dark, and the earth beneath the trees stays damp and cool all through the driest summer. That is the air moving over you now, grass cooled, stone cooled, cooled against 1,000 small wet leaves in the dark. Brought all this way by nothing but the slow leaning of cool toward warm, to lie against your skin and take from you what little heat remains. There was a jug of water set somewhere in the cool of the house, earthen, unglazed, its rough clay sides beaded with damp, sweating slow drops of cool down into the shadow the way the well breathes and the leaves breathe. The water inside it colder than the room, cold from the deep place it was drawn, and the porous clay giving that cold slowly off into the air around it all through the night, so that the very shelf it stands on is cool, and the wall behind it is cool. And anyone who passed a hand near it in the dark would feel the little breath of chill that hangs about it. You needn't drink. It is enough that it is there, that cool water resting in cool clay in a cool corner of the house, one more small still reservoir of cool set into the dark around you, keeping, as everything here is keeping, its portion of the coolness through the warm night, ready, patient, brimming, quietly cold in the shadow while you sleep. This is how they have always lived, in the hot places, the old towns baked white by the long afternoons. They learned it slowly, over more lifetimes than can be counted, and they built the knowing into the very stones. Thick walls to hold the nights cool deep into the day, small windows on the sunward side and deep ones set back in the thickness of the wall so the light falls in cool and slantwise and never straight, floors of stone and tile that stay cool underfoot. Shaded courtyards where a little water moves and the air above it is always cooler than the air in the street. Shutters closed through all the bright hours, the rooms kept dim and cool as caves behind them waiting. And then, in the deep afternoon, when the heat stood at its highest, and the streets emptied, and the light lay white and heavy and pressed on everything, they lay down, not fighting it, not lying awake straining against it, as though the heat were an enemy to be beaten. They simply lay down in the cool, dim rooms behind the shutters, and let the hot hours pass over them, and slept, easy and deep and unashamed, while the day burned itself out overhead. You are doing the old thing now, the wise old thing, the thing bodies have always known how to do in the heat when the fretting mind is set aside and let sleep. You are lying still in the cool dark and letting the warm hours pass over you without a fight. There is no failure in it. There is nothing in it that needs fixing or forcing or trying harder at. It is the oldest rest there is. Whole peoples across whole thousands of years have slept exactly this way, on nights exactly this warm, in rooms with no more machinery than a stone wall and a shuttered window and the slow return of the cool after dark. And they woke gentle in the grey morning and lived long and thought nothing of it, because this is simply what a body does. It waits for the cool. It rests through the warm. It knows how. Your body knows how. It is doing it now, all on its own, while you lie here and let it, sinking a little further into the old, easy way with every slow breath, joining the long, quiet company of everyone who has ever slept well in the heat by the simple grace of not fighting it. So let the fight be over. It is already over. You laid it down some hours ago, that low restless bracing against the warmth, that faint all-over effort you did not even know you were making until it stopped. And now there is only the softness left, the whole body gone loose and heavy and low, poured down into the cool pool of the bed. No edge of you held tight against anything, nothing in you working, nothing in you waiting, only the slow, even breath, and the slow, even cool, and the slow, even turning of the long night over the roofs of the sleeping town. And if somewhere in the deep of the hours, a little warmth should gather again, under the shoulder where you have lain a while, along the back where the sheet has grown close, you will not need to wake for it. The night will meet it. You have felt already how it goes. The faint warm patch discovered, the slow cool current found and turned toward, the sheet's cool underside brought up, the pillow turned once to its cooler face, and the warmth lifting off and away as though it had never been. That whole small kindness happens now half below the surface of your sleep, hardly troubling you at all, a slow drowsy shifting toward the cool that your body manages on its own the way it manages the breath, so that even your surfacings are cool ones, even the small waking edges of the night are met and eased and folded back down into the dark before they ever quite wake you. You are being tended even in your sleep. The cool keeps finding you. The night keeps turning you gently toward its coolest face. Nothing is asked of you, it is all being done. Feel the pillow now, its cool side against your cheek, the linen of it cool and smooth and faintly damp with the dew that has crept even in here. The fibers of it cool where they touch the skin, along the jaw and the temple and the ear, drawing the last small heat out of your face and holding it lightly and letting the night carry it off. And when in an hour or two that cool has warmed beneath you, there will be more cool waiting on the other side, and more beyond that, an endless supply of it, the whole cool night poured into this small square of cloth again and again, so that you will never come to the end of the coolness, never reach the bottom of it, never turn to find it spent. There is more cool here than there is night, and more night than you could ever use. Down and down the temperature of the world goes, in these deep middle hours, the slow steady falling that comes every night to every place after the sun has been gone long enough. The earth giving its heat up to the black open sky, the sky taking it and asking for more, drinking the day's warmth off the fields and the roofs and the roads and the walls, so that the whole countryside cools together in the dark, degree by quiet degree, and the room cools with it, and the bed cools, and you cool. All of you settling down together toward the low, cool floor of the night, the coolest hour of all still ahead of you, still coming, the hour before the gray when the world lies at its very coolest and stillest, and the sleeping town breathes its slowest breath. You are traveling toward that hour now. You have only to keep sinking, and it will come to meet you, cooler than anything yet, the deep cool bottom of the night, and you will be far, far down in sleep by the time it arrives, and it will settle over you there like a last cool blanket laid gently across the dark. There is a spring somewhere up in the hills above the town, where all this cool water begins, a place where the water comes out of the rock cold enough to numb the hand, out of the deep dark inside of the mountain where the sun has never once reached, and it runs down cold over the stones through the cool of the night, gathering the moon on its surface, threading down through the shadowed folds of the hills toward the wells and the courtyards and the clay jugs of the town below. The same deep cold is in the water of your well, the same mountain dark. You are drinking from the mountain when you drink from the well, drinking the cold of a place the heat has never found, and the air off that far cold water, could it reach you, would be the coolest air of all, and perhaps it does reach you, in its way, thinned and gentled by the long dark miles, one more cool thread in the slow braid of night air moving across your skin. Let it be so. Let there be, somewhere far up above the sleeping fields, a source of cold that never fails, running and running in the dark, feeding the whole cool night that holds you, so that behind every cool breath you take there stands a mountain full of cold, patient, endless, older than the town, older than the fields, cold at the roots of the world. And nearer, all around the low walls of the garden, the earth itself lies cool and damp under its thin dry crust, cool the moment you break the surface, cool where the roots go down, holding the last of the night's rain from days ago deep in its dark, and the small green things rooted in it drink cool and stand cool through the warm dark, and the shaded soil under the leaves stays cool enough to lay a cheek against, and all of it breathes its slow ground coolness up into the garden air. So that the lowest air of the garden, near the earth, near the roots, near the base of the cool wall, is cooler than the air a man's height above it, and that low cool air comes creeping in under the door, and across the cool floor to the low place where you lie, seeking its level, seeking you, laying itself down over you one more time, ground cool, root cool, rain cool. The coolness of the patient earth come indoors to keep you through the dark. So there is cool below you in the deep old ground, and cool above you in the black drinking sky, and cool beside you in the shaded stone and the sweating clay and the dew-wet garden, and cool far off in the mountain spring running in its endless dark. And all of it, leans slowly inward through the sleeping house toward this one still low warm point that is you, and cools it, and cools it, and cools it, patient as the ground, endless as the spring, gentle as the dew, all the long night. Asking nothing, giving and giving and giving the cool, so that there is nothing left for you to do, nothing at all, nowhere left to get to, nothing left to try, only this, to lie here at the cool bottom of the great cool house in the great cool night, and be given to, and go on down. Softer still, the words spacing wider now, sinking with you, cool stones set further and further apart along the way down, the deep ground, the drinking sky, the mountain water in the dark, the cool creeping earth, each one touched once and let go, the pillow cool against your cheek, the slow air crossing your wrists, the long even breath. And so much night still left to come, so many cool dark hours still gathering ahead, so much cool still to be poured over you before any grey light stirs, that there is no edge to it anywhere, no end of it to reach, only the wide cool dark going on in every direction, and the slow soft sinking down through it, down past the words, down past the last thin thread of listening, down into the cool deep keeping of the night. Cool now, and low, and held, and still further down. And down here, so far down, there is a new thing to notice, though noticing is hardly the word for it now, more a slow letting in, the way a cool room lets in the coming of morning long before the light. There is the coolness of things that have been kept, the coolness of a house that knows how to keep things cool, and all through the sleeping rooms below you and around you, there are small stores of cool laid by, the way an old house always has them, and you can feel them there without moving toward them, the way you feel a shaded doorway before you reach it. There is a stone crock in the larder, glazed dark on the outside and cool as a well within, and inside it the butter lies firm and pale and cold, kept down out of the heat all through the burning day, and around the crock the thick air of the larder hangs still and cool against the north wall, that wall the sun never touches, cool brick, cool plaster, cool slate shelf, and a bowl of milk with the cream set on it standing untroubled in the dark, its surface faintly cold. And the smell of the larder is the smell of coolness itself, of stone and cold cream, and the earth cool of vegetables sleeping in their basket, and none of it stirs, none of it warms, all of it simply keeps, hour upon hour, the way you are being kept. And a little of that larder cool comes seeping under its door too, and joins the low cool river already crossing the floor toward you, and adds itself, and lays itself down. And further off, at the shaded side of the house, a jug of water stands overnight on a cold windowsill, a plain jug with a cloth laid over its mouth, and the water in it has given up the last of the day's warmth into the dark, and gone cool and flat and still, cool to the glaze, cool to the lip, and if you were to lift it now it would be heavy and cold in the hand, beaded faintly on the outside where the night air meets its chill, and you can feel that jug standing there in the dark. Patient and full and cold, one more cool thing keeping through the night, asking nothing, only holding its coolness ready. You do not have to reach for any of it. It is enough that it is there. The cool is everywhere in the house now, stored in the low rooms and the shaded shelves and the deep crocks and the standing water, and all of it faintly, slowly, leans the same way the mountain leans and the ground leans and the sky leans, all of it toward the low warm still place that is you, cooling it, keeping it, giving. And your breath goes on, slow and long, and even without your minding it at all. The out-breath a little longer than the in, warm air leaving you soft into the cool dark of the room, and cool air coming back, drawn quietly down over the sill and across the floor and up to where you lie. Each breath carrying a little of your heat away out into the great cool night that has so much room for it, so much dark to spread it thin in, that your heat is nothing to it. A candle's worth given up to a whole hillside of cold, taken and lost and cooled to nothing. And you need not send it, and you need not follow it. The breath knows the way. The breath has always known the way, in and down and out and away, in and down and out and away, laying you a little lower each time. And somewhere in the deep of the house, a clock keeps a slow, soft time, not to be counted, only felt. The way you feel a heart that is not your own beating quietly in another room, and each slow stroke of it lets another little measure of the night go by, unhurried, uncounted, another handful of the cool dark spent, and another still to come, so many still to come, and the clock does not hurry them, and neither will you. There is nowhere the night is trying to get to, nothing the dark is in a rush to finish. Only this long, even keeping, stroke after slow stroke, cool hour after cool hour, and you sunk down beneath the counting of it, below the reach of the hours, held in the part of the night that has no number. Soften now, let even the clock go. And lower still, beneath the floor you lie above, beneath the boards and the cool larder and the cold jug, the old ground of the house goes down into its own long dark, and it is cool all the way down, cooler the deeper it goes, past the reach of any sun that ever shone on the roof, and the whole weight of the house rests down onto that cool ground and is steadied by it, and you rest down onto the house, and the house rests down onto the cool. And the cool rests down onto the deep, patient dark of the earth, and there is nothing beneath all of that for you to hold, nothing you must carry. It is all being carried, floor and stone and root and dark, all bearing you down softly onto the cool of the world and holding you there, so that the heaviness you feel in your limbs now is not the heat's heaviness, not the day's, but the good low heaviness of a thing set safely down at last and left. The weight of a body that no longer has to hold itself up, given over to the cool floor of the night. Heavy and cool and let down and kept. And see how the sweat of the early night has gone from you quietly while you were sinking, the damp cooled and dried and gone from the back of your neck, from the hollow of your chest, from the backs of your knees. The skin there dry now and cool where the slow air has crossed it again and again, drying it soft the way a breeze dries a stone at evening, so that there is no stickiness left to trouble you, no heat pooled anywhere along you, only cool dry skin lying easy against the cool sheet. And the sheet gone cool again in the long dark, cool where your arm rests, cool where your cheek rests, and if some small warm place should gather anywhere along you in the hours still to come, the cool is all around it and ready, and it will be found and drawn off and cooled without your waking, without your trying, the same slow, unhurried cooling pass moving over you again and again through the dark, wherever it is needed, however many times, all night, asking nothing of you. You need do nothing. You have done everything already, simply by lying still and letting the cool come. The stillness is the whole of your work, and it is finished, and it goes on finishing itself with every breath, stiller and stiller, and the stiller you lie, the more freely the cool moves over you, the more freely your own warmth leaves you into the dark, the lower and cooler and heavier you sink. And the siesta country knows this, the old hot country your body seems to remember now without ever having been there, the whitewashed towns that sleep through the burning noon behind closed shutters and wake again in the cool, and sleep again in the deep of the night, the long, thick sleep of people who have made their peace with the heat, who do not fight it, who lie down in the coolest low room of the house through the worst of it, and let it pass over them like weather, unbothered, unhurried. Breathing slow behind the thick, cool walls. And you are lying that way now, that old wise way, in the coolest hour of the coolest room, letting the night's heat pass over you and away, no more troubled by it than the cool crock in the larder, no more troubled by it than the deep stone in the well. Breathe and sink and be kept. And up under the eaves, though you need not go there, the last warmth of the house is quietly leaving too, rising the way warmth always rises, up and out through the roof into the black sky, drawn off the tiles into the wide, cold night, so that even the topmost warm air of the house is thinning and lifting and going, leaving the rooms below it cooler as it goes, and the cool comes down to take its place, sliding down the stairwell, pooling in the low rooms, gathering where you lie. The whole house slowly emptying of its heat upward into the sky and slowly filling with cool from the ground below. A long, quiet exchange going on all around you in the dark, warmth up and away, cool down and in, hour after hour, tide after slow tide, and you at the low, still cool heart of it, taking no part, only lying in the place where all the cool comes to rest. Lower now. And out beyond the house, the whole dark country is doing the same, giving up its day's heat to the sky, every field and roof and road lying open under the cold high dark, and letting the warmth stream off it into the stars, so that the whole land cools together through the night, mile upon mile of it, and the air over the cooling land grows heavier and slides downhill, off the high ground, down the long slopes, gathering into the low places, into the valleys, into the lanes. Moving slow and cool and unseen toward the river and the town and the garden and the low room where you lie. A whole countryside's worth of night-cooled air drifting gently downhill to find you, patient, unhurried, certain as water, and some small last part of it comes at length under your door and lays itself over you, carrying the cool of far-off fields you will never see, and you take it in, one more cool breath from the wide, cooling dark, and let it go. Far fields, cool and dark, and streaming their heat away to the stars. And the stars themselves, if you let your mind drift up to them the way the warmth drifts up, are burning in a cold so deep and so wide that all the heat of all the summers that ever were is nothing against it. A black cold with no bottom and no edge, hung with points of far white fire, and the whole warm turning earth is falling quietly through the middle of it, cooling its lit side, cooling its dark side, and you on the dark side now, turned away from the sun. Carried slowly through the cold of the deep sky on the back of the cooling world, given the long dark half of the turning, the resting half, the cool half, and there are hours of it yet to come before the world turns, your window back toward the light, hours and hours of the cool dark side, and you will spend them all here, sunk down and kept, carried through the cold by the patient world. Carried and cooled and let go ons. And nearer than the stars, in the garden just beyond the wall, the night has laid its dew down over everything silent while you sank, and every leaf and every blade wears its thin cool skin of water now, cold to the touch, silvered under whatever faint light the sky lets fall, and the dew is the night's own coolness made into water, gathered out of the dark air onto every cold surface, and it lies there waiting the grass down soft, cooling the stone of the path, beading on the cold iron of the gate. And the smell of it comes faintly in, the green, wet, cool smell of a garden at the deep of the night, and that smell too is a cool thing, and you breathe it, and it cools the inside of you the way the dew cools the outside of the leaves. And a single drop, gathered too heavy to hold, lets go of a leaf tip somewhere out there in the dark and falls, and touches the cool earth without a sound, and is taken in, and that is the whole event of the hour, that one cool drop let down into the cool ground, and it is enough, it is all that need happen, the slow letting go of one cool thing into another, over and over, all night, all across the sleeping garden, all across the sleeping land. Everything cool letting itself gently down into everything cooler, and you among them, one more cool thing letting itself down, deeper, softer, into the keeping of the dark. Let down, like the dew, without a sound. And there is nothing now that you must keep hold of, nothing to carry into the next hour. The night carries the hours and the ground carries the house, and the house carries you and the cool carries all of it. And your one small task, the only one you ever had, was to stop holding on, and you have, and it is done. And the more you let go, the cooler you lie, and the deeper you sink, and the further off the warm, troubled world of the evening drifts, small now and far, and nothing to do with you. A room you have left, a heat you have walked down out of, into these cool, low, deep rooms of the night where you are now. And breathe slow, or sink, and be carried. And let the next cool hour come the way the dew came, unasked, while you were sinking, laying itself over everything, over the garden and the roof, and the low, cool room, and the still cool shape of you in it. One more soft, cool weight settling down through the dark. One more long, slow measure of the night poured gently over you and taken in and given nothing back but your warmth, which the wide dark takes and loses and cools to nothing, gladly, endlessly, all the hours till morning, which is still so far off. So far down the night from here that there is no reaching it and no need to. Only this, only the cool going on, and the sinking going on, and the dark going on, wide and low and kind. Cool now, and low, and carried, and further down still. And down there, below even the garden, below the roots of the grass and the cold beads of the dew, the earth itself is cool, and cooler the deeper it goes, and you can let your mind drift down into it now the way water drifts down, finding the low places, the slow places, sinking through the dark warm topsoil into the cool clay beneath, where nothing of the day's heat ever reaches, where it is always this same even coolness, patient, unbothered. Holding steady through every hot noon that ever crossed the surface far above. The earth keeps its own cool the way a deep house keeps it, in the low rooms, in the thick walls, and you are being kept the same way now, held in the cool that lives under things, that lives below the reach of the sun. And there is no hurry down here, none at all. Somewhere under an old house not unlike the one that holds you, there is a floor of stone laid straight onto the earth, worn smooth and shallow-dished by 100 years of quiet feet. And that stone has never once been warm, not in any summer, because the cool of the ground comes straight up through it and keeps it always cold to a bare soul, always faintly damp with the coolness it draws from below. And if you laid your palm flat upon it, now you would feel the cool come up into your hands slow and certain, not a shock, not a startle, only a steady drawing off of your warmth into the wide, cold, patient body of the earth, which takes it and asks nothing and gives you the cool back in its place. And your hand would grow heavy there, and your arm, and you would not want to lift it, only leave it on the cold stone and let the coolness climb. That is what is happening to all of you now, slowly, the warmth drawn off, the cool coming up to fill the place it leaves, hour on hour, the way the ground draws warmth from a stone floor all through the night, and never fills, never warms, only takes and stays cool. And you are lying on the cool the way the floor lies on the earth, held from below, cooled from below. And the sheet over you barely there, a breath of cotton, doing its small quiet work, and beneath you the whole cool weight of the sleeping ground. And further under still, where the clay gives way to older, colder things, there is water moving, slow in the dark, the way water has always moved under the land, threading down through the cold rock, never seeing light, never warming, keeping the deep even chill of the places the sun has never once touched. And it goes without sound, that water feeling its way down and along, patient as the clay, cold as the stone, and it has all the time there is, and it asks nothing of you either. Only moves, slow in the dark, being cool, the way you are only lying slow in the dark, being cool. And if there were a well sunk down through all of that, an old stone well in the corner of a courtyard somewhere, its mouth ringed with worn cold stone, you could lean over it in the dark of the deep night and feel the cool breathe up out of it into your face. The cool that lives 40 feet down where the water stands black and still and colder than any night air, and it would rise up the shaft slow and steady, that breath of cold, smelling faintly of wet stone and deep earth. And it would move across your face like the gentlest possible thing, and you would want to stay there leaning into it, letting the cold come up out of the ground and pass over you and go. And that is a current too, one more cool current found and followed, rising out of the deep cool dark and passing over the still shape of you and going on up into the night. And down at the bottom, on the black still face of the water, one drop falls from the cold stones of the shaft, and the small sound of it goes round and round the stone throat of the well and softens and is gone, and the water settles and is still again and cold, and keeps its cold all night 40 feet down under everything, while you lie up here in the low, cool dark, being kept the same way, held in the same patient cool. Part of the same slow, cold quiet that runs all the way down under the house and the garden and the land. Let it hold you, it holds so easily. And the night is long, and there is so much of it left, and that is not a trouble now, that is a kindness, because every hour of it is a cool hour, and they are lined up ahead of you all the way to morning like cool rooms opening one into the next, each one dimmer and cooler and stiller than the last, and you have only to drift on through them, one to the next, asking nothing, doing nothing, going the way water goes through the low, cool passages of the ground, down and on and down. And should you rise a little now, the way a sleeper does, up toward the thin surface of the night, and find a small warmth gathered somewhere, at the back of the neck perhaps, or where an arm has lain too long against your side, it is nothing, it is only a little warmth, and the whole cool night stands ready to take it gladly, the way the deep earth stands ready under the stone floor. You need only turn a little, let the air find the warm place, let the cooler cotton meet it, move a hand out into the open dark where the night has been waiting all this while, and the coolness comes, it always comes, it has never once failed to come. And the small warmth lifts and thins, and is drawn off into the wide dark and lost, and the cool settles down into its place, and you sink again, lower than before, because each surfacing only lets you down deeper when it passes, the way a swimmer who breaks the surface and breathes goes down again easier, heavier, more given over than before. So let it surface, that little warmth, let it be met, let it be taken, it is already being taken. And already you are sinking back, cooler, past the place you were, down into the next cool room of the night, which was always there, waiting, dim and low and still. And this is how the whole night passes, in the old countries, in the hot lands where people have slept through summers for 1,000 years, without any machine to cool the air, and knew how, and know how still. They do not fight the heat of the day, they lie down into the cool of the shuttered rooms and let the worst of it pass over them. They go heavy and slow through the white noon hours behind thick walls and closed shutters, sleeping the deep flat sleep of the middle of the day, and they rise into the cool of the evening unhurried, and they know the night as a friend, a long, cool friend that comes to lay its coolness down over everything the way the dew comes. And they sleep the way you are sleeping now, given over, unresisting, letting the cool do the work, letting the dark do the carrying, sunk down heavy into the low hours with nothing held, nothing guarded, nothing kept back. The body knows how, if the mind will only let it, and your mind has let it now, it has put the day down, it has stopped its holding, and the body has gone about its old quiet work, the work it has always known, the slow letting down of its own warmth, the slow settling of its own deep tide, the cooling that comes on its own in the dark once the fight is done, and the fight is done. So heavy now, the good heaviness of a body that has given up the last of its holding on, that lies the way a stone lies, the way a fallen thing lies, without effort, without any part of it braced or lifted or kept. The shoulders let all the way down into the cool, the long muscles of the back gone soft and spread, the hands open, the jaw loose. The weight of the head sunk full into the cool of the turned pillow, which took its coolness from the night air and gives it back to you slow, against your cheek, against your temple, the plain cotton coolness of the far side of the pillow, and you lie into it, and it holds the cool a long while before it warms, and long before it warms you will have drifted on, down past caring, into the next dim room. There is that faint moving of the air again, that thread of it, coming from somewhere across the room, from a gap left open to the night, the smallest slow current sliding in over the sill where the outside dark has finally cooled below the inside dark, and it comes in low and unhurried, and feels its way across the floor and up over the edge of the bed, and lays itself along your arm, cool, barely there. A slow, cool breath of the outside night moving through the room the way the deep breath moves up the well. And it finds the warm places and cools them. It finds the hollow of your throat and cools it. It moves along the line of your jaw and is gone, and comes again, slow, on its own time, in from the cooling dark and across you and away. And you do not have to catch it or keep it or even quite feel it. It will find you. It comes and goes on its own all night. A slow tide of cool air moving from the cooler dark outside toward the warmth of the room and being cooled again and moving again. And you lie in the middle of that slow tide, and it washes the warmth off you a breath at a time and carries it away out into the night to be lost, and brings the cool back in, over and over, unasked, while you sink. Cool comes in, warmth goes out, cool comes in, and you need do nothing but lie in the middle of it and be slowly rinsed of the day's last heat, breath by breath, hour by hour, by the patient turning of the night air. And out beyond the sill where that cool thread is coming from, the whole land has gone over into its deep coolness now, the fields lying flat and dark and dewed, the lanes cool between their hedges, the low places filled with the cold air that has slid down off the slopes and pooled there in the dark, the way cold air does, sinking, finding the hollows, filling them slow with a coolness you could wade into to the knee if you walked out across the night fields. A cold, clear lake of night air standing invisible in every dip and furrow of the land. And the whole country lies cooling under the dark like this, every roof letting go its day's heat up into the wide, clear sky, every wall drawing the cool up out of the ground, every garden dewed, every lane cool, the whole sleeping land letting itself down into the night the way you have let yourself down, all of it cooling together, all of it carried in the same dark. And the sky over all of it wide open and cold, the heat of the day gone straight up off the land and out into that black cold height where the stars are, given away to the dark between them, lost up there in the cold that has no bottom, and the land left cooler for the losing, and you under it, cooler still, one small cooling thing among all the cooling things of the night, roofs and fields and stones and leaves, and the still dark shape of you, all of you giving the day away upward into the cold. All night, and none of you the poorer for it, all of you eased. Let it go up. Let the last warmth go up and out and be lost in the cold high dark. You do not need it. You were never meant to keep it. Let it rise off you slow the way it rises off the cooling roofs, and be taken, and be gone, and lie there lighter for the loss of it, cooler, emptier, easier, sunk further into the low, cool dark than you have been all the night. And how far off the morning is from here? How far down the long, cool slope of the night you have already come, and how much further there is to go, hour on cool hour, and no need to go quickly, no need to arrive, only to drift on down the slope the way the cold air drifts down into the hollows, slow, unhurried, finding the low places, filling them, settling. The morning will keep. The morning is at the far, cool bottom of the night, and it will still be there whenever the night has finished lowering you down to it. And between here and there is nothing but cool and dark and the slow going down, which asks nothing of you, which you could not stop now if you tried, and would not try. Deeper, cooler, carried. And if a sound comes in from the night, some small far sound, a dog somewhere across the fields, a car on a distant road, the settling of the house as it cools, and its old timbers give up the last of the day's warmth and shift a hair in the dark. Let it come and let it go. None of it is for you. It is only the night going on about its business out there beyond the cool room, and you are done with business. You are down under all of it now, in the still low place where sounds arrive already softened, already half gone, and pass over you like the cool air passes, touching nothing, and drift away into the dark on the far side of you and are lost. You are too deep now for anything to reach and hold, Too far down, too given over, too cool. Things come to the surface of the night far above you and make their small rings and fade. And down where you lie, the water does not even stir. Still and cold and dark and kept. And the house holds the cool close around you, the low room with its air gone still and cool at last. The far wall, the dark ceiling you cannot see and need not see. The door standing open on the darker rooms beyond where the cool has pooled deep in the unlit spaces, and all of it wrapped close and quiet around the bed, and the bed holding you, and the cool holding the bed, and the dark holding the house, and the wide cool night holding all of it, layer on layer of holding. Each thing carried by the next, and you at the still center of all that carrying, held by everything, holding nothing. Nothing to hold, nothing to keep, nothing to do but lie here cool, and let the long night carry you the way it carries the roofs and the fields and the deep black water in the well, patiently, coolly, all the hours down toward a morning that is still so far off it need not be thought of at all. It's only this, only the cool going on and the dark going on, and your slow breath going out into the cool and coming back and going out, each one a little slower, a little further down. Breathe out and sink, breathe out and cool and down. And let the next hour come as the dew came, as the cold air comes down into the hollows unasked, while you lie here already sunk beneath it, already carried, already cool, already so far down in the kind low dark of the night that there is nothing left to reach for, and nothing left to fear, and nothing left to do but lie still and be cooled and be carried, on, and further down still. And somewhere below the floor of the house the earth itself is cool, the way earth is always cool a little way down, past the warm skin of the ground that the sun beat on all day, down where the roots go, where the old foundations sit in soil that has not felt the heat of any day in 100 years. And you are resting on top of all of that coolness, the whole dark, cool weight of the ground beneath the house holding steady under you, patient, unmoved by the heat that came and went above it. A coolness that was here before this night and will be here after, and you are laid out just above it, borne up on it, close to it. And the sheet has gone cool against you at last, that first cool it finds in the smallest hours when the room has finally let go of the day. The thin cotton lying light along your side, along the length of your leg, cool where it touches, and you have not had to do anything to make it so. It cooled while you sank. The way everything in the room is cooling now without being asked, the wood of the floor giving back its warmth to the dark air, the walls letting go by slow degrees, the glass of the window cool now to the touch if a hand were laid against it, though no hand needs to be, though nothing needs to be reached for or checked or done. Only lie still and let the cool find its way to you corner by corner, the way it is finding the low fields outside, the way it is settling into the long grass and beading on the leaves and gathering in the cupped places of the world. It comes to you as it comes to all of it, without hurry, without choosing, without any need for you to help it along. It lands on the back of your hand, where your hand lies open on the sheet. It moves along the cool inner turn of your wrist. It rests in the hollow of your throat, where the pulse has gone slow and long. And your breath keeps going out into the room slow, and the room takes it and gives back its cool, and you draw a little of that cool in and let it go. And each turning of the breath is quieter than the one before, further apart, less and less a thing you do and more a thing that happens on its own. The way the tide happens, the way the slow settling of the night happens, all by itself, all around you, carrying you along with it whether you tend to it or not. It is a stone trough somewhere out past the edge of sleep, in the yard of an old farm, where spring water has run cool and steady for longer than anyone alive can remember. It comes up out of the ground already cold, out of the deep cool dark of the hill, and it fills the stone and it overflows the stone, and it runs away down a channel worn smooth, and it never stops, and it is never warm, not in the hottest week of the hottest summer, because it comes from down where the heat has never reached. And the stone of the trough is dark and damp and cool along its rim, green at the waterline, cold to lay a palm against. And the water sliding over is so clear you would not know it was there. But for the cool it carries, and the small unhurried sound it makes going away into the grass. And you are near that coolness now, the deep earth coolness of water that has never seen the sun. It is the same coolness that has come up through the floor of the house to meet you, the same steady cold that lives under all the heat of the world, waiting, patient, and you have sunk down close to it, close enough to feel it laid against your back and along your sides like something cool poured slow into the shape of you and left to hold. Held and cooled and carried. Far above you at the top of the night, the last warmth of the day is still leaking away into the dark sky, going up and up, off the roofs, off the roads, off the baked stone of the walls, streaming up into the black where the stars are and thinning as it goes. And the sky drinks it in and gives back nothing but cold, the wide cold of the space beyond the air, pressing gently down on the whole dark countryside, laying itself over the fields and the hills and the low roof of your house. A cool so vast and so patient that the small stubborn warmth of one hot day is nothing to it, is already gone, is already given up and drawn away. And under that great cool sky the house cools, and under the cooling house the cool room holds you, and you go on sinking gently into the cool that comes up from the ground and the cool that comes down from the sky, meeting in the still dark room, meeting in the bed, meeting in you. And if you have surfaced a little, if some warmth gathered under you and stirred you toward the thin edge of waking, the way it does in the small hours, a little heat pooling where your body meets the bed, a faint dampness at the back of the neck, a sense of the night being long, then let it be met now, the way it is always met here, with nothing but cool. Turn, if you like, the smallest turn to where the sheet is cool and untouched, to the cool country of the bed you have not yet lain in, and lay your cheek there on the cool, and feel it take the little warmth from your skin and give back its own coolness in its place, slow, even, unbothered. There is always more cool. The bed is wide and most of it is cool, and you need only drift a hand's width to find it, and then a hand's width more when that has warmed all night long. A slow wandering across the cool of the sheet, following the cool the way a sleeper has always followed it, without waking, without deciding, the body knowing on its own where the cool lies and drifting toward it in the dark. And the pillow, when it has warmed beneath you, has a whole cool underside waiting, a cool far face turned down into the dark, and it turns so easily, and the cool of it comes up to meet your cheek like water rising, and for a long while that is enough, that is everything, the cool of the turned pillow against the side of your face, and the slow breath going out, and the dark all around. And the sweat that gathered goes cool as it dries, and cooling cools you the way it was always meant to, the oldest cooling there is, the body's own, quietly at work while you lie still and let it work. You do not have to do it. It does itself. A faint dampness at the temple drying slow in the still air and taking the last heat with it as it goes, leaving the skin cooler than before, cool and dry and easy, and you sink a little further for it, down past where the heat could follow. This is how they slept, all the long generations in the hot lands, through all the hot centuries, before there was anything but the night's own cool to wait for. They lay still through the worst of the heat, and they let the body do its slow, patient work, and they waited on the turning of the night. And the night always turned, and the cool always came, down out of the dark, up out of the ground, and found them lying still and ready for it, and cooled them, and carried them through to the grey cool of the morning. And it is doing that now. It is doing for you exactly what it has always done, asking nothing, requiring nothing, only that you lie still and let the long night lower you down. Down where the cool has pooled. And the small hours world outside has gone entirely to the cool now, the last warm places surrendering one by one, the road giving up its heat to the dark, the field giving up its heat, the stone of the old walls that held the sun so long now cool to the depth of a hand, and the mist beginning, the low white mist that comes when the ground has cooled enough, gathering in the dips of the fields, lying along the little streams, cool and soft and silent, rising no higher than the knee. A slow, cool river of it, filling the low ground while the world sleeps. And the cool of that mist is the cool that has come into your room, the same cool, the same quiet settling of the night, and it lies along the bed the way it lies along the fields, soft, low, unhurried, filling the shape of the mattress, filling the hollow where you lie, rising just to the height of the sheet, and no higher, cool and still and holding. And you at the bottom of it, sunk beneath the cool, the way the low fields are sunk beneath the mist, covered over, kept, carried. Breathe out, and let the cool close a little more over you. Breathe out and sink. Somewhere the temperature of the night touches its lowest point, the coldest hour, the hour before the first grey, when the ground has given up all it has to give, and the sky has drawn away the last of the warmth, and the whole turning world sits for a while at the bottom of the cool, and everything living lies still in it, the birds gone quiet in the cool dark of the hedges, the beasts in the fields folded down into the cool grass, the whole countryside lowered into the same deep coolness you are lowered into. All of it resting together at the cool floor of the night. And you are part of that resting, one still cool sleeping thing among all the still cool sleeping things, held in the same great cool, carried through the same dark hour, and there is nothing you must do that the mist is not already doing, nothing you must reach for that the cool has not already brought, no warmth left in you that the patient night is not already drawing gently away. It's only lie, only cool, only downs. And the hours go by like cool water going by, one and then another, each one a little cooler than the last, each one carrying you a little further from the heat of the day that is finished now and will not come again tonight. The day burned out, the day given up, the day drawn off into the dark and gone. And only the long, cool descent left, only the slow going down, only the night lowering you patiently toward the grey, and the cool of a morning that will keep, that is keeping. That waits for you at the far cool bottom of all these hours, with no hurry in it at all. There is frost in the high places, on the tops of the far hills, even on a night grown out of such a day, a thin bright cold up where the air is always thinner, and the cold comes early, a faint silvering on the high grass and the high stone, and the cold pours off those heights all night, slow and heavy, down the long dark slopes, down through the woods, down along the stream beds, gathering coolness as it comes, feeling its way down into the low country where the villages sleep, into the lanes, under the doors, into the cool, stone passages of the old houses. And some of that high cold has found its way here, has come down off the far hills through all the dark hours to lie now against your window and seep now through the cool room and settle now around the bed. It has come a long way to reach you, and it asks nothing for having come. It only lies down alongside you, cool from the high places, cool from the frost on the tops, and rests there and cools you and stays. And you take it in with your slow breath, the high clean cold of it, the far carried cool, and let it move down through you, down through the chest, down through the long ease of your arms, down to where your feet lie cool and still at the foot of the bed, and out and away and back again, cooler still. And breathe the high cold in, and let it settle, and breathe and downs. The well beneath the old house is deep and dark, and the water at the bottom of it has never once been warm, black cool water standing still in the cold stone dark, a long drop down from the round of light at the top, and the walls of it green and wet and cold all the way down, and the air in the shaft cool as a cellar, cool as the inside of the hill, and at the very bottom the water waits, still and black and cold, holding the cool of the deep ground in its dark, unmoving face. And you have gone down as deep as that now, down where the water does not stir, down in the cool dark past where the day ever reaches, past where sound comes, past where the heat could ever find you, at the still cold bottom of the long night, held in the deep cool the way that black water is held in the deep cool stone, kept and quiet and cold and going nowhere and needing to go nowhere all the dark hours through. As still, as and cool, as and carried. And the mist lies on the fields, and the frost lies on the hills, and the black water lies still in the well, and the cool lies close all around you, layer on patient layer, and the night goes on lowering the whole cool world down toward the morning. And you with it, gently, gently, no part of you left out, no part of you left warm, no part of you asked to do anything but lie here at the bottom of the cool and be carried. And breathe out and cool, and breathe out and sink. And let the next dark hour come the way the frost came down off the hills, unasked, arriving cool over the sleeping country, settling where you already lie sunk beneath it, already cooled, already carried, already so far down in the deep kind cold of the night that there is nothing to reach for and nothing to fear and nothing to do but lie still and cool and let the long night hold you on and further down into the cool, into the dark, toward the far grey morning that keeps and keeps and is in no hurry at all. And the cool keeps coming, and you keep going down, and the night keeps its slow, careful hold on everything, on the mist and the fields and the well and the frost on the high tops, and the cool low room and the cool wide bed, and you at the still center of it, held by all of it, holding none of it, cool now all the way through. As still, and cooler, and carried. And somewhere out past the well and the dark fields the air is moving now, very slowly, the way it moves in the small hours when the land has given back the last of the day's warmth, and the ground has cooled, and the air above the ground has cooled with it, and there is a current stirring that was not there before, a low, slow river of cooler air sliding down off the higher ground and finding the hollows and pooling there, the way water would, cool air lying in the low places. Cool air seeping along the ditches and the lanes and coming down at last toward the house where you lie. And it comes so quietly, this cool, so patient, feeling its way, and it comes to the wall of the house and finds the gap under the eaves and the thin dark line where the window stands open a hand's width, and it comes through unhurried and lays itself down along the sill and spills over, cool, into the room where you already lie so far down and so far cooled. And you do not have to reach for it. It has come to find you. It was always going to come. All that heat of the long day, all that thick still air that would not move. The night undoes it, patiently, without effort, the way it always has, the way it always will, and the cool comes down off the dark land and pools in the room and lies along your skin. And there is nothing you need do but let it lie there. Feel, if you feel anything at all now, only how the air has changed, how it is thinner now and cleaner and carries a coolness up from the ground it crossed, how it moves so slowly across the room that it is less a breeze than a settling, a lowering, a quiet arrival of cool where before there was only the still, warm dark. And it touches the edge of the sheet where it lies folded back and lifts it, only barely, only enough that a thread of the cool slips under and lies against the side of you, cool along the ribs, cool where the arm rests, cool in the soft hollow beneath. And it stays, and you keep it, and you sink another slow finger's width down into the cool of the bed, and the night keeps coming, on and on, patient past all telling. Far off the church clock in the sleeping village lets go of one soft note into the dark, and the note travels out over the cooling gardens and the wet grass and the low white mist, and it reaches you very faint and very far away, more the memory of a sound than a sound, and it tells you nothing you need to know, only that the night goes on, only that the dark is deep and wide and holds 100 sleeping houses, and you are one small cool sleeper among all of them, no different. No more asked of you than of any of them, all of you laid down together under the same cool spreading dark, all of you carried the same slow way toward the same far morning. And in the cold larder at the back of the old house, on the north side where the sun never comes, the slate shelf holds its cool the way it has held it since the house was raised, a broad grey slab of stone worn smooth and always cold to the hand, cold as a stream stone, cold as the deep well water, and on it the crock of milk stands cool and the butter keeps firm and the air hangs still and cool and smells faintly of stone and of the earth the stone came out of. And that cool has never once broken, not in any summer, not in the hottest of them, because the thick north wall keeps the day out and the stone floor keeps the grounds cool in, and the whole small room stays low and dim and cold the year round. And you may lay the flat of your mind on that cold slate the way you would lay a warm palm, and feel the cool come up into you out of the stone, steady, unhurried, giving and never running out. Because behind the stone is the wall, and behind the wall is the hill, and behind the hill is the whole deep cool body of the earth. And none of it is ever warm all the way down, none of it. And the cool of it comes up through the stone into your hand, and up your arm, and into you, and lies in you, and cools you, and stays. Breathe the stone cool in, let it fill the low room of you, breathe, and hold nothing, breathe, and cool. And the night is in no hurry, none at all, and neither now are you. And the mist that lies on the low fields has crept a little higher while you sank, and it stands now at the height of the hedges, a soft grey sea of it filling all the hollows of the country, and every blade and every leaf that stands up out of it is beaded cold with the wet of it, and the whole land lies drowned to the waist in cool white stillness, and nothing moves in it, and nothing needs to, and the cool of it rises so gently that you cannot say where the ground ends and the sky begins. Only that all of it is cool, all of it grey and cool and still, all of it lowered down together under the patient weight of the small dark hours. And you lie in the middle of that cool, the way a stone lies at the bottom of a still pool, needing nothing, wanting nothing, doing nothing, only resting, only being cool, only being carried by the whole slow turning of the night from the deep of it toward the far pale edge of it that is still hours and hours away, and coming so slowly you would never feel it come. Turn if some small warmth has gathered anywhere along you, turn the least amount, the way a sleeper turns, without waking, without deciding, and find the cool that waits there on the far side of you, the sheet cool where you have not lain, the pillow cool where your cheek has not pressed, the air cool where the slow current off the hills has been lying in wait, and give the warmth over to it, hand it away. Let it lift off you into the cool dark and go, and be gone, and leave you lighter, and cooler, and lower down than before. And the pillow, when you turn it, has kept its cool underside all this while in the shadow of itself, the way the underside of a stone in a field stays cold and damp when you lift it, the cool of the ground still in it, and you lay your cheek to that cool, and it takes the last warmth from your face so gently you barely feel the giving of it, only the cool coming in where the warmth went out, only the ease of it, only the sinking. And it is enough, it is more than enough, there is nothing tonight that is not enough. Somewhere the cool air off the high ground has found the garden now, and moves among the sleeping flowers, along the cold wet stems, over the closed heads of them folded up for the night, and it carries their coolness with it, the green cool breath of leaves that have drunk the dew, and it comes to the house cooler still for having crossed the garden, cool and faintly green and clean, and it comes in under the window and lies down in the room and adds itself to all the cool already gathered there, layer on layer. The way snow lays itself down, the way silt lays itself down at the bottom of a still lake, patiently, without weight, deepening the cool around you a little more with every slow hour. Breathe the green cool in, let it move down through you, breathe and sink, breathe, and let the hour go by. And there is no work in this, none, no holding, no keeping, no trying to stay cool. The cool is doing all of it. The night is doing all of it. The whole wide cooling country is doing all of it for you. And all that is left to you is to lie here and be done to be cooled, to be lowered, to be carried. The way a leaf on the dark stream is carried without ever once swimming. The way the mist is carried up off the fields without ever once trying to rise. And far under the house, under the cold larder and the deep well, the ground itself lies cool and dark and unmoving, the old cool of the earth that the sun has never touched, the cool that the roots of the great trees go down into and drink on the hottest days, and you are resting on all of it, on the whole cool mass of the sleeping ground, held up by it, held cool by it, part of it now almost, cooled nearly to the temperature of the patient earth, still as the earth, dark as the earth. In no more hurry than the earth to do anything but turn, slowly, slowly, through the long, cool middle of the night. And the last warmth of the day, wherever it had hidden in the thick of the old walls, in the tiles of the roof, in the packed dry ground of the yard, is leaving now all of it, rising off into the clear dark sky and going up and away among the cold stars, given back, let go, and the house grows cooler for the losing of it, and the yard grows cooler, and the room grows cooler, and you at the still heart of it grow cooler with them all. Everything giving its heat up to the wide cold night, and the wide cold night taking it gladly and asking for more, taking and taking until there is nothing warm left anywhere, until the whole small world of the house and the garden and the fields lies cool and even and low, one cool thing under the stars, and you a cool part of it, indistinguishable, at rest. Still cooler, carried. And the stars themselves, if you could see them through the dark behind your eyes, hang cold and clear and very far, colder than frost, colder than the well, colder than anything the ground can hold. And their cool light comes down across all that emptiness and falls on the mist and the fields and the roof of the house without warming any of it at all, cold light, clean light, the light of a sky swept clear of every cloud, so that the day's heat had nothing to hold it and let it all go free. And it is that same clear sky that is cooling you now, the open cold height of it drinking the warmth up off the land, hour after hour, patient as anything, and you need not watch it and you need not thank it, only lie under it and be cooled. Breathe the star cold in from very far away, let it come down through you and out, breathe, and down, breathes. And how far down you are now, how low, how cool, how little there is of you left above the surface of the sleep, only the least edge, only the last thin skin of listening, and even that is cooling, even that is sinking, even that is being drawn down gently under the cool with all the rest of you. And if you rise the smallest way toward the surface now, the way a sleeper does in the deep of the night, coming up just far enough to feel the room and the sheet and the warmth that has gathered in the crook of you, do not fear it, do not follow it up, only let the cool come and meet you where you are, only turn the least amount toward the waiting cool, only give the small warmth over and sink again, straight back down, easily, the way a stone slips off a ledge underwater and settles lower. The way the mist settles when the last stir of air dies, the way the whole night keeps settling and settling toward its cold, still floor. Is there, cooler there, lower there, good. And the cool comes through the window still, slow river of it off the dark hills, and it will come all night. It does not tire, it does not stop. It has the whole cold weight of the higher ground behind it, and it comes down and down into the hollow where the house lies and fills it to the brim with cool, and lies along the sills and pools on the cold floors, and rises around the bed like still cool water rising in a lock, lifting nothing, only surrounding, only deepening, only holding you a little more completely with every quiet hour. And the house makes its small night sounds as it cools, the faint tick of a beam easing, the settle of old timber giving back the day, and each little sound is the sound of warmth leaving, of the house letting go, of everything loosening toward the cool. And there is nothing in any of it to wake for, nothing to answer, only the slow music of a whole building lying down into the cold of the night the way you have lain down into it, the two of you cooling together, the house around you and you within the house. Both carried, both kept, both going nowhere at all until the morning. Still and cool and held. And the far church clock lets go another single soft note into the dark, later than the last, deeper into the night, and the note goes out over the drowned white fields and the cold, wet gardens and the sleeping roofs, and comes to you fainter than ever, the smallest thread of sound, and it asks nothing, only tells the cool dark that another hour has folded quietly away and been laid down with all the others, and that there are more of them yet, many more. A long, soft stack of cool, dark hours still to come between you and the grey of the morning, and every one of them will be spent just like this, sunk and cool and carried and asked for nothing. And you let that hour go the way you let the last one go, without holding it, without marking it, only sinking a little lower as it passes, only cooling a little more, only settling deeper into the wide, cool bed, and the wide, cool room, and the wide, cool sleeping country, and the wide, cool turning night. Breathe out and let it go, breathe out and sink, breathe. And the mist has closed over the last standing hedge now and lies unbroken across the whole low country, a soft grey ceiling laid over the fields at the height of a sleeping breath, and under it the cool is total, even unmoving, the coolness of a held pool, the coolness of a deep stone room, the coolness of the ground at the bottom of the night, and you lie under it drowned to the crown in cool, covered over, tucked under, nothing of you left out in the warm because there is no warm left. Nothing of you asked to keep itself because the whole night is keeping you cool and still and low and carried on toward a morning that is in no hurry, that keeps far off beyond the mist, that will come grey and slow and cool when it comes and not before, and need not be waited for and need not be watched for, and will find you exactly here, sunk at the cool, still bottom of the dark, when at last it comes. Still, cooler, carried. And the cool keeps coming down off the hills, and the mist keeps lying on the fields, and the well keeps its black cold water in the dark, and the slate keeps its cool on the north side of the house, and the stars keep drinking the last warmth up into the clear, cold height. And you keep going down, gently, gently, one slow, cool breath after another, deeper into the kind dark, further from the heat, lower into the long, safe cool of the night that holds the mist and the fields and the well and the stone and the house and the bed, and you at the still, cool heart of all of it, holding nothing, held by everything, cool now all the way down. And breathe and cool, and breathe and sink, and let the night go on. And somewhere below you now, deeper than the well, deeper than the cool of the stone, there is the ground itself, the plain dark earth the whole house is set upon, and it has never once in all this hot summer been warm the way the air has been warm, not down where you would find it if you dug, not down past the dry cracked crust of the garden and the roots of the grass and the old buried stones, because the deep ground keeps its own slow cool through every heat wave that ever crossed the country. And it is keeping it now patient, unbothered, an enormous quiet coolness laid flat under everything, under the fields and the lanes and the sleeping town, under your bed and under your sleeping back, holding the whole night up on a floor of cool it never had to make and never has to guard. And you rest on that, the way the house rests on it, set down on the deep cool of the earth and left there. And you need do nothing to belong to it. You are always going to end the day here, low against the cool ground with the warm air lifting off you, the way every living thing in the heat comes down at last to the coolest place it can find and lets the ground take its warmth away. The dog on the stone floor of the kitchen has found it. The cat stretched thin in the dark hall has found it. And you have found it too, without moving, without searching, only by lying still long enough for the cool underneath the world to come up through the mattress and meet you. And the warmth goes on leaving you, so slowly, so evenly, that there is no moment you could point to and call it cold, only this long, unhurried leaving, this steady handing over of the day's heat down into the ground that has room for all of it and more, all the heat of all the sleeping bodies in all the houses, taken quietly down and spread thin and cooled and kept, so that none of it stays on you, none of it gathers, none of it has anywhere to pool against your skin. Because the ground beneath is always a little cooler than you are, always drinking gently downward, always drawing the day off you and away. Breathe out and let a little more of it go. Breathe out and sink toward the cool. And outside, the garden has gone over entirely to the night now, every warm surface given up, the path that burned white under the noon sun lying grey and cool underfoot in the dark, the wall that held the heat like a stored loaf, gone quiet and cooling with its own slow breath, ticking now and then as the old brick lets its warmth go, the way a house lets its warmth go, small and unhurried, into an air that has finally turned cooler than the things it touches. And the leaves that hung slack and tired all through the long, bright afternoon have lifted a little on the turning of the dark, not stirred by any wind you could name, only easing, only opening, only breathing out the last of their heat toward the cold, clean height above them. And the height above is where it is all going. You can feel it almost, the whole warm, exhausted world tipping its heat gently upward into a sky gone deep and dry and cold between the stars. The day's warmth rising off the roofs in a long, invisible column and lost up there in the black, given away, so that everything left down here at the level of your sleeping body settles cooler and cooler, drained upward, drained downward. Cooled from below by the deep ground and cooled from above by the deep sky, and held in the cool between the two like something set carefully down to keep. And you keep so easily, nothing in you spoiling, nothing in you straining, only keeping cool in the long larder of the dark. And still cooler held. And I want you to notice, without lifting toward it, without coming up at all to find it, only from down here where you are already sunk so low, how the sheet has become the exact temperature of not being felt. It lay over you warm once, hours ago, in another part of the night, a weight you were aware of, a cloth you kept turning to find its cooler face. And somewhere in the long sinking you have done since then, it has stopped being warm and stopped being cool and stopped being anything your skin needs to answer. And now it only lies there, weightless, the softest possible boundary between you and the cool room, doing its quiet work, letting the last of the damp lift off you and carrying it away into the air so gently you will never feel it leave. And that is all it was ever for, that thin cloth over your sleeping shape. Not to warm you, not tonight, only to stand between your skin and the open air and give the coolness somewhere to gather, somewhere to spread even and slow along the whole length of you, so that no part of you cools too fast and no part stays too warm, only this one continuous mild coolness laid over you head to foot, tucked and smooth and asking nothing, the coolness of a cloth left overnight on cold stone, the coolness of linen kept in a low dark drawer. And beneath it you have gone the temperature of the deep evening, that even settled cool that comes to a body that has stopped fighting the heat, the cool of someone who long ago quit turning and kicking and reaching for the cold edge of things, and simply lay down open and let the night do the cooling and was cooled. Breathe and let the cloth do its quiet work. Breathe and go on downs. And far off, at the edge of the sleeping country, so far that it is more a rumor than a sound, the cool has reached the sea, and the sea has been taking the heat all day the way the ground takes it, without ever seeming to warm. A whole grey cool weight of water lying out past the fields and the low hills, breathing slowly against the dark shingle, and the air that has crossed it comes inland cooler than it left, comes over the marsh and the sleeping reed beds cooler, comes up the shallow valleys and along the hedges cooler, a long slow tide of cooled air moving over the low country in the dark toward the houses, toward the town, toward the lane, toward the one open window on the cool side of your room. And it is coming to you, not fast, not as anything you must stay awake to receive, only as the night's own patient errand, the cool off the far water making its slow way across the dark to lay itself over the sleeping like a second thinner sheet, arriving hours from now, arriving already, arriving without arriving, a coolness always on its way to you across the whole width of the drowsing land. And you can stop meeting it halfway. You can let it come the whole distance itself. You have done the only thing that was ever yours to do, which was to lie still and be open and let go. And the cool will find you the way water finds the lowest place, running down off the hills and along the ground and in at the window and across the floor and up over the edge of the bed to where you have sunk so low, pooling around your sleeping shape, filling the hollow you have made in the night, holding you in cool the way a low place is held in water long after the rain has stopped. Still and lower and cool all through. And time is doing that thing it does at the very bottom of the night, that slow, soft loosening, where the hours no longer come as edges, but as widths, long even reaches of dark with nothing in them to catch on, no traffic on the far road, no bird yet, no light, only the deep middle of the night lying open and unhurried in every direction, more of it behind you now than you could count, and more of it ahead than you could need. A great calm plain of dark you are crossing at the pace of your own slow breathing. Without walking, without moving, carried across it by nothing but the turning of the world. And the world turns you so gently. It has been turning you all night, away from the long-set sun, around into the deep shadow the earth throws out behind itself into space. That enormous cone of cool dark the whole night country lies inside, and you with it, wheeled slowly through the coldest quarter of the dark while you sleep, further from the heat than you have been since yesterday's dawn, held out here in the shade of the world where the air goes thin and clean and cold, and the day is only a rumor on the far side of the ground. And there is no hurry in that turning, no part of it you have to help with. The same slow force that carries the mist across the fields and the cool off the sea and the last warmth up into the stars is carrying you, unhurried, unfailing, around the long, cool curve of the night toward a morning. It will reach exactly when it reaches it, and not one breath before. Breathe out and be carried. Breathe out and turn with the world into the cool. And closer now, in the room, in the dark you are lying in, everything has come to the same low temperature and the same low sound. The house settled all the way down into its night. The last warmth gone ticking out of the last warm beam, the pipes cooled and quiet, the boards cooled and still, the panes of the open window cool to their edges and holding the dark, and the room breathes with you, so slow, drawing the cool in over the sill, and letting the last stale warmth drift up and out. A long soft exchange going on above your sleeping face that you no longer have to think about, that thinks itself, that breathes the room cool the way your own chest breathes you cool. The two of you and the room all breathing together at the bottom of the dark, in and out, and in and out, cooler each time, slower each time, deeper each time. And there is a smell to the cool now, faint, clean, the smell that comes into a room only in the deep of the night when the heat has finally broken, the smell of cooled stone and damp grass and the far cool water, the green cold smell of the garden after the sun has been gone from it for hours, drifting in over the sill and lying along the cool air near the floor and rising slowly through the room, and your slow breathing draws a thread of it in, and it is the smell of the temperature dropping. The smell of the night winning back the day, and something very old in you knows that smell and loosens at it, lets go one more notch at it, sinks toward it, because it has always meant the same thing to every sleeping creature that ever waited out a hot day low against the ground. It has always meant now, at last, it is cool enough, now at last, you may go all the way down. And you may go all the way down. Still cool and falling slow. And I will not ask you to notice anything more. There is nothing more you need to find. Every current of cool air in the room has already been found hours ago and followed, and there are no more corners of the heat to search out and lay open to the night, because the heat is gone, because the search is over, because the long work of the night is done, and only the resting is left, only the lying still in the finished cool, only the being kept. And you are kept, low in the cool bed, low in the cool room, low in the cool house set on the deep cool ground under the deep cool sky, wrapped round and round in coolness like something precious put away for the season, laid in the dark of the year's coolest hour and left to keep, not watched, not needed, not waited on, only kept gently all the way through to the far grey edge of the morning. And the morning is so far off still, so far and in no hurry and nothing to do with you yet. It is only a paleness that has not begun, somewhere out past the mist, past the sea, past the long-turned shoulder of the world, and it will come the way everything has come tonight, slowly, coolly, without being called, greying the mist from underneath, cooling one last hour cooler as it comes the way the deepest cool always gathers just before the light, so that even the morning, when it finally, slowly arrives, will arrive as more coolness and not less. A cool grey dawn laid quietly over a cool grey country, over the cooled fields and the cooled roofs and the cooled garden and the cool still house, and you, kept cool at the heart of it, sleeping on into the cool of the day. But not yet, none of that yet, only the deep of the night yet, only the long even middle of the dark, only the cool and the stillness and the slow turning, and you sunk down inside all of it with nothing left to hold. And breathe and let the morning stay far off. And breathe and sink. And let the night go on holding you. And the ground keeps its deep cool under the house, and the sky keeps its deep cold over the roof, and the far sea keeps breathing its cool over the marsh, and the mist keeps lying even on the fields, and the cool keeps pooling low in the room around your resting shape. And you keep going down, softer and softer, one long, slow, cool breath after another, further from the heat than you have been all the burning day, lower into the kind and patient dark, deeper into the long, safe cool of the night that asks you for nothing, and keeps you through everything, down and cool and still, and carried on toward the morning that is in no hurry at all. And still, and cooler, and held, and let it go on. And somewhere in the house, without your needing to know it, a floor lies cool under its own darkness, the boards or the stone of it, down there below the level of the bed, holding the flat, even coolness that low things keep when the day has gone. A floor is always cooler than the air above it, always the last place the heat lets go of, and the first place the cool comes back to. And all through this long middle of the night, the cool has been settling onto it the way water settles, finding the low, even level, spreading itself thin and calm from wall to wall. And you do not have to go down to it, you do not have to feel it under a bare foot. It is enough only to know it is there, the cool floor under the cool room, one more layer of coolness stacked quietly beneath you while you sleep. And above that floor the air has gone so still that it has almost forgotten it is air. The same air that stood so thick and warm against you at the start of the night, that would not stir, that would not move, that pressed close and would not lift. That air has cooled and thinned and gone quiet, and it lies over you now with no weight in it at all, no heat in it at all, only that faint even coolness that means the night has fully turned, that the worst of it is hours behind you and will not come again before the light. You can feel, without trying, how loose it has all become, how the closeness has opened out, how the room that seemed so small and stifling has grown large and dim and cool around your resting shape, the ceiling lost in the dark above you, the corners soft and far, the whole space breathing slow and cool and easy the way you are. And let me tell you softly of the clay of it, for in the old hot countries where people learned long ago how to keep cool through a burning day, they kept their water in vessels of unglazed clay, earthenware left a little rough and porous, and the miracle of such a jug is that it sweats. The water seeps out so slowly through the clay that you would never see it move, only a faint dark bloom on the outside of the vessel, a coolness you can feel with the flat of your hand held near it. And as that thin film of water gives itself up to the dry air, it carries the heat away with it, and the water left inside stays cool, cooler than the room, cool as a cellar, cool as something drawn up from a well. The same quiet trick your own skin has been doing all this long night, the faint work of the sweat cooling as it goes, the body its own earthen jug, keeping its cool water cool at the center, while the surface does the patient giving away. And it is done now, that work mostly done, the room gone cool enough that your skin has little left to do, and it rests, and the coolness stays without any effort at all. Breathe, and let the clay keep its water cool in the dark of the pantry, and let your own deep self keep cool the same way, without trying, without watching, the coolness simply held. There is a coolness that lives in linen too, that you may be lying against without naming it, for a cloth of flax woven loose and thin has always been the friend of the sleeper in the heat, the way it lifts the damp off the skin and lets the air come through, the way it stays cool a moment longer than the body under it, the way a hand laid flat on a linen sheet finds a smoothness that has not warmed. And if there is any such coolness near you now, a cool edge of cloth, a cool fold you have drifted a wrist or an ankle against, then let it be, let it keep you, one small cool country of cloth against the greater cool of the room. And if the cloth beneath you has warmed a little where you have lain longest, then somewhere just beside it, only the smallest turn away, the linen is cool again and waiting, and your body knows the way, and will find it in its own slow time without ever asking you to wake. That is the whole art of sleeping through the heat, and you have learned it tonight without being taught, the way the old siesta countries learned it over 1,000 summers. Never to fight the warm patch, never to lie and burn against it and grow cross with it, but only to drift, to shift a hand's width, to let the cool that is always just there take over from the warmth that has done its turn. And all night your sleeping body has done this, quietly, a small slow turn now and then, a wrist slid to a cooler place, a knee eased out from under the sheet into the open air, a cheek rolled to the unwarmed side of the pillow, each small movement finding cool, each small movement so gentle it never rose to the surface of your sleep, never woke you, only kept you, turn by turn, cool through the whole long middle of the dark. And you may do it again now, or not at all, it makes no difference. There is no cool place you have to reach, no better spot to find because it is all cool now, the whole bed cool, the whole room cool, no burning patch left anywhere to shift away from. So the small turns can stop if they like. The body can lie exactly as it is and stay, heavy and still and cool, no adjusting left to do, arrived at last at the place where nothing needs to be found because everything already has been. Still and cool, and nothing left to look for. Far off, the night goes on the way nights have always gone in the deep of summer, cooling the world by inches while everything living lies low and lets it. The garden outside has given up all its stored heat now. The paths and the walls that held the sun so hard by day have let it go into the dark, breathing it up and away, and the soil between the plants has gone cool to a hand's depth, cool the way soil goes when the sun has been gone for hours, that damp mineral coolness of earth in the small hours. And the leaves, which hung so limp and heavy in the afternoon, have lifted a little in the cool, taken back their shape, and the dew has begun to gather on them, the finest beads of it, cool water forming out of the cool air onto the cool leaves, the night quietly watering the garden with its own coolness while no one watches. And you are inside, kept safer even than the garden, one more wall of coolness around you, the cool house holding the cool room, holding the cool bed, holding you, and none of it asks anything. The walls only stand, cool and thick and patient, the way old walls do, the kind of walls that were built to hold the cool of the night deep in their stone all through the heat of the coming day, so that even when the sun climbs again the rooms inside will stay dim and cool for hours yet, a coolness banked and stored and saved. But that is later, that is far off, that is nothing to do with now. Now there is only the deep, even middle of the dark, and the stone keeping its cool, and you kept inside it. And breathe, slow, and let the walls hold their cool. Let me speak very quietly now of the weight of you, because a body truly cool and truly at rest grows heavy in a way it never is by day, heavy the way warm, restless bodies never manage to be. A good clean heaviness that means every muscle has finally understood there is nothing to do. The long muscles of your legs that carried you through the heat of the day, gone slack and heavy and cool against the sheet. The length of your back settled and given over. The shoulders that we carry so much in, dropped and wide and still. The hands unfolded, the fingers loose, no longer curled against anything, only lying open in the cool. Even the small muscles of the face let go, the brow smooth, the jaw loosened, the whole face at rest the way it only rests in the deepest part of the night, when no one is watched and nothing is minded, and the cool lies over everything alike. And the weight of you sinks into the bed, and the bed takes it, all of it, holds all of it, so that you carry nothing, not even yourself. You are held from underneath as completely as you are covered from above, cool below and cool above and heavy and still between, needing to hold nothing up, needing to keep nothing in place, only sinking, only staying, only being carried on through the dark by something that will not tire and will not set you down. And the breath goes slower yet. You may notice, far away, how long and low each breath has grown, how much space there is now between the soft rise and the softer fall, how the cool air comes in without effort and goes out without effort, and there is a stillness at the bottom of each breath, a small pool of quiet where nothing moves at all before the next breath gathers of its own accord. You do not breathe it, it breathes itself, slow and cool and even all night long, and you only lie inside it and are carried. And still, and cooler, and further down. Somewhere out past the walls, the night has its small cool sounds, and they are nothing you need to follow, only threads of the dark laid over your sleep. The faint tick of the house cooling, the timbers easing back into their cool shapes, now the day's heat has gone out of them. A breath of air moving one leaf against another in the garden. And further off, if you listen for nothing at all and simply let it come, the low, cool sound of water somewhere, a tap left dripping slow, or a fountain in a far courtyard, or only the memory of water, the sound the mind makes when it is cool and safe and wants for nothing. And all of it soft, all of it low, all of it wrapped in the same coolness that wraps you, none of it near enough to matter, none of it sharp enough to catch on, only the murmur of a cool night going on around a sleeping house, going on without you, holding you the way it holds the garden and the walls and the cool dark fields beyond. And you sink another slow inch into it. There is a coolness in deep shade that the sun never reaches, the north side of an old thick wall, the underside of a bridge over slow water, the green dark under heavy trees where the light comes through in thin cool coins and the ground stays damp all summer long. And that is the coolness you are lying in now, the deep-kept coolness of shaded things, the coolness that the burning day cannot touch because it lives too far in, too far down, too well hidden. You have gone into that shade tonight, all the way in, past the reach of any heat, and it closes cool and green and dim around you and asks for nothing and keeps you. And breathe, and stay. The mist still lies on the fields, cooler for the hour, and it will lie there yet a long while. The sea still breathes its slow, cool breath across the low country and will go on breathing it long after you have stopped counting. The ground still holds its deep, unhurried cool beneath the cool floor, beneath the cool room, and it is a cool that has been there since before the summer began and will be there when the summer is long gone. A patient underground cool that no heatwave ever reaches, and the house sits down into it like a hand into cool water, and you sit down into the house, and the night sits down over all of it, cool laid on cool laid on cool, layer on patient layer, all the way down and all the way through. And you are somewhere near the very center of all that coolness now, the still cool heart of a cool house on a cool ground under a cool sky, kept and covered and carried, wanting nothing, minding nothing, holding nothing, only sleeping, only being kept, only going slowly on through the long even middle of the night toward a morning that is still so far off it is hardly even a rumor. Still nothing but the faintest idea of grey somewhere past the edge of the world, in no hurry at all. Content to leave you here in the deep of the dark, as long as the dark wants to keep you. As still, and cool, and held. And the heat that ruled the whole long day is gone now, as if it had never been, gone up into the dark, gone off across the fields, gone down into the cool ground and swallowed there. And the night has the whole world to itself, cool and wide and quiet, and it spends the whole of that quiet on keeping you, on drawing the coolness in close around your shoulders, on smoothing it over your back and your loosened hands, on filling the room with its slow and even to the far dim corners, on holding the mist on the fields and the dew on the leaves and the deep cool in the stone and the deeper cool in the ground, holding all of it steady and unhurried through the small hours, so that nothing warms, nothing stirs, nothing calls you up, and you may go on down and cool and still. Breathe and let the cool keep pooling low in the room. Breathe and let the weight of you sink further into the held bed. Breathe and let the night go on doing the only thing it wants to do, which is to keep you gently cool and asleep, hour after slow cool hour, further from the heat than you have been all day, deeper into the kind and patient dark, carried on and on toward a cool grey morning that is in no hurry to arrive. As still, and cooler, held, and let it go on. And somewhere out past the sleeping house, the night has its own small work going on, quiet errands of coolness you do not have to tend or even know about. And one of them is happening now at the low edge of the garden where the ground dips toward the wall. There in the hollow, the cool air of the whole night has been gathering all this while, sliding down the slope of the lawn the way water would, gathering blade by blade of grass, pooling thick and invisible against the stones, a slow cold lake of air with no surface you could see, only feel if you stood in it, rising past your ankles, past your knees, cooler the lower it lay. And none of that is yours to gather, none of it asks anything of you, it simply happens out there in the dark, the cool finding the low places and settling into them the way sleep has found the low places in you and settled there. And you are the lowest place of all tonight, the place all the coolness has run to and gathered and stayed. And breathe, and let it stay. The small hours have a way of going very wide and very slow, the way a river does where the land flattens and it forgets to hurry, spreading out shallow and calm across a whole broad bed of itself, moving so gently you cannot tell it moves at all. And the night is like that now, wide and flat and unhurried, hours that no longer feel like hours, only one long even reach of dark with no edges in it, and you are carried along on that flat slow water, the way a leaf is carried, not swimming, not steering, only lying on the surface and turning slowly and going where the cool takes you. And the cool takes you nowhere but further in, deeper into the middle of the night, the part of the night no daylight has ever seen and no heat has ever reached, the kept part, the covered part, the part that belongs only to sleepers. And your body, meanwhile, has gone on doing quietly and well the one true thing it knows how to do in the deep of the night, letting itself down another patient notch, another small cool degree, the way it was always meant to in the middle hours, the tide of your own warmth still going out, out past the sand you cannot see, so far out now the shore of you lies bare and cool and simple under the dark, and there is nothing to do about that either, nothing to help along, nothing to hold. It has been happening on its own for hours, and it will go on happening on its own, this slow, honest ebb, and all you have ever had to do was stay still enough to let it, and you are staying still, stiller than you have been in a long day of turning, still as the stone in the wall, still as the water in the hollow, still as the cool at the heart of the ground. And breathe. The sheet lies over you almost weightless, one thin, honest layer, doing its patient small work, catching the least dampness from your skin and giving it up quietly to the air. And the air takes it and carries it off into the dark and asks for nothing back. And the cloth lies cool again, cool where it drapes across you, cooler where the night has moved beneath its edge, and you can feel without trying the exact soft line where the sheet ends and the bare cool air begins, along your arm. Along the turn of your shoulder, that long gentle border where cloth becomes air, and both of them cool, both of them kind, neither of them asking a thing. And the pillow beneath your cheek has kept its cool this long while, the way it does when you have not stirred, the way it does when the body has finally gone quiet enough to let the linen hold its coolness, instead of borrowing it all back. And if some far-off part of you should think, some small dim hour from now, that the pillow has gone the least bit warm beneath you, that is nothing, that is only the oldest and easiest thing in the world, only the small slow turn of a hand and a cheek toward the cool that has been waiting on the other side all along, the wide cool underside kept in reserve by the dark, and you will find it without waking, the way a sleeping body always finds the cool. The way it has found it 1,000 nights before this one, turning toward the coolness the way a plant turns toward light, blind and sure, and needing no thought at all. And the fresh cool will meet your cheek, and you will sigh down into it, and go on, no more risen toward waking than the tide is risen by one turned leaf. And breathe, and let the pillow keep its other cool sides in the dark for you. Far away, so far it is almost in another country of the night, a stream is running down out of high cold ground, and it has been running since long before you lay down, and it will run long after the sun comes up, and it does not know or care what hour it is. It only goes, cold over stone, cold around the black wet rock, cold under the leaning fern, threading down through the folded dark hills toward the low country where you sleep. And the coolness it carries is the coolness of the high places, of snow that lay late in the shaded gullies, of granite that never quite warms even at noon. And the stream carries all that cold down patiently through the night, spilling it into the pools and losing it to the air. And some faint least breath of it, thinned by all those miles, comes at last across the dark fields and finds the open window and lays itself along the sill and into the room where you are. You will never trace it back, never need to, but that is what the coolness on the air is made of tonight: old snow and shaded stone and cold running water, all of it come down the long dark slope of the world to lie quietly over a sleeper in a low warm country and stay. And breathe. The house holds still around you, every room of it dim and settled and cool. The stairs the sun climbed all afternoon now given back entirely to the dark, cool tread by cool tread. The landing where the heat used to gather now standing empty and cool as a cellar. The panes that burned all day gone black and cool to the touch. The whole tall structure of walls and beams and quiet rooms sitting patiently in the middle hours doing nothing at all but cooling. Giving back through its thick old sides the last of the day it swallowed, letting it go up into the sky an ounce at a time, so that hour by hour the house grows cooler around your sleep. Cooler at 3 than it was at 1, cooler at 4 than at 3, quietly on the mend, quietly on the way down toward the coolest hour of all which has not even come yet, still ahead of you somewhere in the dark, the low turn of the whole night, and you will sleep straight through it and never know. Only lie there being cooled by a house that is itself being cooled by a sky that is itself letting the last warmth run off the round edge of the world. And breathe, and let the house go on cooling around you. There is a way that cool air has of pooling in the folds of things, in the hollow of a valley, in the shadow of a wall, in the quiet under a table, in the low corner of a room, and it is pooling now everywhere the light is gone, gathering thickest exactly where you are, in the lee of your own stillness, in the shelter your body makes by simply lying quiet, cool collecting along the mattress edge, cool settling in the small dark space beneath the bed, cool laid low across the floorboards like the palest, shallowest tide. So that the whole low level of the room, the level where you sleep, is the coolest level of it, and the last of the day's leftover warmth has risen away above you toward the ceiling where it does not touch you and cannot reach you, and you lie in the cool floor of the night the way a stone lies in the cool bed of a stream, submerged, covered, kept, wanting nothing. And this is how it has always been done. In every hot country the sun has ever crossed, this lying low and lying still through the killing middle of the heat, and letting the deep dark hours do the cooling that no effort ever could. The whole long history of people in warm lands is a history of exactly this, of shuttered rooms and thick cool walls and bodies laid down in the dimness to wait the heat out, of the wise old surrender to the hours, working with the coolness instead of against it, resting when resting is what the day asks, and moving only when the air relents. And your body remembers that older wisdom even if your daylight mind forgot it, remembers in its blood and its slow breath how to go loose and low and patient in the heat, how to give up the fight and be carried. And it is doing exactly that now, the oldest cool thing a body knows, lying down out of the sun the way 10,000 years of sleepers lay down before you, in the shade, in the dim, in the cool low middle of the great heat, and waiting, unbothered, sure, for the turn. And breathe. You are one of a long, long line of people who learn to lie still and let the night do its work. And the night is glad of the work, if a night can be glad of anything. It has the whole dark world to see to, the whole warm country to walk across cooling as it goes, and it comes to your house among all the others and finds a window left open for it and steps in gladly, unhurried, and goes about the room laying its coolness over everything the way you might lay a cloth over a table, smoothing it into the corners, drawing it down over the sleeper on the bed, tucking it along the sheet's edge, filling the low places, and then it stands a while in the dim and simply keeps. Watching over the small cooling world of the room the way you might watch over something you had finally got settled and did not want to disturb. And it will keep like that for hours yet, patient at the bedside of the whole sleeping house, in no hurry at all, asking nothing, only keeping. And breathe, and let yourself be kept. The leaves out in the dark are letting go of their day warmth too, each one a small cool tongue of the night, and when the least breath moves them they turn and show their paler undersides and give up a little more coolness to the air, a whole tree of them breathing out cool, a whole garden, a whole dark countryside of trees exhaling the last of their warmth into a sky that takes it and never fills. And the dew is starting to bead now on the coolest of them, on the grass first, on the low leaves, tiny cool weights gathering out of the air itself, and each bead is the night made visible, the air grown cool enough at last to give its water back, and the whole lawn will be silvered with it by the greyest hour, cool and wet and glittering faintly in a light that has not come yet. But you do not need to wait for that, you do not need to see it. It is enough to know it is happening out there in the dark, the slow cool beating of the whole world, while you lie kept and covered and cool inside. And breathe. The cool comes down out of the sky in a way you cannot feel and do not have to. The great clear dark of the heat rising off the ground and climbing away and away into a sky with no lid on it, straight up past the roof, past the thin high cloud, out to where the cold of all that empty dark is waiting to receive it, and the earth all night long is quietly handing its heat up into that cold, an unhurried giving back. The whole warm side of the turning world letting go of its long hot day breath by breath into the patient dark above, and your small house and your small room and your small still body are part of that great slow cooling, part of the whole Earth easing its heat away under the stars, cooling as the planet cools, settling as it settles, one small warm thing among all the warm things being gently, hugely, silently cooled by the night. And there is nothing you need do about any of it. It cools you whether you tend it or not. And breathe. The water in the deep places is coldest now, in the wells, in the old cisterns, in the stone tanks beneath the oldest houses, water that never sees the sun and never warms, black and still and cold in the dark below the dark, and the ground around it colder still, the deep clay and the deep rock holding a cool that no summer has ever burned down to, and your house sits on all of that, roots into all of that. And the cool of it seeps up faint and constant through the floor of the lowest room and into the walls and up the cool stair into the still air where you sleep. A cool that comes not from the night above but from the ground below, patient, ancient, endless, the cool of the deep earth breathing slowly up around your sleep from underneath. So you are held between two coolnesses tonight, the great cool of the emptying sky drawing your warmth up and away, and the deep cool of the old ground breathing quietly up from below, and you lie in the still band between them, cooled from over and cooled from under, kept in the cool seam of the whole cooling world, and there is no warmth left anywhere near you that the night has not already begun to carry off. And breathe, and let the ground breathe its old cool up beneath you, and let the sky draw the last warmth away above, and lie in the cool between and stay. How far off the morning still is, how much slow cool dark there is yet to lie in before there is any grey at all. You have hours, whole soft unhurried hours, nothing owed, nothing due, no edge you are travelling toward, only more of this, more cool, more dark, more stillness, more of the night's patient keeping, laid out ahead of you like a long calm country you will cross entirely in your sleep and never once feel the crossing. And every hour of it will be a little cooler than the last, the whole night bending slowly downward toward its coolest floor, and you bending down with it, further into rest, further into the kept dark, further from the heat of the vanished day. And if you rise for the least moment somewhere out in those hours, up toward the thin surface of waking, feeling the small dampness at your neck or the warmth where your arm has lain too long against your side, there is nothing there to hold you, nothing to climb toward, only the same cool hand of the night laid at once against you again, the same cool turn of the pillow waiting, the same cool current found along the sheet's edge, the same slow smoothing down of everything, and you sink again before you ever quite surfaced. Back down into the deep even cool where you were, met each time by the same unhurried coolness, kept each time by the same patient dark, so that even your risings are only deeper settlings, even your surfacings only turn you back down, down, and cool, and still. And breathe. And there is nothing left to do tonight. It is all being done for you. The sky is drawing off the heat, the ground is breathing up its cool, the house is letting the day go an ounce at a time, the sheet is giving your dampness to the air, the pillow is keeping its cool sides in the dark for you, the low room is pooling cool around your stillness, the stream is running cold out of the high country, the mist is lying deep on the fields, the dew is beading on every cooling leaf, and the night is standing at the bedside of all of it, patient, unhurried, keeping. And you are only lying here in the cool middle of it, carried, covered, kept further from the heat than you have been in all the long day, deeper into the kind dark than you have gone in a long while, going on, and cooler and stiller, hour after slow cool hour, toward a grey morning still so far off it is not even a light yet, only a rumour of a light, a long calm way ahead, in no hurry, none at all. And breathe, and still, and cool, and held, and let it go on keeping you. And somewhere far under the fields you have been lying above, deeper than the ground you feel at your back, there is water standing in the dark of a stone well, water that has never once known the sun. It has waited down there through every hot day the world has had this year, cool and level and black, and still, held in a ring of old stone that keeps it, and the heat of no afternoon has ever reached that far down to trouble it. And you can let some small quiet part of you rest down there tonight, in that cool held water under the earth, far below the reach of any warmth, kept the way the deep well keeps its own. Nothing moves in it, nothing warms it. It only stands, cool and dark and complete, and you can stand cool and dark and complete along with it, down there where no day comes. And breathe. And the stone of the well runs cool all the way up its long throat, ring above ring of it, laid 100 years ago by hands that are long gone, each stone furred with a soft green damp, each stone cold to the touch, even in the height of summer, and the cool comes up, that shaft, the way cool comes up a chimney turned the wrong way round, spilling gently from the mouth of it into the grass at dawn. And you are not falling down that well, and there is no fear in it, only the knowing that beneath everything warm there is always this, a cool standing water under the world, patient, level, kept. And that some of that same deep cool is in you now, drawn up into your resting body, filling you the way the well fills, slow and dark, and without any effort at all. And just cool, just held, just deep. And off across the far side of the sleeping country, there is a low house built into the north face of a hill, the kind of house that keeps a room dug back into the slope, a room with one thick wall of living rock, and that room has never been warm in living memory. They kept the milk there once, and the butter, on slate shelves worn smooth and cold, and the cold of that slate is a cold you could lay your whole cheek against and feel the day drain out of you into the stone. The slate takes heat the way dry ground takes rain, drinking it down and giving nothing back, and a cheek laid to it goes cool in a breath, and then the jaw, and then the whole slow weight of the head. And you can lay some part of your resting mind against that cold, smooth slate now, and let it drink the last warmth out of you quietly, without your doing anything, the stone doing all the taking, you doing only the giving up. And breathe. How good it is to give it up, how little there is left to hold. And the floor of that low north room is flagged in great slabs of cool grey stone, stone that was quarried out of the cold heart of a hill and has kept the hills cold in it ever since. And no summer that ever crossed this land has warmed those flags past cool, not once, not in the worst of any August. They lie there in the dim, keeping their chill the way a deep pool keeps its chill under the shade of a bank, and to set a bare foot on them is to feel the cool climb the soul and travel up through you, unhurried, certain, kind. And the whole of you could lie along that cool stone floor tonight and be taken down to its own even coolness, warmth leaving you at every place you touch. The stone never warming, only cooling, only keeping, only drawing the long heat of the vanished day gently out through your back and your shoulders and the backs of your legs and away, down into the cold hill it came from. Cool stone under you, cool dark around you, and the heat going out of you into the stone and not coming back. And beyond that room, out under the hill itself, the rock goes down into true cave dark, into passages where the air has stood at one cool, unchanging breath since, before there were any summers to speak of. Air that does not know the difference between July and the deep of winter, air held always at the one mild coolness of the deep earth, neither cold enough to shiver in nor ever warm. And in the caves, the water comes through the stone one slow bead at a time, and each bead falls into a cool pool with a sound so soft and so far apart that the listening for it is itself a kind of rest. A drop, and the long cool wait, and a drop, and you needn't wait for it, needn't count it, needn't do anything but lie in the mild deep earth cool where the seasons cannot reach, where the heat of the world above is only a rumor that never comes down this far. And breathe. In a drop, and the cool dark, and another far off, and you sinking below even that. And up above the cave and the well and the low north room, Out where the high country stands against the sky, the last of the day's warmth has long since lifted off the bare rock and gone, and the great slabs and shoulders of grey stone up there are giving their heat back to the black sky, the way stone always does when the sun has left it, letting it go, letting it rise, cooling from the top down through the whole long night. And the thin air lies on that high stone cold and clean, and there is no one up there, and nothing to trouble it, only the slow, steady losing of the day's small warmth into the enormous cool of the dark overhead. Hour upon hour of quiet cooling, the whole roof of the world tilting gently down toward its cold. And you are cooling along with it, on your own bed, in your own dark, part of the same long letting go that the mountains are doing, that the fields are doing, that the deep well and the cave and the cool north room are all doing together under the one patient night. It's all of it cooling, and you among it cooling, and no hurry in any of it. Somewhere the wind comes down off that high cold stone at last, thin and clean and cool, and it comes down the long valleys in the dark not as a gust, not as anything to startle a sleeper, only as a slow settling of cooler air seeking the low ground, sliding down through the sleeping woods, pooling in the hollows, moving under the trees so gently that only the smallest leaf turns to it. And it finds its way down at last across the fields and the walls and the quiet roofs, and comes to rest, at the very end of its long slide out of the cold heights, against the one warm edge of you that still asks for it, laying its high cold cleanness there and taking the warmth away, so that the mountain's own cool, come down all this way through the dark, is the thing that settles now along your skin. And breathe. The high cold air come all this way to lie against you and cool you and go. You can feel, if you want it, without lifting even the smallest part of yourself toward waking, how the whole shape of you has gone loose and heavy and low against the bed, the way a body goes only in the deep middle of a night, when there is no more holding anywhere in it, when even the small guarding tightnesses of the day have let go their grip at last. Your hands lie open, your jaw hangs soft, the long muscles of your back have given up their whole weight to the mattress and ask nothing back. And a body lying that loosely, that emptied of effort, is a body that cools more easily than any braced and straining one ever could, for there is no work left in it to make heat, nothing burning, nothing tensed, only the slow, quiet furnace of your rest banked low and lower, giving off less and less, cooling of its own accord, because there is nothing in you now doing anything but sleeping. And this is the thing the old hot countries always knew, the ones that learned to lie down in the worst of the heat and let it pass over them, that the way through a hot night is not to fight it, but to go so still, so loose, so given over, that the heat has nothing left in you to catch on. They lay down in the thick-walled shade in the deep of the afternoon and let their bodies go heavy as yours is heavy now, and let the hours carry the worst of it away over their stillness, asking nothing, doing nothing, only waiting the heat out in a loose and patient rest. And that is all you are doing now, in the deep of your own night, lying it out, letting it pass, going so still that the heat slides off you and finds nothing to hold. Breathe, loose and heavy, and letting it pass. And far off, hours off still, at the low cold floor of the night, the coolest hour of all is waiting for you, the hour before any grey, when the whole turned world has given up the very last of yesterday's warmth and lies at its most cool, its most still, its most kind. You are not there yet, you have long, cool reaches to cross before you come to it, and there is no need to reach for it, no need to hurry toward it. It will come to you as everything tonight comes to you, on its own, unasked, in its own good time. But it is out there, that coolest hour, waiting at the bottom of the dark like the cool at the bottom of the well, and everything in the night is slowly, slowly leaning down toward it, and you are leaning down with it, carried toward the coolest, stillest floor of the whole night, as gently as a leaf let go on cool water is carried downstream, not falling, only going, only easing lower. And breathe toward the cool floor of the night, in no hurry, only easing lower. And should you rise again anywhere in these long reaches, up through the thinning dark toward the least edge of waking, feeling perhaps the old warmth gathering again at the small of your back or the damp turn of the sheet beneath a wrist, there is the cool underside of the pillow waiting to be found by your cheek, cool, because it has lain all this while in the dark, and the dark has kept it so. And there is the high mountain air still settling down the valleys toward you. And there is the cool of the deep well standing under everything, and there is nothing you must do to reach any of it, but let your body find the cool it already knows how to find, turning the smallest turn toward it, the way it has turned 100 times already tonight without ever once waking you, and it will keep you again. It will take the small warmth again and carry it off again into the enormous cool of the dark. And you will go down again before you were ever quite up, back into the deep, even cool, met the same way, kept the same way, drawn the same way down. Down and cool and gone again, easily. For the whole of the night is on your side now, and every cool thing in it is turned toward your keeping, and you have only to lie here in the middle of it all and be kept. The stone is keeping its cool for you, the well is keeping its dark water for you, the high air is coming down all its long cold valleys for you, the loose heavy sleeping weight of you is banking its own small heat lower and lower for you. And the coolest hour of the night is waiting far off at the bottom of the dark, patient, in no hurry, for you. And breathe, and cool, and dark, and kept. And there is so much night left, so much slow, cool dark still ahead of you, hour folding into cooler hour, each one a little further down toward that coolest floor, each one a little kinder than the last, and none of them asking anything of you, none of them anything but more rest, more cool, more of the same patient keeping laid out ahead as far as any grey morning that is still only a rumor, still only a maybe, still hours and hours off across the cool country of the dark. You needn't go and meet it. It will find you when it is time, and even then it will come cool, a cool grey creeping mildness with no heat in it yet, gentle at the window in no hurry either. But that is far, far off, and between here and there is only the long, low cool of the deep night, and you lying in the middle of it, given over, heavy still. Just cool, just here, just kept. Let the well hold its dark water, let the stone hold its old chill, let the high air keep coming down, let the heat keep going out of you into all that waiting cool, and let it go on, and breathe, and lower, and cooler, and let the night keep you. And somewhere far below the window, out in the dark that has been letting go of its heat for hours now, the grass is taking on the first faint weight of dew, each blade cooling until the air can no longer hold its moisture and lays it down, silver and soundless, all across the ground. You cannot see it, and you do not need to. It is only good to know that the night is doing this everywhere at once, cooling the low places, gathering its dampness gently onto every leaf and every stem and every stone left out under the open sky. The whole wide dark quietly sweating its heat away the same slow way your own body is, the same unhurried way, giving it up to the air blade by blade, hour by hour, with nothing forced and nothing hurried. And you are only one small warm place among all of them, one gentle heat being drawn down and carried off into the same great cool that is settling over the fields and the roofs and the long empty roads. Breathe and let it settle. And think, if any thinking is left in you now, only of how the coolest things in the world are the patient ones, the things that have simply waited in the dark and let the warmth leave them. The clay of a water jug set on a stone shelf in the back of a cool larder, its rounded sides beaded and damp, holding water that stays cold all through the hottest day because the clay breathes so slowly, sweats so slowly, keeps itself cool by the oldest quiet trick there is. And you might lay the flat of your hand against the side of such a jug and feel how it gives its coolness up to your palm, unhurried, steady, a coolness with no edge to it. No shock, only a deep even chill that seems to come from very far back, from the shaded ground the clay was dug from all the still, cool air of the larder where it has waited. And that same slow, even coolness is in you now, banking lower, spreading out through your open, heavy hands, along your loose forearms, into the wide, relaxed weight of your shoulders lying down against the bed. The whole house, the old house, cooling too, the thick walls that stood in the sun all day, holding their heat stubbornly through the first hours of dark, now finally beginning to give it back to the night air, giving it up through the open windows, the warmth walking slowly out of the plaster, and the stone the way it walks slowly out of you. And downstairs, where the tiles lie cool against the earth beneath them, the floor has stayed cool all night, cool the way tiled floors are always cool in hot countries, the way bare feet have always known to seek them. Those wide-worn tiles that never warm no matter how the day blazes, laid down long ago over the cool, packed ground exactly so that a person could cross them and feel the heat leave the soles of their feet. And you might imagine your whole long body laid out on such a floor in the dark, in the deep of the house, the coolness rising up to meet the whole length of you, taking your warmth away along your back, along your legs, along the backs of your arms, the tile drinking it patiently, giving nothing back but cool. And how good the weight feels, pressed down flat and heavy on something that only wants to cool you. And breathe, stand down. You have been kept all night by things that ask nothing, the underside of the pillow that cooled itself in the dark, the small found currents of air moving through the room too faint to feel, except where they cross a damp wrist or the side of a throat, the single thin sheet laid light across you doing its quiet work, taking up the small heat of your skin and letting the night lift it away. None of it hurried, none of it strained, all of it the slow, patient cooling that a body sinks into more deeply the less it fights, the more it simply lies still and lets the heat find its own way out. And you are so far past fighting now. You are only lying here, given over, being cooled the way the grass is cooled, and the walls are cooled and the tiles are cooled, one warm thing among a whole dark world of them, all going quietly cooler together. And this is the hour the old countries always knew, the hour the whole hot land lies down and does not stir, where they have always closed the shutters against the white afternoon and lain in the dim cool rooms and slept through the worst of the heat, unbothered, unhurried, sleeping the deep sensible sleep of people who have made their peace with the sun and simply waited out in the cool of a shaded room. A body sleeping that way is not fighting anything. It has gone loose and heavy and slow. It has let the warm hours pass over it like water passing over a stone in a streambed, touching it, moving on, leaving it cool. And that is how you are sleeping now, that same old way, that same wise heavy siesta stillness, letting the warm dark slide over you and away, taking nothing from you, leaving you cool and low and kept. And breathe, and lower still. And out beyond the shuttered dim, if you could drift a little further, there are cooler places yet, places the heat of this whole season has never reached. The deep shade under the oldest trees, where even at noon the ground stays damp and dark, and the air holds a green coolness that never lifts. A place where the leaves are layered so thick and high above that the sun comes down only in a few soft coins of light, and the air beneath moves slow and cool and smells of wet earth and moss and cold water somewhere near. And you might lie in that deep shade with your back against the cool, damp ground and feel the whole green dimness pressing its coolness gently down on you, the temperature dropping the deeper into the shade you go, the way it always drops where the sun cannot reach. The cool that stands inside old stone rooms built long before anyone thought of cooling the air by any means but thickness and shade and patience. The deep-walled quiet of a stone church at the hot heart of the day, where you step in out of the glare and the coolness closes over you at once. a coolness that has pooled there in the dark under the high vaulted stone and never been let out, held in by walls as thick as a man is tall, kept cool by nothing but their own great mass and the shade they make. And the floor of such a place, worn stone gone smooth and cool underfoot, and the air so still and so cool and so quiet that your own breath seems to slow to match it. You could sit down on a cold stone step in such a place and feel the chill come up through you and be glad of it, be held by it, the way the whole cool building holds its shadow all day long against the burning outside. Breathe and be held that way. For all through the dark, the cool has been gathering to you and never once leaving, low and even and patient, banking down through you toward that coolest floor of the night still waiting far below, and you sinking toward it with nothing to carry and nothing to do, only lying here in the long middle of the dark being cooled and cooled and cooled again, every warm place found and eased, every damp turn met and turned cool. Every small surfacing toward the thin edge of waking caught gently and carried back down before it could ever quite become waking, the way it has been all night, the way it will go on. And think of the coolest air of all, the air that pools in low stone places under the ground, in the deep cellars dug down beneath old houses where the wine is kept, and the earth's own coolness never changes, summer or winter, day or night. That unmoving underground cool, that even chill that the seasons never reach, held in the dark all year in the packed cool earth. A coolness with no weather in it at all, no heat that could ever find it, sealed away down there under the floors and the foundations, keeping the same low even temperature it has kept for 100 years and will keep for 100 more. And some part of you is down there now, in that changeless dark cool, laid deep beneath all the heat of the world, where nothing warm can reach and nothing hurried can follow. And breather, and cooler. And the great slow turning of the whole night carries you gently on, tipping the dark by such small degrees toward that lowest, coolest hour that no one ever feels it move, only wakes at some point far off to find the worst of the heat long gone and the air gone kind. But that is far ahead yet, and there is no reaching for it, no going to meet it. It comes on its own, the way the dew comes, the way the coolness seeps up out of the tiles, the way the warmth walks slowly out of the thick old walls, all of it happening without you, all of it happening for you, while you do nothing at all but lie here heavy and low and kept. And how far down you have come, how much of the warm has gone out of you and off into the dark. The heat that was gathered so close and so stubborn at the start of the night lifted away by so many patient hands, the cool pillow, the found air, the thin light sheet, the slow, honest cooling of a body that has stopped straining and simply let the temperature fall the way a body's temperature wants to fall in the deep of the night, down and down by its own quiet clockwork. The oldest rhythm there is, the nightly cooling that carries every sleeping creature down into its deepest rest. And yours has been carrying you down all night, faithfully, hour on hour, and it is carrying you still. Breathe and down and let it. You are so far into the cool now that the heat of the day seems a thing that happened to someone else, in some other room long ago. There is only this, the wide dark cool laid out all around you and all through you, the low even chill of deep stone and deep water and deep shade, the dew coming down silver on the fields, the tiles keeping their coolness against the patient earth, the thick walls letting go of the last of their heat into the kind night air. And you in the middle of all of it, one warm, gentle weight going slowly cool, given over, kept, drawn lower. And there is nothing left to do. There was never much to do, and now there is nothing at all, only lying here and letting the cool have you, letting the night go on doing what it does so slowly and so well, taking the warmth off the world blade by blade and wall by wall and body by body, cooling everything it touches, cooling you and cooling you and cooling you again. And breather. And the coolest hour is still coming, still folding toward you out of the long dark ahead, unhurried, patient, in no rush to arrive, and asking you to be in no rush to reach it, only to lie here, low and heavy and cool, while it makes its slow way down the valleys and in at the window and up out of the deep cool ground toward you. So much dark still ahead, so much slow cool night still to lie in, hour easing down into cooler hour, each one lower, each one kinder, each one keeping you the same patient way, taking the small warmth off you the same gentle way, carrying you down the same faithful way toward that far cool floor of the deepest part of the night. Just cool, just here, just kept. Let the dew keep coming down, let the tiles keep their chill, let the deep cellar hold its changeless cool, let the thick walls give up the last of the day, let the heat keep leaving you quietly into all that waiting dark. And breathe, and lower, and let the night keep you. And somewhere out past the window there is a stone trough that has stood in the yard longer than the house, and the water in it has gone cold in the dark, the way water always does when the sun lets go of it, and the moss along its low north edge is damp and cool under the moon, and none of that has anything to ask of you. It is only there, only cool. Only quietly doing what cool things do in the deep of the night, holding their chill, keeping it close, giving it up so slowly that the morning will still find some of it there when it comes, and you can let a little of that stillness be your own. The still cold water sitting level in the old stone, nothing moving on its surface, nothing moving in you. Just the two of you keeping cool through the dark, the trough in the yard and the body in the bed, both of you low, both of you kept, both of you letting the heat walk off into the night without a hand lifted to stop it. Breathe and lower. And there is a well somewhere too, there always is, in a place old enough, a dark round mouth in the ground with the cold sitting far down in it, cold that never sees the day, cold that the hottest afternoon never reaches, waiting down there in the wet dark the whole burning length of summer, and you do not have to go to it, you only have to know it is there. That under the fields, under the yard, under the warm skin of the world, there is a deep-held coolness that the heat has never once touched and never will. And some of that same deep, unbothered cool is what you have come down into now, hour by hour, all the long way through this night. The wells cool, the cellars cool, the cool of the deep places that do not rise and fall with the sun, but only stay and stay and stay. And you are down among them now, kept the way they are kept, far below the reach of the day that was. And just still, just deep, just kept. And the air itself has changed while you lay here, so slowly you would never have felt the moment of it, the way you never feel the exact turning of a tide. But it has changed. The thick, close air that pressed at the start of the night has thinned and cooled and drawn itself into something clean, something that moves a little now where before it only sat. And it comes in across the sill in long, soft draws, cooler than it was an hour ago, cooler than it will seem again once the light returns. This is the coolest air the whole turning of the day will make, and it is here now, and it is yours now, laid across the room like clear cold water poured slow into a bowl, filling the low places first, pooling around the bed, rising gentle around the heavy shape of you where you lie. And you do not have to reach for it, or breathe it deliberately or do anything at all, but let it find you, the way cool air finds everything low and still in the last dark hours, the way it settles into the hollows of the hills and the hollows of the sheets and the hollow of the throat as it breathes. And breathe and let it pool. Think, if you like, and only if it comes easy, of the underside of a broad green leaf out in the dark garden. The top of it drank the sun all day and gave off its heat to the sky by dusk, and now the underside, the sheltered curve of it, has gone cool and faintly damp, holding one round bead of dew along its spine. And the whole garden is like that now, 1,000 leaves each with their cool shaded underside, each with their single silver bead, the whole dark green weight of the garden breathing out coolness into the night, giving back everything it took. And the smell of it drifts in, green and wet and cold, the smell of leaves that have stopped holding heat, the smell of ground that has finally let go. And you breathe that in without trying, and it lays itself cool along the inside of you, down the throat, into the chest, cooling you from within the way the dew cools the leaf from beneath. How easy your breathing has become. You may notice it or you may not, it does not matter in the least, but it has slowed and lengthened and gone quiet all on its own, the way breathing does when a body has finally stopped fighting the heat and simply lies in the cool being kept. Each breath a little slower than the last, each one drawing in a little of that clean cold still air and letting go a little more of the warmth you no longer need to hold, in and cool and out and lower. And there is nothing to keep the rhythm of, nothing to count, nothing to correct, only the slow tide of it going in and out of you all by itself, while the coolest hour pools around the bed. Breathe and downs. Far off, on the cold side of the house, the side the sun never troubles at this hour, the wall has gone properly cold now, cold to lean a cheek against, and the shadows there are the oldest and deepest shadows the night has, the ones gathered since before midnight and never once broken. And if a hand were laid flat against that north wall, it would take the cool up into the palm and the wrist and carry it inward along the arm. But you need not lift a hand. You are already leaning your whole self against the cold wall of the night, your whole length laid along it, taking the cool up into you everywhere at once, from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet, all your surfaces given to the cool the way the north wall gives itself to the shade. And it takes the last of the day out of you patiently, evenly, without hurry, the warmth walking out of you and into the deep cold stone of the dark, gone and further gone. And the small hours have their own particular hush, and you are deep in it now. That stillness that comes when even the night creatures have quieted, when the last of the late sounds have folded away and the first of the early ones have not yet begun, the long-held breath of the darkest, coolest part of the turning, when the whole world seems to lie as low and as kept as you lie. And nothing moves in it but the slow, cool air across the sill and the slow, cool breath in your chest and the slow, cool falling of the temperature down and down through its faithful nightly floor, everything drawn low together, everything kept together. The trough and the well and the leaf and the wall and the body, all of you cooling in the same dark, all of you carried the same slow way toward the far side of the night. And just here, just kept, just cool. And there is a clay jug somewhere on a cold stone shelf, the old kind, unglazed, that keeps its water cool by the oldest trick there is. A little of the water always leaving through the clay so slowly you would never see it, and the leaving of it drawing the heat away, so that the jug and the water in it sit cooler than the air around them all through the hottest weather, cooled by nothing but patience and a little quiet letting go. And your own skin has done the same for you all night long, the slow, honest work of it, a little warmth always leaving, always drawing the heat down and out, cooling you by the oldest trick a body has, and you never had to know it or thank it or do a single thing to help it, but lie still and let it work. And it is working now, still, faithful as the clay, keeping you cool from the surface inward, while the deep of you falls cooler on its own. Breathe and let it work. And you have come so far down into the night now that whole hours lie behind you like dark, cool country already crossed. The airless first hours, the turning and the finding, the sweaty small hours surfacings each met and cooled and settled again, all of it behind you now, all of it walked through and left in the dark, and you did not have to remember any of it or hold any of it. It simply passed the way the warm passed, off and away, leaving you here, further on, lower down, kept. And there are still hours ahead, cool, dark, unhurried hours, and you do not have to walk them either. You have only to lie here and let them come to you one at a time, each cooler than the last, each folding down over you like another thin, cool fold of the same endless sheet, each one carrying you further toward the pale, cool edge where the night finally thins. But that edge is far, far off still, nothing near, nothing to reach for. Only more cool dark to lie in, more slow hours to be kept through, more of the same faithful cooling down going on and on around you and through you while you do nothing at all. Just low, just slow, just kept. And the fields out there have gone silver all over now with the dew fully down, every blade of grass beaded and bowed a little with the weight of it, the whole dark meadow gone soft and cold and glistening under whatever moon there is. And the cold has laid itself into the low ground thickest of all, pooled in the ditches and the furrows and the hollows the way it always pools, so that if you walked out barefoot, the coldest places would find your ankles first, the way the coolest air finds the lowest sleeper first. And you are the lowest sleeper. You have let yourself down as low and as heavy as a body can go, down where the cool gathers deepest, down in the bottom of the night, where nothing is asked, and nothing is warm and nothing stirs, but the slow silver settling of the dew. And breathe and settle. And even the birds that will wake the edges of the morning are asleep now, tucked cool in the dark hedges, their small hearts slow, their small breaths slow, kept the same way you are kept, waiting the same patient way in the same cool dark for a morning that is still hours from coming. And the cattle out in the far field are down in the wet grass, folded and still and cool along their broad warm sides, gone cool now in the night air, breathing slow, the whole sleeping weight of them let down into the cold ground, exactly the way the whole sleeping weight of you is let down into the cool of the bed. All the sleeping creatures of the dark laid low together, cooled together, kept together, no single one of them straining or reaching or holding on, all of them simply given over to the night's long unhurried cooling, and you among them, one more warm heavy thing gone quiet and cool in the deep of it. Just cool, just kept, just here. And the tiles under the house go on holding their changeless chill against the patient earth, and the thick old walls go on giving up the very last thin warmth of the day they can find in themselves. So little left now, almost none, the day nearly all gone out of them into the kind dark air. And the cellar under everything holds its 100-year cool without a flicker, the cool that summer never learns of, the cool that will still be there at noon and there again at dusk, unbothered, unchanging, the deep still floor of coolness the whole house is built upon. And you are resting on that same deep floor now, down past the reach of any heat, down where the cool simply is and stays and holds. Breathe and stay. There is nothing coming that you need to be ready for. No heat gathering to press at you again tonight. That is behind you, that is spent, that walked off into the dark hours ago and did not come back and will not come back before the light. Between here and the morning, there is only more cool, only deeper dark, only the long, slow easing further and further down that a body does when it has finally been let alone to fall the way it wants to fall. And it wants to fall still, even now, even this low it goes a little lower, the temperature slipping down another patient degree toward the coolest floor of the night, and taking you with it, gentle, unhurried, further under, further down, further into the kept cool dark. And how heavy you have become, heavier than at the start of the night, the good heaviness, the heaviness of a body that has stopped holding anything up, stopped bracing against the warmth, stopped keeping any part of itself ready. Every muscle let all the way down, every limb given fully to the cool sheet and the cool air and the slow pull of the low deep hours. A heaviness like the dew's heaviness on the bowed grass, like the water's heaviness sitting level in the cold trough, the heaviness of a thing that has been let entirely down and asks nothing and holds nothing and only rests where it has been set. And you have been set here, low in the cool, kept in the dark, and here you rest, and the resting goes on doing itself without you. Just heavy, just low, just kept. And if some small warmth should surface somewhere along you in the hours still ahead, a patch of the sheet gone warm beneath a shoulder, a slow flush rising as the body turns some old heat loose, It will be met the way every warmth has been met all night, quietly, without alarm, the cool air already there to take it, the cool side of the pillow already waiting, the thin sheet already lifting its edge to let a little night in, and the warmth will lift and thin and go the way all the others went. Off into the dark, leaving you cooler than before, and you will not even fully wake to know it happened. You will only sink a little further as it leaves, only settle a little deeper into the kept cool, only breathe a little slower on the far side of it. Every surfacing a going under, every small warmth another handful of heat given up, every hour lower than the last. Breathe and downs. And the dark is wide, and the dark is cool, and the dark is kind, and it is holding the whole sleeping country in the palm of one cool hand. The trough and the well and the garden and the fields and the folded cattle and the tucked small birds and the thick old walls and the deep cellar and the level cold water and the silver-bowed grass and the one heavy cooling body lying low in the middle of it all. Holding everything the same gentle way, cooling everything the same slow way, asking nothing of any of it, keeping all of it kept. And there is so much night left in that cool hand, so many dark unhurried hours still to be held through, so much slow cooling still to come. And you have only to lie here in the palm of it, low, heavy, cool, kept, breathing slow, falling slow, let all the way down into the deep still floor of the night and staying, while the coolest hour goes on making its far slow way toward you through the dark, in no hurry at all. Just cool, just here, just kept. Breathe and lower, and let the night keep you. And somewhere out past the wall, the night has found its lowest quiet now, the hour when even the last small sounds have laid themselves down, when the fields have gone from murmuring to only breathing, and the air that moves along the floor of the room moves the way water moves in a channel that has almost stopped, barely, slowly, one cool thread sliding over the tiles and finding the low places and pooling there. And you are one of the low places. You are lying right where the cool has decided to gather, and it gathers along you without being asked, settling into the hollow of your neck and the crook behind your knee and the soft inner turn of your elbow, all the sheltered places where the skin stays tender, and it rests its coolness there the way a mist rests in the low seams of a valley, taking its time, in no hurry to lift. And the house has grown so old around you in these deep hours, so patient, its thick walls that spent all day drinking the sun so slowly that the heat never reached the middle of them. And now in the dark, those same walls have begun the other half of their slow work, turning cool from the inside out, the deep stone at their hearts giving its long-kept coolness back a breath at a time into the rooms. And you are inside all of that. Inside the cool middle of a cool thick wall of a cool old house on the cool floor of the night. Layer within layer within layer, each one holding the next the way, the folded petals hold the center of a closed flower, and you at the center, kept, and nothing able to reach you here that is not first made cool by all the coolness it must pass through to arrive. Breathe and let it arrive. There is, somewhere low in the house, a floor of stone that never sees the day, a threshold worn smooth, a step down into a cooler dark, and the air there has a weight to it, a mineral coolness, the coolness of things that have never once been warm, and though you are not there, some part of the night that reaches you has come up from there, has come up through the boards and along the passages carrying that deep unhurried cool with it, and it lays a little of that against your cheek now, that from the ground coolness. That patient underneath coolness, and your cheek takes it and gives back a little of the day it was still carrying, and the trade is done so gently that neither of you notices. Only the sheet is a shade cooler where your face rests, only your breathing has slowed another notch, only the night is a little more inside you than before. And this is how it goes now, hour into hour, the giving up of heat so slow and so complete that there is almost nothing left to give. You began the night with the whole warm day still folded into you, The pavements and the glare and the standing air of the afternoon all stored in your skin and your blood and the deep core of you. And all night you have been setting it down, handful by handful, breath by breath, into the waiting cool. And now there is so little of it left, only the last thin warmth at the very center, and even that is loosening, even that is drifting outward toward the skin where the night can find it and lift it away. And you do nothing. You only lie in the low place and let the cool do the carrying. Somewhere a window stands open onto the dark, and beyond it, the garden has gone entirely to dew, every leaf and every blade beaded and heavy and cool, the whole green world sweating its coolness into the small hours, and the air that comes in over that sill has passed across all of it, has been laid against 1,000 cool wet leaves and come away cooler for each one. And it enters the room the way a tide enters a still pool, without a sound, without a hurry. Filling the low corners first, and rising so slowly that you would never catch the moment it reached you, only that at some point, the air you are breathing has the green in it, the wet leaf coolness, the after-midnight coolness of a garden that has stopped holding the day. And you draw it the whole way down and let it turn, warm now, and give it back to the room, and the room takes it out to the garden again to be cooled once more, and around it goes, the slow wheel of the night breathing you and you breathing the night, neither of you awake enough to keep the count. And how far you have come from the early part of it, the part where the pillow would not stay cool and the sheet clung, and every position was the wrong one and the mind went round and round looking for the cool that would not hold still. All of that is so far behind you now, so many hours downstream, that it is hardly even a memory, only a faint warmth at the edge of things that the night long ago carried off. And in its place, there is only this. This low settled cool, this heaviness that asks for nothing, this slow tide of green air and stone air and dew air moving through a body that has finally, entirely, stopped its holding on. And breathe and lower still. If you were to drift up a little now, the way a sleeper does in the deep of the night, coming near the surface without breaking it, you would find the cool already there, arrived ahead of you, waiting on the near side of your waking the way a cool hand waits on a warm forehead. You would surface just far enough to feel how the sheet has kept its coolness this whole long while, how the air still moves its thin, slow thread along the floor, how heavy and low and kept your body still lies, and finding all of it just as you left it, still cool, still held, you would let go of the surface again without ever quite reaching it, and sink, the way a stone sinks through the dark, still water of a deep place, turning slowly as it goes, unhurried, downward through the cooling layers. Past where the last of the day's warmth ever reached, down to the cold, quiet floor where nothing stirs and nothing is asked, and the cool simply holds you level and keeps you. This is the way the old countries have always slept through the heat, not fighting the middle of the day, but folding into the coolest room and letting the body go heavy through the worst of it, shutters drawn, floor swept cool, the whole household gone quiet and low until the sun loosens its grip. They learned it 1,000 summers ago, the wisdom of not straining against the warmth, but lying down under it and going still and letting it pass over like weather. And you are inside that same old wisdom now, that same unhurried surrender, your body doing tonight what bodies have done in the heat for as long as there have been long hot nights to lie down in. Nothing new is being asked of you, only the oldest thing, only to go heavy and low and cool and let the hot hours walk past while you rest beneath them. And the hours are walking past. You can feel how many have gone, not by counting them, but by the depth you have reached, the way a diver knows the depth by the cold and the quiet and the weight of the water overhead. You are deep in the night now, deep in the kept cool, so far down that the morning is only a rumor, only a faint paleness that has not yet even begun to think of the eastern edge of things. There is so much dark still folded around you, so many cool hours still to be spent, and not one of them will ask you to rise. Each one will only hold you a little lower than the last, cool you a little more completely, settle you a little further into the deep, still floor where you already lie. Breathe and stay. Out across the sleeping country, the cool has laid its hand on everything the same as it has laid it on you. The stone troughs standing full of black cool water in the yards, the wells going down and down into the earth's own coolness, the cellars where the air has not changed its temperature since winter, the shaded north sides of the old walls that never warm at all, the deep shadow under the broad trees where the day's heat never once got in. All of them cool, all of them kept, all of them holding their coolness through the small hours the way you are holding yours. And the same slow night is moving over all of it, the same dew settling, the same thin threads of cooler air sliding down from the high ground into the low, filling the valleys with cool the way milk fills a bowl slowly from the bottom up. And you are one small warm thing among all the cool kept things, being cooled the same patient way, being held in the same wide dark hand, given nothing to do but lie still and let the country's coolness become your own. And it is becoming your own. With every slow breath, a little more of the cool outside crosses over and becomes the cool inside, until there is hardly a line anymore between the coolness of the room and the coolness of you, between the dew on the grass and the ease in your limbs, between the deep stone cool of the old wall and the deep settled cool at the center of your resting body. The boundaries have gone soft the way they do in the deepest part of sleep, and you are spread thin and cool and easy across the whole quiet dark, part of the night now, part of the cooling, no longer a warm thing lying in the cool, but simply one more of the cool things the night is keeping. And so heavy, so far down, so thoroughly kept. And should a warmth rise, later, in some hour still ahead, the way a body will turn its old heat loose in waves across a long night, it will find everything already arranged to take it, the cool air standing ready along the floor, the far edge of the pillow holding its coolness in reserve, the thin sheet ready to lift and let a breath of garden in, the whole patient machinery of the cooling night already in place before the warmth even arrives, so that the warmth has nowhere to gather and nothing to cling to. And it lifts almost as soon as it rises, thins, drifts, is carried off into the wide dark to be cooled among the leaves, and leaves you lower than it found you, cooler than before, sinking on the far side of it without ever having climbed near enough to the surface to know that anything moved at all. Breathe and let it be carried. The night is so long and so kind, it has no other errand than this, no place it needs to be, no hurry in it anywhere. It will spend all its remaining dark hours doing nothing but keeping you cool and keeping you low and keeping you kept, the way it keeps the water level in the trough and the coolness deep in the well and the shade thick under the trees. It does not tire of the work. It does not hurry toward the end of it. It only goes on, patient, slow, laying cool over cool over cool, hour after unhurried hour, all the way down the long slope of the night toward the coolest floor of it, which has not even been reached yet, which is still somewhere ahead, still lowering toward you through the dark. And you go on with it, down its long, slow slope, deeper into the kept cool with every breath, heavier with every hour, further from the warm high edge where the night began and closer to the cool deep floor where it will rest. In no hurry at all, only sinking, only settling, only being carried lower on the slow tide of the cooling dark. And just cool, just low, just kept. And the thin thread of air still moves along the floor, still finds you, still pools its coolness in the sheltered hollows of you and rests there. And the old walls still give back their deep-kept cool a breath at a time. And the garden still beads and cools beyond the open dark of the window, still sends its green, wet coolness sliding in over the sill to fill the low places where you lie. And the whole cool country still rests in the same wide hand as you, the trough and the well and the cellar and the shaded wall and the dew-heavy grass and the one long cooling body gone soft and low in the middle of it all, All of it kept the same gentle way. All of it cooled the same slow way. All of it held. Breathe and lower. There is nothing now that you need to do, nothing to hold, nothing to keep ready, nothing to brace against, nothing to reach for. The cool has all of that. The cool is doing all of it. The finding of the air, the turning of the heat loose, the carrying of it off, the keeping of you low and easy and cool through the deep of the night. None of it is yours to manage anymore. None of it ever really was. And now that you have set it all down, the doing goes on doing itself around you. Without you, smooth and slow and sure. The way the dew settles without being told, and the cool sinks into the valleys without being asked. You have only to lie here in the middle of it, gone heavy, gone low, and let the long night do what the long night does. Cool and keep, and cool and keep. And the hours ahead are all like this. This same low-kept cool, this same slow tide, this same patient hand. Hour after hour of it still to come, and every one a little deeper than the last, every one a little cooler, every one a little further under, all the way down the long dark toward a morning that is still so far off it need not even be thought of. So many cool kept hours away that there is nothing to do between here and there but rest, and sink, and be carried, and rest. And just here, just cool, just kept. Breathe and let the night keep you down and lower still into the deep cool floor of it, where you already lie, where you will go on lying, held, cooled, kept, while the coolest hour goes on making its slow far way toward you through the wide and patient dark. And stay, and sink, and let it hold you. Somewhere beneath you, below the floor, below the boards and the beam and the deep-set stone, the earth itself is cool. It has always been cool down there, a little way down, past where the day can reach. The sun crosses over the house all through the long hot hours and never once touches it, that quiet coolness kept in the ground beneath the room. And it is there now, as it is every night, holding steady while the surface of the world heats and cools and heats again above it, unmoved, unbothered. A great slow reservoir of cool laid under everything, under the house, under the bed, under the sleeping weight of you, and you can let yourself lean on it. Let yourself be held up from below by all that patient buried cool that no heat wave ever reaches and no long day ever spends. The ground does not hurry either. It took the whole slow turning of the seasons to gather that coolness, and it will give it up so gradually that no summer can empty it. And tonight a thread of it rises, the way cool always rises out of deep places into the still dark, seeping up through the stone and the timber, cool coming up to meet the cool that sinks, the two of them finding each other somewhere in the low air of the room and pooling there together, around you, over you, under you. And you go on sinking into the middle of that meeting, slow and low. And breathe. On the small table beside you, the water has gone cool in its glass. It sat out through the heat of the day and took the day's warmth into it, and then, all through the long dark hours, a little at a time, it gave that warmth back to the night and grew quiet and cool again in the giving. It is cooler now than it was at midnight, and cooler than it will admit, sitting there so still that its surface holds the faint, far shapes of the dark room without a tremor. A small kept coolness of its own, near your hand, that you need not even reach for, only know that it is there, cool and level and waiting, keeping its own patient temperature through the night the same way the walls keep theirs and the ground keeps its own. Everything around you holding a little pocket of cool, each in its own way, each without being asked. And there is a clay jug somewhere in these old houses that keeps its water colder than the air around it, colder than seems fair, because the wet seeps ever so faintly through the rough red clay and dries off the outside into the moving dark, and every small drying carries off a breath of warmth, and the water within sinks cooler for it, hour upon hour. An old, old coolness, that one older than any machine, the coolness of water teaching itself to be cold simply by being let alone in the dark air. And the whole room tonight is a little like that jug. You are a little like that jug, damp at the skin, and drying so slowly you cannot feel it, and cooling by the drying, quietly, endlessly, all night long, without one thing being asked of you. And breathe, and let the drying cool you, let the small unfelt work of it go on, the night air taking from your skin what it needs to take, a breath at a time, and leaving you a shade cooler each time it does. You do not have to feel it to trust it. It is happening now, it has been happening for hours, the slow, patient lifting of warmth off the surface of you into the wide, cool dark that has room for all of it and more. The house has gone quiet in a way it never is by day. The boards have finished their small talking. All through the evening they ticked and settled as the heat went out of them, each one easing back a hair's width toward its cool night shape. And now they are done, and still, and cool, laid quiet under the dark. The whole frame of the house drawn in a little, cooled and closed and resting, the way a body rests. And you inside it, one more quiet cooling thing among all the quiet cooling things, the beams above and the boards below and the still walls all around, every one of them let down out of the heat of the day and settling toward the same low, kept cool as you. And the metal latch of the window has gone cool to the touch. The little catch that was warm under a finger at dusk is cold now, faintly cold, the way metal always goes coldest of all in the deep of the night. And the hinge, and the key in the old lock, and the thin frame of the glass, all of them gone cool, all of them giving their small hard coolness up into the dark room, each little cold thing a tiny well of night in itself. You need not touch any of them. Only let it be true, all around you, that even the smallest, hardest things have turned cool while you lay here, that the whole room down to its latches and its nails has cooled toward you through the hours. Breathe and lower. Outside, the night has deepened past the deepest part and begun its long, slow lean toward the far side of itself. You cannot see it, and you need not. But the dark has thinned by the smallest measure, and the air over the garden has settled as low and cool as it will go, and the last warmth stored in the day-baked walls of the world has nearly all leaked away into the sky. This is the coolest reach of the whole turning, these slow hours before the light, when the earth has finished giving back everything the sun poured into it and lies emptied and cool and quiet under the stars, the bottom of the night's long, cool slope. And you are down here in it now, down where it is coolest, laid along the very floor of the dark. And still it does not rush. Even here at its lowest, the cool only settles and holds, patient as ever, in no more hurry at the bottom than it was at the top. It will keep you here a long while yet, down on this cool floor, before the far pale edge of morning ever begins to think of rising. Hours of it still, hours of this same low kept cool laid over you and under you and all through the quiet room. So there is nothing to wait for, nothing coming that you need to be ready for, only more of this, more of the same slow cool holding, hour after unhurried hour, each one no different from the last, except a little deeper, a little further under, a little more completely let go. And breathe. Somewhere out past the garden wall the fields lie under a thin ground mist now, cool white breath risen up off the cooling grass, lying low over the earth in the dark. It gathers in the hollows the way water would, pooling in the dips and the ditches and the low corners of the land, a soft, cold, weightless flood filling all the low places of the night, and the same low-seeking cool has filled all the low places of you. The hollow of the throat, the dip behind each knee, the cool undersides of the wrists, the long groove of the spine, every low place where the warmth used to gather has been found instead by the cool and filled and quieted. The mist over the fields and the cool over your body, both of them finding the low ground the same patient way, both of them settling in to stay. And the grass out there is wet through now, every blade beaded and heavy and cold, bent a little under the weight of its own dew, cooled far below the warmth of the day it grew in, a whole dark field of cool wet green lying down under the stars, and the leaves of the trees hang cooler on their undersides where the night air has pooled against them, and the stones of the wall have gone cold clear through, all the way to their hidden hearts, cold the way only stone in the small hours goes cold. A whole world outside your window quietly turned to cool, top to bottom, near and far, and all of it leaning the same way you lean, down into the deep, still bottom of the dark. And breathe and let it hold you. You have slept through the hottest of it now. The worst of the heat is behind you, spent, gone off into the sky hours ago, and it will not come back tonight. Whatever the day was, the night has undone it, patiently, hour by hour, the way the night always does, taking the heat off the walls and the roof and the road and the fields and the long, low, sleeping weight of you, and giving it all up to the wide, dark sky that swallows heat without ever filling. It is nearly all given back now. The great daily heat of the world nearly all returned, and what is left, here at the bottom of the dark, is this, cool and quiet and low and kept. And you did none of it. You only lay here and let it happen, and it happened, all of it, the whole enormous slow cooling of the night, without one thing asked of you. The walls did their part, and the ground did its part, and the garden did its part, and the far cold sky did the greatest part of all, and you were held in the middle of their quiet working, cooled by all of it, keeping nothing, carrying nothing, doing nothing at all but sinking lower into the cool they made. And breathe, and lower. The birds have not begun. It is still too deep in the dark for them, still that long hushed trough before the first of them stirs. Nothing calls out there now, nothing moves but the thin cool air along the ground and the slow settling of the mist into the hollows, the whole night holding its breath at its lowest cool ebb. And in that great outdoor hush the room is quieter still, a small kept pocket of stillness inside the larger stillness, and you the stillest thing in it, laid so quiet and so low that you have almost joined the quiet things that do not breathe at all, the cool wall, the cold latch, the level water, the settled boards, almost, but not quite, for still the slow tide of your own breath goes on, low and even, in and out, the one soft moving thing in all that kept and cooling quiet. And even that asks nothing of you. It breathes itself low and slow, the way it has all night, the way it will till morning, drawing the cool floor air in and letting the day's last warmth out, a little at a time, tireless, patient, without your minding it at all. Let it breathe you. Let it go on doing the one small thing that still moves in you softly on its own, while all the rest of you lies still and cool and given over to the dark. And breathe and be breathed. There is a shaded place on the north side of every old house where the sun never reaches, no matter how high it climbs or how long the day burns. A strip of wall kept always in shadow, cool to lay a palm against even at the height of the worst afternoon. And all night that cool north wall has grown cooler yet, and now in the deep dark it is cold and damp and green-smelling and utterly at rest, the coolest face of the whole house turned out toward the coolest quarter of the sky. And you are lying, in a way, against that cool north wall of the night, turned toward the cool, sheltered from every warmth, laid along the one side of things where the heat never comes, kept in the deep shade of the small hours, where the light will be last to find you, where the cool lies longest and leaves latest. And breathe. And the hours go on passing over you like slow, cool water, one and then another, each one laying its own thin, cool weight down over the last, so that you sink a little further under with the passing of each, deeper into the kept cool, heavier, lower, further from any edge, closer to nothing at all. And there is so much night still left, so many of these cool, slow hours still stacked up ahead of you in the dark, that you could not count them if you tried, and there is no reason to try, no reason to reach toward the far end of them, when here, right here, the cool is already holding you as gently as it will hold you at the last. Just here, just cool, just low, just kept. And the thread of air still moves, low along the floor, patient as ever, finding the room's cool corners and yours, and it will go on moving there till morning, never hurrying, never stopping, laying its small coolness into the hollows of you again and again, through all the hours still to come. And the ground beneath still holds its deep unspent cool, and the walls still give theirs back a breath at a time, and the water still keeps its level cold, and the mist still fills the low fields, and the far sky still drinks the last of the heat away into the dark. All of it going on around you, for you, without you, all of it kept the same slow, gentle way. And breathe and let the night keep you. Down and lower still, into the deep cool floor of the dark, where you already lie, where you will go on lying, held and cooled and kept, through hour after slow, unhurried hour, while the coolest reach of the night settles all around you and stays, in no hurry at all, with morning still so far off through the wide, patient dark, that there is nothing at all to do but rest here, low and cool and given over, and let the long night go on doing what the long night does. And cool, and keep, and cool, and keep, and just here, and just cool, and just kept, and stay, and sink, and let it hold you. And there is a coolness that gathers on the outside of things in the last dark hours, quietly, without anyone to see it. The way a stone left out overnight will be beaded and damp by the small hours, cooler than the air around it, giving its warmth up so steadily to the wide dark sky that the moisture settles onto it and holds. And every blade of grass in the low field beyond the wall is doing the same thing now, each one cooling, each one gathering its single bead of dew along its length, so that a whole field of grass is cooling itself and cooling the air just above it, laying down a thin, cold breath across the ground that no one asked for and no one tends, that simply happens every clear night for as long as there have been fields. And you are near that. You are down at that same low level where the cool collects and stays, gathered like dew along the length of you, cooler than the room, given your warmth quietly up into the dark and asking nothing back. And breathe. And somewhere under an old house like this one, there is a floor of cold clay tiles, laid straight onto the earth a long time ago, worn smooth and dark by years of bare feet. And clay holds the cool the way few things do, drinks it down out of the ground beneath and keeps it, so that even at the hottest hour of the hottest day, those tiles stay cold to the sole of a foot, cold enough to make you draw breath when you first step down. And all through the night that cold has deepened in them, tile by tile, until now the whole floor is one broad plane of kept cold, level and dark and faintly damp, the coolest thing the house owns, and you could be lying on that, in a way you already are. Laid full length along a floor of cold, worn clay, your warmth passing down into it and lost, the cold rising up along your back and your shoulders and the backs of your legs and the backs of your arms, steady and even, meeting you at every point at once, so that there is no part of you the cool has not reached and settled into. The small current of air is still moving. It has not stopped, it will not stop. It comes along the base of the wall the way it always has, patient and low, and it finds the damp cold rising off the clay, and it carries a thread of it to you, laying it across the back of your neck, along the ankle, into the bend of the knee, wherever the warmth had thought to gather. And it takes that little warmth away with it as it goes, out and along and gone, and comes back a while later with more cool, and lays that down too. Over and over, all night, the same slow, unhurried pass, giving cool and taking warmth, giving cool and taking warmth, so evenly that you need not feel it happen, only feel the sum of it, only feel that you are cooler now than you were, and cooler still than that. And if you were to surface a little now, up toward the thin edge of the dark for a moment, the way a body does in a long night's sleep, there would be nothing there to trouble you, only the same cool room, quieter than before, the heat all gone out of its worst hours, the deep part of the night gone soft and still around you. And the underside of the pillow, if you turned it, would be cool again, would have given up all the warmth it borrowed from you, and drawn the coolness back out of the dark air while you were down under. A fresh, cool face of it waiting there, smooth against the cheek, and the small turn of the head enough to find it, and then down again, back under, no further awake than that. Just the turn, just the cool cloth against the side of your face, just the sinking back. And breathe. And the sheet, the one thin sheet, lies over you no heavier than it ever was, and where a corner of it has slipped free, it lets a low, cool draft in along your side. And that is good, that is welcome, that thread of cooler air finding the warm place and thinning it. And where the sheet lies against you, it does its own quiet work, taking up the least dampness from your skin and letting the moving air lift it away, so that the drying itself cools you, the oldest cooling there is, the one your body has done for itself on every warm night of your whole life without ever being told. It knows how, it has always known how. There is nothing for you to do but lie here and let the cool current help it, and let the night go on. Far off, deeper down under the same old house, past the clay-tiled floor and lower still, there is a well, a shaft of cold stone going straight down into the dark of the ground, and at the bottom of it, the water lies black and utterly still and colder than anything in the house above, colder than the cellar, colder than the north wall, kept at the deep, unchanging cool of the earth itself, where no summer ever reaches. And to lower a hand toward that water would be to feel the cold rising off it a long way up, a column of cool air standing quiet in the shaft, the same cool it has held since long before this heat began and will hold long after it has broken. And that cold is under you now, somewhere beneath all the layers of floor and earth, a deep reserve of it that the day never touched and the night cannot use up. And you are resting over the top of it, held up on the whole cool weight of the ground, and it is there, and it is patient, and it is not going anywhere before morning. And lower. And the mist that came up into the low fields at dusk has not gone. It has only thickened and settled, filling the hollows to their brims, lying in the ditches and along the stream, and pooling in every dip of the ground like something poured, cool and white and motionless, so that the whole low country outside is brimmed with cool, while the stars stand clear and bright above it. And the air that comes to your window has drifted across all of that, has trailed its edge through the cold of the mist and picked the coolness up, and it carries a little of that field cold in with it now, thin and clean and smelling faintly of wet grass and stone and the green cold breath of things at rest. And it lays that down into the room, a breath at a time, and the room takes it and holds a little more of it than it held an hour ago. And breathe. There is no hour of the night more given over to cool than this one, the far side of the deep dark, when the ground has cooled as far as it will cool, and the air has cooled with it, and the whole turning world is tilted furthest from the day. The heat of yesterday spent entirely, poured up into the sky and gone, and the heat of tomorrow not yet begun, not even a rumor of it at the low edge of the east. Only the wide cool trough at the very bottom of the night, where the cool lies deepest and stays longest and asks the least of you. And you are down in the bottom of it, at rest, kept, cooled through and through, with nothing to hold and nowhere to be and no next thing to do. And the cellar under the house is doing what it has always done, holding its 100-year cool with the calm of stone that has forgotten what warmth is, the dark shelves and the cold air standing between them, and the faint, sweet smell of earth and old timber, unchanged by any summer, kept apart from all of it. And the cold clay floor is holding its cool, and the deep well is holding its colder cold, and the north wall is holding the cool it grew all night, and the misted fields are holding theirs, and the low, patient current is carrying a thread of each of them to you in its slow turning, so that all the coolness of the whole cool house and the whole cool country is being brought to where you lie, a little at a time, hour upon hour, without your asking and without your effort, and without any end in sight before the light. And lower still. Somewhere a single drop of water gathers at the mouth of a stone spout and hangs, and swells and falls, and the small cold sound of it landing goes out into the dark and fades. And after a long while another gathers and swells and falls, slow as the night itself. And each one is colder than the air, drawn up from the deep cool ground, and each small falling sound is the only thing that moves in all that stillness, marking the hours off so gently that the marking is itself a kind of rest. Nothing hurried in it, nothing counted, only the slow cold falling of water somewhere near, over and over, patient past all patience, going on the same whether you hear it or not. And breathe. And you need not follow it. You need not follow anything now. The sounds may come and go at the edge of the dark, and none of them is for you to hold. The far small falling of water, the low move of the air along the floor, the almost nothing sound the sheet makes when your slow breathing lifts it and lets it settle. All of it soft, all of it distant, all of it going on at the outermost rim of your resting, where it cannot reach in far enough to trouble you. You are further down than any of it, laid on the cool floor of the whole quiet night, under the reach of every sound. And if the warmth should try again, later, in some small hour still to come, to gather anywhere along you in the curve of the back, in the palm of a hand folded under, in the place where one leg rests against the other, it will find, as it always finds, the cool current already there ahead of it, already loosening it, already lifting it away, and the thin sheet already drawing it off, and the cold rising steady out of the clay and the ground to meet it and thin it and take it down. So that the warmth never gathers, never builds, never comes to anything at all, but is met and cooled and carried off the moment it begins, again and again, through every hour that is left, by a cooling that does not tire and does not sleep and does not stop while you do. And there is nothing you must do to keep it going. That is the deep ease of this hour. The cool does not need you awake to hold you. It held you while you slipped under, and it holds you now, and it will hold you just the same through all the low hours ahead, whether you rise a little toward the surface or sink all the way to the bottom, whether you know it or not. It is not yours to tend. It is only yours to be given. Laid down over you and under you and along every side of you freely, endlessly, for as long as the dark lasts. And the dark will last a good while yet. Morning is far, morning is so far from here, out past the whole wide, slow remainder of the night, that there is no sense at all in turning toward it, no sense in reaching for the far pale edge of things when here, low in the cool trough of the small hours, the night is at its deepest and kindest and least demanding. Let morning keep its distance. Let it stay away out there past hours and hours of cool dark still to be crossed. You are not going toward it. You are only lying here, low and cool and kept, letting the hours come to you and pass over you and go, one slow cool hour laying itself down over the last. And breathe, and cool, and low, and kept, and further under. There is a cold, smooth key of iron that hangs on a nail by a cellar door in a house like this, and it is always cold, colder than the room, the way old iron is, drawing the cool to itself and holding it, so that to close a hand around it is to feel the chill run up into the palm. And small cold things like that are scattered all through the sleeping house, the iron key, the stone step, the tile, the latch, the deep sink of cold slate in the pantry, the underside of the heavy table, each one a little pool of kept cool, each one colder than the air, each one giving its coolness quietly out into the dark all night long. And the low current moves among them, from one to the next, gathering a thread of cool from each, and bringing the gathered coolness of all of them at last to you. And you are the place it all comes to, the low cool corner where the night lays down everything it has cooled. And it lays it down gently, and it lays it down slow, and it lays it down without end. And lower. The field mist thickens another degree in the last dark. The dew settles heavier on the grass. The well holds its black cold water still. The clay floor deepens its chill. The north wall stands damp and green and cold in the shade that never lifts. The cellar keeps its 100 years of cool. And over all of it, the wide, clear sky goes on drinking the last of the day's heat up and away into the dark between the stars, pulling the warmth off the whole cooling world a breath at a time, off the fields and the roofs and the walls and the still water and off you, off the last least warmth of you, up and out and gone into the cold, high dark, so that you grow cooler as the ground grows cooler, as the night grows deeper, all of it cooling together. All of it settling together toward the low, still bottom of the dark. And breathe, and stay, and sink, and just here, and just cool, and just kept. And there is nothing after this that needs your doing, and nothing before it that needs your minding. Only this low, cool held place in the middle of the long night. Only the slow, cool hours going over. Only the current moving and the sheet lying light, and the cold rising steady out of the deep ground to meet you and keep you and carry every warmth away. Hour after unhurried hour, with the morning still far, with the cool still deepening. With nothing at all to do but lie here given over, low and cooled and kept, and let the long night go on holding you the gentle way it has held you all along. And cool, and keep, and cool, and keep, and lower still, and stay. And there is, somewhere in the low part of the house, a jug of unglazed clay standing in the dark, rough to the touch, the color of dry earth, and it sweats. All night it sweats a fine, slow beading of water through its own thin walls, and each bead as it forms lifts a whisper of warmth away with it, so that the water held inside stays cool, cooler than the room, cooler than the night, cool the way well water is cool. And the people who have always lived in heat have always known this jug, and set it in the draught by an open door, and let the moving air draw the sweat off it and carry the taken heat away, and come to it in the worst part of the day for a mouthful of something cool, and you do not have to go to it. It is only there in the dark, one more cool thing kept in the sleeping house, its damp clay side cold under an imagined palm, one more small held pool of cool giving itself quietly out. And the low current that moves among all the cool things finds it too, and passes over its wet clay flank, and takes up the coolness of it, and carries that thread along with all the others, down to you. And breathe and cool. And the hour has come round now to the lowest hour, the one that has no name and needs none, the hour when the whole turning world leans furthest from the sun, and the last stored warmth of the long day finally lets go of the walls and the roads and the roofs and lifts away. The deep trough of the night, where the air itself has cooled as far as it is going to cool, and lies at its thinnest and its clearest and its coldest against the skin, and you are down here in it, folded into the very bottom of the night, at the coolest point of the coolest hour, and it holds you there without any effort, the way still water holds a thing that has finished sinking. Low and cool and kept. And if a hand, somewhere far off at the edge of you, should move a little in its sleep, and slide beneath the pillow into the dark hollow there, it finds a patch that the night has been cooling all this while. A smooth, cool cotton place the warmth never reached, and the hand settles into it, and the coolness comes up into the palm and the wrist, slow and even, and spreads a little way up the arm, and the hand grows heavy in the cool it found, and asks for nothing more. And this too you do not have to do. It happens on its own, far down at the far edge of a sleeping body, the small unhurried finding of a cooler place, the settling of a heavy hand into a kept cool corner of the bed. And everything about it is slow, and everything about it is easy, and none of it needs your minding. Breathe and lower. Outside, in the dark that leans toward the earliest grey, the courtyard lies open to the sky. A small square of worn tile the day poured its heat down onto for hours, and that the long night has been drawing that heat back out of, tile by tile, all evening, all midnight, all through the lowest hour, until now the floor of it is cool underfoot as a stream bed. And the thick pale walls that hold the courtyard have given their warmth up too, standing cool and chalky in the dark, cool the way a cave mouth is cool, and the shadow that pools in the corners is the oldest, coolest shadow, the kind that has been gathering there since the sun went down and will not thin until well after it comes up. And in the middle of the tiles, there is a shallow stone basin and a slow thread of water moving over its lip, and the sound of it is a small, cool, endless sound, a low, steady falling and folding of water over cold stone that has been going on all night and will go on. And you can lie a long way off from it and still feel how the moving water cools the air above the basin and cools the tiles around it and cools the whole still square of the courtyard a little more than the rest of the sleeping house. One more cool room in the long, cool house of the night, its door standing open, its air moving slow. Cool and kept, and further under. And the low current knows the courtyard too. It comes in over the cool tiles and crosses the damp shadow and passes above the moving water and takes the coolness of the water into itself and carries it, thin and clean and faintly wet, in through the dark rooms over the cold slate, past the sweating clay, along the stone, down the worn stair, into the low place where you lie. And it lays that water-cooled thread of air across you as light as breath, across the temple, along the jaw, down the side of the throat where the blood runs near, and the coolness of far-off moving water sinks in there and travels inward, quietly, the way all these small cool things travel inward through the night, gathering at the deep still center of you and lowering it, one thin degree, and another, hour on hour, without hurry, without end. And breathe, just here, just cool. And the ones who have always lived under a hard sun learned long ago not to fight the deep of the day, but to lie down in it, to close the shutters at noon and darken the rooms, and go still on a cool floor or a cool bed in the cool dark of a shuttered house, while the heat stood white and roaring outside, and to give the whole middle of the day over to lying down, not tired, not defeated, only wise. Only doing the one thing a body can do in great heat, which is to grow still and let the stillness lower it and wait for the cool that always comes back at the far end. And that old unhurried wisdom is in you now, in the dark, at the far cool end of the day's heat. You are lying down in the deep of the night the way they lay down in the deep of the day, given over, unresisting, letting the still cool hours do the slow work no effort could do. And there is a great old ease in it, a permission 1,000 summers deep, the body remembering a thing it has always known, that the way through the heat is down and in and still, low and let go and cools. And the night goes on turning the earth a degree cooler under you. The fields out past the walls have given up the last of their day and lie dark and damp, now under a settling weight of cool air that pools along the low ground and gathers in the hollows and lies deepest of all in the dip, where the land goes down toward water. And the great slabs of stone in the hills have shed the sun they drank and stand cold in the dark. And the deep places under everything, the shafts and the roots and the buried rooms, have kept their steady cool untouched through the whole blazing day and give it up now into the cooling dark to meet the cool coming down from above. The cold rising and the cold falling, and the two of them meeting somewhere in the still middle of the night, in the still middle of the house, in the still low middle of you. Breathe and stay. And you are so far down now, so far into the kept cool bottom of the long hour, that the room above you and its stale held warmth has become a thing very high up and very far off, a ceiling of old heat floating away at the top of the dark, while you lie far below it in the cool that has pooled at the bottom, the way cool always pools at the bottom, the way the coldest water in a deep still lake lies lowest, untouched by anything at the surface. You have sunk beneath the warm and come to rest on the cool floor of the night, and the warmth cannot follow you down here and does not try and drifts far up and away, and you lie under it, kept and low and cooled clean through. Cool and low and kept and further still. And there is a cloth somewhere, a plain square of thin cotton or old linen, that was wetted through and wrung out and hung in the moving dark hours ago, and it hangs there yet, cool and damp and slowly drying, and the slow drying of it draws warmth out of the air all around it, so that the air near the hanging cloth is cooler than the air across the room, a soft, cool patch of dark held around a cooling cloth. And this is the oldest, simplest cool the people of hot countries ever made, only water, only air, only a wet thing hung in a draught to let the leaving water carry the heat away. And it has cooled sleepers for as long as there have been sleepers in the heat, this quiet trick of a damp cloth and a moving night. And one hangs near you now in the dark, cooling the air by the bed a degree, giving its slow damp coolness out, and the current passes through it, through the hanging damp of it, and comes away cooler still, and brings that to you as well. One more thread, one more cool thing in the long house full of cool things, all of them tending toward you, all of them giving what they have quietly down into the low place where you lie. And breathe, just cool, just kept. And nothing is being asked of you. This is the whole of it, down here in the 7th slow hour of the held night, that nothing at all is being asked. Not to move, not to cool yourself, not to seek the cool or make the cool or keep the cool. For the cool is being made and kept and brought to you by the whole turning, cooling world, by the sky drinking the heat up into the dark, and the ground breathing the cold up out of its depths, and the water falling slow over stone, and the clay sweating, and the cloth drying, and the current moving forever from one cool thing to the next, and laying all of it gathered and gentle across the sleeping length of you. You have only to lie here at the bottom and receive it, only to be the low, cool place it all runs down to, and you are that place, effortlessly, already, without doing anything, only by lying still and letting the long night keep on doing what it has done all along. Low and cool and given over. The grey has not come yet. The window holds only dark, the deep even dark of the hour before the first thinning, and the birds are still folded and silent in the cool of the leaves, and the roads are empty and cool, and the whole wide country lies down in the trough of the night together, cooling together, breathing the same slow, cool breath, and you among all of it, one small kept cool sleeping thing in a world gone cool and still around you. And the morning, when it comes, will come cooler than the day was, cooler than the evening was, the freshest, coolest hour of all the turning round waiting quietly at the far end of the dark. But it is not near yet, and there is nothing in you that needs to reach for it. It will come to you the way everything comes to you here, on its own, in its own slow time, over the top of the last dark hours, without any help from you at all. Breathe and stay and sink. And the cool goes on rising steady out of the deep ground to meet you. The current goes on moving soft among the cold, kept things and bringing their gathered coolness down. The damp cloth goes on drying and cooling the near air. The clay jug goes on sweating in the draught. The water goes on falling slow over the cold stone in the open courtyard under the last of the stars. And all of it, tends toward this one low, cool, held place where you lie folded into the very bottom of the night, cooled clean through, kept, given over, asked for nothing, minding nothing, only here, only cool, only low, only carried by the long, slow hours, the gentle, unhurried way they have carried you the whole night long. Cool and keep, and cool and keep, and lower still and stay. And the hour lays itself down over the last one, slow and cool, and without any edge to it, one more deep dark hour settling its cool weight over the settled cool weight beneath, and you sink the smallest degree further as it settles, down where the warmth cannot reach and the effort cannot follow, down on the still cool floor of the kept night, low and held and cooling yet. And breathe, and just here, and just cool, and just kept, and further under. And the drawer of the old chest holds its cloth cool where it has lain all the long day out of the light, folded linen in the dark of the wood, untouched by the heat of the room, keeping its own small pocket of coolness against the grain. And if a hand were to reach in it, would find that coolness waiting there, patient, the way cool things wait in the closed and shaded places. But there is no need to reach. The coolness comes out to you on its own, seeping soft from every shut and shaded corner of the house, from under the bed and behind the wardrobe, and along the base of the north wall where the sun has never once come. All the days kept coolness leaking gentle now into the dark room, gathering low, pooling where you lie. Low is where it gathers, low is where you are, and the two are the same, the low cool and the low you, settled into one another on the floor of the hour. And somewhere below the house the earth holds its old cold steady, the way it always has, unbothered by the day, unbothered by the season, the deep ground keeping the one cool temper it has kept through every summer there has ever been. And the coolness of it rises up slow through the foundations, through the stone, through the cool packed floor, up into the solace of the sleeping house and out along its quiet rooms. And a little of it reaches you where you lie, the smallest breath of the deep ground's changeless cool, coming up to you through everything between, faithful, unhurried, without your asking. You asked for nothing and it came. You did nothing and it came. This is the way of it now, in the last dark hours, the cool arriving of its own accord, needing no part of you awake to greet it. So let the last part of you that was listening go loose as well. Let it slip down into the same low cool with all the rest. Nothing needs to stay up and mind the coolness. The coolness minds itself. It has always minded itself, all night, running down from the high cold places to the low warm ones without a single hand to guide it, and it will go on running down long after the last of your minding has let go. Softer and lower. There is a stone step somewhere in the dark of the house that stays cool under bare foot even in the worst of the heat, the one worn smooth in its middle by 100 years of passing, cool as a river stone, cool as the shaded side of anything. And the air just above it is cooler than the air of the room, a thin cool layer lying close against the cold stone, sliding slow down toward the lower steps and the lower rooms and the cool packed floor below. Cool air always moving downward, always seeking the lowest place, always finding it. And you are the lowest place. You are where the cool air is going. It slides down the smooth worn steps in the dark and comes to rest across the length of you, laying itself over your shoulders and along your back and down over your legs, a slow cool sheet of settled air, heavier than the warm it displaces, sinking gently to hold you. Held by air, covered by coolness, asked for nothing. And the courtyard water goes on falling somewhere out beyond the open door, the same slow falling it has kept the whole night, over the cold stone lip and down into the dark basin, and the cool of it spreads flat across the tiles and comes in low under the threshold and moves without hurry across the floor toward the low cool place where you lie. The water does not tire of falling. The coolness does not tire of coming. They are made to do this endlessly, and the doing of it is easy for them, easy as breathing is easy for you now, in and slow and out and slower. And breathe, and the cool comes in, and breathe, and it settles. Somewhere the night has laid its dew down over everything that faces the open sky, the finest cool damp settling out of the dark air onto every cool surface that will take it, onto stone and leaf and the cool metal of the gate, the night giving its coolness back in beads too small to see, and every dewed thing a shade cooler now than it was an hour ago. The whole outside world cooling one soft degree at a time under its blanket of settling damp, and the coolness of it pressing gentle at the walls of the house, patient at the windows, waiting at the doors, all of it wanting in, all of it slowly getting in, coming to you through every cool crack and cool seam. You need not let it in, it finds its own way, It has all the dark hours it needs. And the pillow beneath your cheek has cooled again in the long stillness, the way it does when nothing moves against it, the way cloth cools when it is only left alone in the dark to give its warmth up to the air. It has cooled while you lay still, quietly, without your turning it, the still cool coming to the still cloth, and the still cloth to the still face, and all of it one unmoving cool weight now, unbroken, complete. And there is nothing you need do to keep it cool, only lie as still as you are lying, and let the stillness go on cooling everything it touches. Still is cool, still is the thing that cools. Every unmoving thing in the dark house is giving up its warmth to the night and growing cool by being still, and you among them, stillest of all, coolest of all, sunk deepest of all into the quiet that cools. Is soft, and stay. And the far side of the night turns its slow face toward the coming cool, the deepest trough of it, the hour when the ground has given nearly all its day heat back to the sky and taken almost nothing new, the leanest, coolest hollow of the whole turning round, and the house lies down into that hollow, and the room lies down into the house, and you lie down into the room, each cool thing cradled in a cooler all the way down. All the way to you, at the very bottom, where the cool of everything has come to rest. At the bottom there is no reaching left to do. Everything that could come to you has come. Everything that could cool you has cooled you. You have only to lie in the gathered cool of it and be kept, the way the cellar keeps its air, the way the deep ground keeps its cold, the way the folded linen keeps its shade. Unkept, and cool. And the small hours go by outside the dark window with no weight to them at all now, one and then the next, slipping past soft as cool water over smooth stone, taking nothing from you, asking nothing of you, only carrying you along on their slow cool current the way they have carried you all the night long. And you float on them, low and easy, cooled clean through, needing to do no more than let them carry. Uncarried, and cool. Somewhere a cellar door stands open onto its dark stone stair, and the cold comes up from below in a slow, unbroken breath. The changeless cold of the underground, cold that no summer has ever warmed, cold that has kept its one deep temper since long before this heat began, and will keep it long after the heat is gone. And the breath of it climbs the stone stair without hurry and crosses the cool floor and finds you, and lays a little of its old changeless cold across your resting face, faint and clean and smelling of stone and earth and deep still water. And you breathe it in, the cellar cold, the ground cold, the cold that does not change, and it goes down into you slow, cooling from the inside the way the cool cloth cooled from the out, the two coolnesses meeting somewhere in the middle of you and settling there together. Cool without, cool within, and the warm gone thin between them, gone quiet, gone almost to nothing. Breathe the cold up out of the ground, and let it settle, and breathe, and settle. The marble of the old threshold stays cool through any heat, the way certain stones do, holding the night against the day, and a palm laid flat upon it in the dark would draw the coolness straight up the arm and into the body, the stone taking the warmth gladly, giving the cool freely, the fair slow trade that cold stone and warm skin have always made. And though no palm is laid there now, the cool of that stone is in the room, is in the air of the room, is in the slow current moving low across the floor, and it reaches you the way all the coolnesses reach you here, without your doing, without your asking, of its own patient accord. Taken freely, given freely, the warm going out of you soft into all the cold waiting things, the cool coming into you soft from all the same, the long fair trade going on quietly in the dark, while you do nothing at all but lie here and let it. Oh, let it, and lower. There is a well somewhere in the dark with cool air standing in its throat, the still cold air of deep places, and the mouth of it breathes that coolness up into the night in the slowest of exhalations, so slow it can hardly be called a moving at all, only a leaning of the cool toward the warm, a settling of the deep air outward. And the coolness of the well lies about its stone rim and spills soft over and pools upon the ground and finds, in time, its slow way to every low place in the dark, to the hollows and the sunk courtyards and the cool floors of the sleeping houses, and to you, lowest of the low places, where it comes at last to rest. You are the well's low country. You are where its cool comes down to lie, and it lies across you deep, and even the cool of standing water and cool stone and the unlit air of the underground, all of it gathered and given and laid gentle over the sleeping length of you. And deeper, and cool, and given. And nothing in the whole slow-turning dark asks anything back of you for all this cool it brings. It is not a thing you owe. It is not a thing you must earn or keep or hold. It is only given, the way the night gives its coolness to everything beneath it, freely, evenly, to the stone and the leaf, and the still water and the sleeping body all alike, asking of none of them any waking, any effort, any thanks, only that they lie still and take it. And you lie still, and you take it. And it is enough, it is more than enough. It is the whole of what the last dark hours ask of you, this stillness and this taking, and you are doing both without doing anything at all, only by being here, only by being low, only by being the cool kept sleeping thing the whole cool world has arranged itself to hold. Held, and cool, and low. And the linen in the dark drawer cools on, and the deep ground breathes its cold up through the sleeping house, and the well leans its coolness slow into the night, and the water falls forever over the cold courtyard stone, and the dew settles finer and finer over the whole cooling world, and the cellar breathes its changeless cold up the dark stair. And all of it, comes down at last to this one low place, and lays itself across you, and keeps you, and cools you, and asks nothing, and lets you sink the smallest degree deeper still into the deep cool floor of the hour. Is soft, and cool, and further under. And the dark holds even and unbroken at the window, no thinning in it yet, no grey, only the deep steady dark of the small hours keeping its cool watch over the sleeping country, and the birds still folded in the cool leaves, and the roads still empty, and the whole wide land lying low in the trough of the night together, cooling together, and you among it, carried, kept, cooled clean through, minding nothing, reaching for nothing. Only lying still on the cool floor of the dark, while the slow hours go on doing the gentle cooling work they have done all night and will go on doing, without any help from you, over the top of the last of the dark. And breathe, and stay, and sink. And the cool goes on coming, and the still goes on cooling, and you go on down, soft and slow and without any edge, into the low-kept cool where the night keeps everything it has gathered, and holds you there, easy and cool, and given over, deep in the last dark hours, low on the cool floor of the night, and cooling yet. And just here, and just cool, and just kept, and further still under, and further still, into a coolness that has no floor to it, only more of the same easy giving down, layer under layer, each one a little cooler than the last, and none of them asking you to notice the difference. And somewhere in the sleeping house, a thing you have not thought of all night goes on being cool without you, the cool of clay, the plain baked clay of a water jar set in the darkest corner of the pantry, the way the old houses always kept one, its round sides sweating the faintest beads into the dark, and inside it the water holding a coolness the day never reached. Porous, breathing, the clay drinking the night in through its skin, and passing that coolness inward to the water it cradles. And the water lying still in the belly of the jar, dark and round and cool, cooler at the bottom where it rests against the cool of the shelf. Nothing stirring it, nobody drawing from it. Only the slow trade of coolness between the clay and the air and the deep-held water, going on quietly in the corner while you sleep, as it has gone on in pantries and cool larders through 1,000 hot summers before this one. And you need do nothing with it, only know somewhere far under that the cool is kept, that the house keeps its cool things cool through the night without any tending, the water in the clay, the milk in the stone, the butter under its dome in the coldest cupboard, all of it holding, all of it low and even and untroubled in the dark, and you among the cool-kept things of the house, held the same way, asked for nothing, only kept. And the jar sweats its slow beads, and the water lies dark and round, and you lie easy beside the thought of it cooling. And breathe, and let it be. And now, so slowly you will not feel the turning, the coolness moves in you from the clay of the pantry to another cool thing entirely, to the long north wall of the house, the wall the sun never touches. There is always one in a house, the wall that faces away from all the burning of the day, and it stays cool clear through the hottest afternoons, cool to the flat of a hand laid against it, cool in the plaster and cooler in the stone behind the plaster, holding on its shaded side the memory of every night that has ever cooled it. And in the deep dark that wall is at its coolest, giving its stored cool back into the room, breathing gently the way thick old walls breathe, slow, even in no hurry, a coolness with no draft in it and no edge, only the wide, flat, calm cool of a great shaded stone standing between you and everything warm. And you are on the cool side of it. You are in the shade of the wall that has been in shade all its life. Nothing burning can reach you through that much cool stone. It stands between you and the memory of the day, and it will stand there all night, unmoving, giving down its cool, and you have only to lie in the lee of it. In the long, cool shadow it keeps even in the dark, and let it hold the warmth off you the way it has held the warmth off the house for 100 quiet years. Cool wall, cool shade, cool stone standing watch, and you further under it still. And the dark holds at the window, no change in it, no grey creeping in yet at the low edge of the sky, only the deep and even dark of the deepest part of the night, the part that has forgotten there was ever a day and does not yet suspect there will be another. And in that forgetting the whole world lies loosest, coolest, furthest from its own heat. The fields cool. The roofs cool, giving up into the black sky the last of what the sun left in them, radiating it away, growing cooler on their outermost tiles than the air itself. And the whole country lying under that slow outward breathing of stored warmth, letting it go, letting it rise off into the huge cool dark overhead and never come back. And you are part of that letting go, your own skin doing quietly what the roofs do, what the fields do, giving the day back to the night, an ounce at a time, an unhurried degree at a time, into the cool air that waits close over you to carry it away. And you need not manage it, need not help it, need not feel it even. It goes on of itself, this giving back, all along the surface of you while you lie still and take no part, and every small release of warmth leaves you a shade cooler, a shade lighter, a shade further sunk. Released and cooler and further down. And here low in the trough of the hour, a new cool comes to find you, the cool that lives in metal in the dark. The flat cold sweetness of a metal latch, a brass handle, a spoon left in a drawer. The way metal takes the night's cool faster and holds it harder than anything, so that even on a burning day the underside of an iron gate stays cold, the shaded rail stays cold, the deep of the keyhole stays cold. And in the deep dark, all the metal of the sleeping house has gone quietly cold, every hinge and every nail and every thin cool wire, cold as pond water, cold as a coin left out in the dew. And if your hand, somewhere far off, has found in its sleep some cool edge, some cooler corner of the world beside you, the smooth, cold selvage of the sheet, the cool of the bed's iron frame, the one cool patch the warmth has not yet reached. Then let it stay there. Let the hand keep its small, cold treasure. Let the coolness of that one found edge run up through the wrist and into the arm and inward, the way cool runs into anything that touches it long enough. You against the cool metal of the night, trading warmth for cool at every small point where you meet it, and always coming out cooler for the trade. Cool latch, cool coin, cool edge kept under a sleeping hand. And deeper. And the night gives on. And now let the cool widen out past the walls of the house altogether, out under the open dark, to where the grass lies in the fields, and every blade of it, through these deep hours, has been growing cool from the tip down, cooler than the soil it stands in, cool enough that the air just touching it turns to dew and beads and hangs. And there are whole meadows lying out there in the dark, silvering, every stem furred with the finest cold water, a coolness so wide, and so even it has no center and no edge, just the long, low breathing cool of grass at 3 in the morning, stretching away in the dark, further than any eye could follow. And you could be lying in it. You could be the length of you laid down in that cool grass under the enormous quiet dark, the cool coming up at you from the ground and down at you from the sky, and settling along you as dew settles on everything patient enough to lie still under the night. And it is not wet, not cold in any way that shivers, only cool, only that deep clean grass cool that the earth makes for itself every night, whether anyone lies down in it or not. And the meadow does not mind your weight. The grass bends and holds you and cools you and asks for nothing. And above you the whole slow wheel of the dark turns on, unhurried, and the cool keeps coming, and you keep going down. Cool grass, cool ground, cool dark laid over the fields. And breathe, and stay. And the hours go their slow way over the top of everything, and still there is no grey at the window, still the deep dark keeps its watch, and the birds keep folded in the cool leaves, and the water keeps still in the clay, and the north wall keeps its shade, and you keep sinking, gentle, without an edge, into the long, cool floor of the night that has held you all this while and holds you yet. And here, so quiet you will hardly know it has arrived, comes the coolest air of all the night, the air that gathers in the last dark hour, the air that has been cooling since sundown and has nowhere left to fall to. So it pools low over the land, low along the ground, low against the sills, a still lake of cool air lying over the whole sleeping country at its very coolest, just before the sky begins to think of changing. And it finds the open window, and it comes in over the sill without a sound, no wind behind it, only its own coolness making it move, sinking into the room the way cool always sinks, spreading low and slow across the floor toward the bed. And it climbs the cool sheets, and it lies along the length of you, the very coolest air the whole night had to give, saved for now, saved for the deepest part of your sleep, when you can take it without waking, when it can lay itself over you like the finest cool cloth, and you will only sink the deeper for it. And this is the hour the old people knew, the hour they threw the shutters wide for, the last cool hour, the one that pays back the whole hot day at last. And it is here, and it is yours, and it asks nothing of you but that you go on sleeping in it. Coolest air, last cool hour, laid over you soft and full. And you take it, and you sink. And far off, so far off it need not concern you at all, the very first edge of the sky may be beginning, in its own slow time, to lose the deepest of its black, not light, not yet, nothing so much as light, only the faintest thinning at the lowest rim of the dark, the sort of change a sleeping thing never notices and a cool thing never minds, and the cool does not lift for it. If anything, the cool deepens, the way the coolest moment of the whole night comes not in the black middle, but here, near the turning, when all the heat has been given up and the new warmth has not begun, so that the coming of the faint grey brings with it, if it brings anything, only more cool, the deepest, coolest, stillest cool of the whole long night, gathered at the very hinge of it, and poured out slow over the sleeping land, and over the sleeping house, and over you. And you need not meet the morning. It is not asking to be met. It is only turning far away in its own slow way, while you stay here in the cool it brings, further down than any turning of the sky can reach, held on the cool floor of your sleep where nothing changes, where it is only ever cool and low and given and kept. Deep and cool and kept. And the dew goes on settling, and the grass goes on cooling, and the clay goes on breathing its cool into the still water, and the north wall goes on giving its shade to the dark room, and the coolest air of the night goes on pooling low across the floor and climbing soft into the bed. And all of it, comes down at last and lies across you, and keeps you and cools you, and asks nothing, and lets you rest the smallest degree deeper still into the low, cool country where the night keeps its sleeping things. Soft and cool and further under. And there is such a long way yet to go before any of it need change, such a wide, slow reach of cool dark still to lie down through, hours of it, unhurried, each one cooler and stiller than the last, each one laid over you gentle as the one before, and you with nothing to do in any of them but sink, but stay, but take the cool as it comes. And it comes, it goes on coming, the way the night gives its cool to everything low enough to lie down and take it, to the water in the clay, to the shaded wall, to the beaded grass in the dark fields, to the cold latch and the still lake of last cool air. And to you, low among them all, the cool-kept sleeping thing the whole cool world has arranged itself to hold. Held, and cool, and low, and cooling yet soft and slow and without any edge, into the deep-kept coolness of the last dark hour, where nothing asks anything of you, and the cool goes on coming, and you go on down. And just here, and just cool, and just kept. And the slow hours go on, and the cool goes on, and you go on with it down and down into the long cool floor of the night that holds you still. And somewhere in the house, without your needing to know it, a small current of air has found its way in under a door and lies now along the floor of your room, thin and slow, moving no faster than water finding a level, feeling its way along the cool boards toward the leg of the bed. Nothing you would call a breeze, only the night's own settling, the way cool air always seeks the lowest place and rests there, patient, gathering, waiting for nothing. And it has come over the sill of some far window left ajar, down the length of the dark hall, past the sleeping rooms, in under your door, and it is here now, at the foot of the bed, cool along the floor, cool at the ankle where the sheet has slipped, cool without asking anything, given the way everything is given in this last part of the night. And you take it, your body takes it without waking, the way it has taken every cool thing offered across all these long, slow hours, drawing the coolness up along the ankle and the shin, up the long, quiet muscles of the leg, in toward the deep, warm center of you that has spent the whole night giving its heat away, a little and a little and a little, until there is so little left to give. And this thin, cool current at your ankle meets that and turns it, softens it, carries it lower still. And you sink the smallest degree further into the mattress that has held you the whole night through, that has warmed under you, and then, in the deep hours, slowly cooled again as you cooled, so that now it lies beneath you neither warm nor cold, only settled, only easy, only shaped to the long weight of your resting. There is nothing to do with a current of cool air, but let it pass over you. It does not need to be caught. It does not need to be kept. It comes and it moves along you and it goes on, into the room, up around the turned pillow, along the sheet's loose corner, and it does its slow work and it asks for nothing back, and there will be another after it, and another, all through what remains of the dark, each one thin and cool and low and unhurried, the night breathing itself out across the floor of the sleeping house. And far under the house, deeper than the current can reach, deeper than the cool floor of your room, the ground itself lies cool the way the ground is always cool once you go down far enough beneath the reach of the sun. The earth a little way down that never learns the heat of the day, never learns the heat of the whole long summer, that holds instead a single unchanging coolness the year around, the cool of caves, the cool of the deep root, the cool of water moving slow through stone in the dark. And the house stands on that, and you lie in the house, and beneath you, going down and down past anything you would ever need to think of, there is nothing but that patient earth cool, holding the foundation stones, holding the cellar dark, breathing up faint and steady into the lowest rooms the way it has always done, indifferent to the season, older than the heat, deeper than the night. And you can let yourself belong to that, not to the day that is somewhere far off preparing itself, not to the warmth that will come to the surface of the world in its own good time, but to the deep cool under everything, the cool that does not turn with the sky, that keeps its one low temperature through every summer that was ever poured across the top of the ground. You belong to that tonight. You have sunk down through all the warmer layers of the evening and the small hours, and come to rest on the cool that does not change. And it holds you the way it holds the root, and the stone, and the slow water, without effort, without end. And up in the room, so gently that no sleeping thing could mark it, the darkness at the low rim of the window goes on thinning by the smallest measure, grey coming into the black not as light, but as the memory of where light will be, a paleness with no warmth in it at all, cool as ash, cool as slate, cool as the belly of a cloud before the sun has found it. And this greyness, if it reaches the room at all, reaches it cool. It lays itself along the far wall like a thin, cool cloth. It finds the edge of the sheet and rests there without heat. It is the coolest colored hour of all, the hour with no gold in it yet, only the blue-gray ash-cool light of the world before the warmth, and it does nothing to you but deepen the sense of cool. The way a cold dawn seen from inside deep blankets only makes the warmth of resting sweeter, only makes the wish to stay down stronger, only folds you further into the low, cool place where you already are. And you need not rise toward it. The grayness climbs the walls on its own, slow, indifferent, asking nothing of the sleeping room, and you stay low, stay under, stay in the cool the night has banked around you. Let the pale come as high up the walls as it likes. Down here at the floor of your sleep, it is still the deep of the night, still the cool middle of everything, still hours and hours from anything you would have to meet. And a bird somewhere far off tries one note in the grey and thinks better of it and falls quiet again, and even that small sound comes cool, comes damp, comes from a hedge still beaded and dark. A single soft note laid down on the cool air, and then nothing. The silence closing back over it, like water closing over a dropped stone, and the stillness after is deeper than before. And you are under that stillness, further down than the bird, further down than the grey on the wall, resting on the cool floor of the dark, where the first thin sounds of the morning cannot reach you, only drift somewhere overhead, soft and far, and no concern of yours. The sheet lies cool along you now, cooler than your skin, cool the way cloth goes in the last hour when all the heat has left it, and the night has moved through the weave 100 times and taken the last warmth away, so that where it touches you it touches cool, a light and even coolness laid the whole length of you, one thin layer of coolness between you and the cool air, doing its quiet work, letting the last of your heat lift away slow through the cotton and be gone. And you have nothing to do with any of it. The sheet cools, the air moves, the earth breathes up its cold from below, the grey climbs the wall, and you only lie in the middle of all this cooling and take it, and sink, and stay. And how far down it goes, this staying, how much cool dark there is still beneath you to settle into. For the deepest hour is not yet spent, and the deepest cool has not yet finished pooling, and there is no floor to this that you have found the bottom of, only more cool below the cool, more stillness under the stillness, the sleep opening downward and downward like the deep cool water of a well whose bottom no light has ever touched, and you going down it soft, without weight, without haste, further into the kept cool with every slow breath. Each breath comes slower now than the one before, comes cool in at the nose, the faintly damp night cool of the small hours, and goes warm and slow and easy out, and there is more space between them than there was, longer quiet stretches where the breath simply rests at the bottom, in no hurry to be drawn again, the whole body idling low and cool and untroubled in the long trough of the night. Nothing to breathe for, nothing to wake for, nothing anywhere in the cool dark house that needs you to come up. Only the sinking, only the staying, only the cool laid over you thicker and softer with every hour that has no name. And the room around you keeps you the way the ground keeps the cellar, the way the shade keeps the north side of the wall, the way the still deep water keeps its cold. You are the kept thing now, the cool-held thing, low in the middle of a house that has given up all its heat to the dark, low under a sky that is turning somewhere far overhead and taking its turning nowhere near you, and the cool goes on gathering, and the grey goes on climbing slow up walls you will not look at. And the thin currents of air go on finding the floor and lying along it and moving toward the bed. And none of it asks you to do anything but what you are already doing, which is nothing, which is resting, which is sinking, which is being held. And a stillness settles over the fields outside that is deeper than any that came before, the deep flat stillness of the hour before the light, when even the last small wind has lain down in the grass and gone quiet, when the trees stand without a leaf turning, when the whole dark countryside holds one long cool breath and does not let it go. And inside that stillness the house stands cool and dark, and inside the house the room lies cool and dark, and inside the room the bed holds you cool and low, and inside the bed you go on down, soft, into the one place stiller than all of it, the still, cool floor of your own deep sleep, where the great outer stillness cannot even reach, where it is only ever quiet and only ever cool. And the water in the low places outside has gone as cold now as it will go, the trough water, the pond water, the slow water in the ditch under the hedge, all of it cooled through and through by the long hours of dark, cold to the depth, cold to the mud at the bottom, holding the night's whole coolness in its still black face, and the clay of the field beside it lies cool and damp and breathing, and the stones of the wall lie cool one on another, cool clear through, cool at the heart of every stone. And the iron of the gate latch lies cold to the touch out there in the grey, cold as a coin, cold as a key, cold the way metal goes in the deepest hour, and all of these cool sleeping things lie out across the land in the last dark, and you lie among them, one more cool kept thing, no different, no warmer, sunk down to the same low quiet temperature as the water and the clay and the stone, at rest in the great even coolness of the world before the sun. And there is nothing coming for you out of that greyness, nothing you must be ready for. The light, when it truly comes, will come slow, will come cool at first and only slowly warm, and will find the house without you having to rise to it, will lay itself along the outside of the walls and the closed cool rooms and ask nothing of the sleeping things within. And you are the deepest of the sleeping things, the furthest down, the least ready to be met, and that is exactly as it should be, exactly as the long night has arranged it, and you may go on lying just so, cool and low and unmet, for hours yet, for the whole slow remainder of the dark and into the cool grey edge of what comes after, without stirring, without surfacing, without so much as turning toward the pale. And if some small warm thought should drift up out of the day that is coming, some faint edge of tomorrow, some thin thread of what will need doing when the light is full, let it drift up and let it go, the way a warm current lifts off the top of cool water and rises and thins and is gone, taking none of the coolness with it. You need not follow it up. You can let the warm thought rise, and let it leave and stay yourself down here on the cool floor where thoughts do not reach, where there is only the slow breath and the cool sheet and the low air and the deep-held quiet, and no tomorrow yet, no morning yet, nothing yet but the kept cool dark, and you resting in the deepest fold of it. And the fold closes softer over you. The cool comes down another degree, the last degree, the coolest the night has to give, saved for now, for this hour, for the hinge of the dark, poured out slow over the fields and the water and the walls, and the still house and the still room and the still low bed and you in the middle of it, cooled all the way through, cooled to the quiet center, nothing left in you that strains, nothing left that turns, nothing left that waits, only the long even coolness lying through you the way it lies through the deep earth. Unchanging, patient, kept. And you go on down into it, slow and cool and further under, and the grey climbs the wall and does not touch you, and the bird tries its one note and falls quiet and does not reach you, and the thin air moves along the floor and only cools you deeper, and the water lies black and cold in the low fields, and the clay breathes its cool into the still pond, and the stones hold their coolness one against another in the dark. And beneath all of it, the deep old earth cool holds the house up out of the reach of any heat that ever was or will be. And you lie on the top of that cool and sink into it, and belong to it, held and low and kept, and cooling still, soft and slow, and without any edge at all. And there is such a long way yet before anything need change, such a wide, slow reach of cool dark still to lie down through, hour upon unhurried hour, each one cooler at its center than the last, each one laid over you gentle as a cool cloth, and you with nothing to do in any of them but stay, but sink, but take the cool as it goes on coming, and it goes on coming. Down through the last of the dark, and into the cool grey and beyond, given to everything low enough to lie still and receive it, given to the water and the clay and the stone and the deep root and the sleeping house, and given to you, lowest and stillest of them all, the cool-kept sleeping thing, the whole cool-turning world, goes on holding through the last long hour of the night. Held low, cool, and further under yet, into the deep-kept quiet where nothing asks, and the cool goes on coming, and the hours go on turning far away, and you go on down with the cool, soft and slow, into the long, cool floor of the night that holds you still. And the cool goes on coming, and there is nothing you need do to draw it in. It finds you where you lie. It settles the way cool always settles, downward, toward the stillest thing, and you are the stillest thing, low on the cool floor of the night, and so it comes to you. It comes to you slow, and it comes to you sure, and it asks nothing back. And the last hour of the dark turns over somewhere above you, far off, softer than a page, and you do not turn with it, you stay. You stay low and cool and given over, and the grey lifts a little at the edge of the window and does not reach the bed, does not reach you, only greys the far wall a shade paler, and lets the room keep its coolness a while longer, the deep-held coolness of the small hours, the coolness the house saved, and the earth saved, and the still air saved, all of it laid over you yet, unhurried, in no rush to lift. And the sheet lies cool along you where it lies, one thin cool weight, found long ago and never again disturbed. The corner of it cools still against your ankle, against the side of your foot, that small kept coolness you carried down through all the hours, and it is with you now, low and even and yours. And the pillow beneath your cheek is the cool side, the turned side, cool a long time now, cool the way stone stays cool, and your head rests all the way into it, all the weight of your head given down into the cool, nothing held, nothing lifted, the small muscles of the jaw let go, the brow let go, the space between the brows gone smooth and cool and easy. And the breath moves slow, low in you, cool coming in along the floor of the air and cooler going out, and between one breath and the next a wider quiet, a longer stillness, room to sink a little further, and you sink it, soft and slow and further under. Nothing to follow now, nothing to hold, The warm thoughts, if any, rise, only rise and thin and lave, up and gone, taking none of the coolness with them, and you stay down where they do not reach, on the cool floor, in the cool dark, in the deepest fold of the kept night. And the water lies cold in the low fields and does not stir, and the clay breathes cool into the still pond and does not tire of it, and the stones hold their coolness one against another under the ground, and will hold it past the morning, past the heat of the coming day, holding cool the way they always have, patient, unbothered, and you among them now, a cool and resting thing laid into the cool of the earth, held up out of the reach of any warmth, kept. And further under. The cool comes down another soft degree and you go down with it. No floor to it that you can find. Only cool and then cooler still, each reach gentler than the last, each one laid over you like a cool cloth drawn slow across the skin, and you take it, and you sink, and you take the next. And there is such a long way yet, such a wide, slow reach of dark still to lie down through. You need not hurry through any of it. You have all of it. Hour on unhurried hour, and morning far off past the end of them, and no need to go to it, no need to rise to meet it, only to stay, to sink, to let the cool go on coming as it goes on coming. And it goes on coming. Soft and slow. And the grey climbs the far wall a shade more and stops, gentle, and the room stays cool. And you stay cooler than the room, low at the still centre of it, cooled all the way through, cooled to the quiet middle of you where nothing strains and nothing turns and nothing waits. The shoulders down, the long muscles of the back let go into the cool, the hands open and cool and still, the legs heavy and cool and still, the whole body sleeping the old way, the deep way, the way bodies have always slept through heat when they stopped fighting it and lay down into the shade and let the cool find them, unhurried, in the low hours, given over, kept. And if you surface for a moment soft, near the top of the cool, you need not come all the way up. There is nothing up there for you, only the same slow cooling down pass waiting to take you back under, the same cool hand laid to the wrist, to the side of the neck, to the turned cool of the pillow, the same low even coolness gathering you back down, and down you go, easy. No start to it, no edge, only the cool folding softer over you again, and you sinking back into the deep of it, further than before, cooler than before, quieter than before. Held, low, and cool. And the bird tries its one thin note somewhere out in the grey and falls quiet and does not reach you. And the thin air moves along the floor and only cools you deeper. And the last of the dark lies over the fields and the water and the walls and the still house and the still room and the still low bed and you in the middle of it, cooled through, given over, kept. And nothing asks anything of you. And nothing at all. Only stay. Only sink. Only take the cool as it goes on coming. And it goes on coming. Down through the last of the dark. Soft. And slow. And the fold closes softer over you. And softer. And the cool lies through you the way it lies through the deep earth, unchanging, patient, kept, and you belong to it now, a cool and resting thing held in the cool of the turning world, held low, held still, held all the way through the last long hour. And there is no hurry in any of it, and no morning yet, and no tomorrow yet, and nothing yet but the kept cool dark, and you resting in the deepest fold of it, and breathing slow, low and cool, and slower, and the space between the breaths grows wide and cool and easy, and you rest in the wide of it, in no rush to fill it, in no rush to leave it. And you sink a little further into the cool, and a little further. And the grey holds at the edge of the window and does not come near, and the room keeps its coolness, and you keep yours, deeper than the room's, cooler than the night's, laid down at the still low floor of everything where the cool pools last and lingers longest. Held there, and cool, and low, and further under yet. And the water lies black and cold and still, and the clay breathes its slow cool, and the stones hold cool against cool under the deep ground, and the old earth holds the house up out of the reach of any heat, and you lie on the top of that cool and sink into it and belong. Soft and slow, and without any edge at all. And the cool goes on coming, and you go on down into the long, cool floor of the night that holds you still, and holds you, and holds you, and cool, and low, and kept, and further under, soft, and slow. And the last degree of cool lies over you, the coolest the night had saved for this, poured out slow, and you take it all the way in, all the way down to the quiet center, and nothing in you turns, and nothing in you waits, and nothing in you strains, and there is only the cool and the dark and the slow low breath, and the long even coolness lying through you. Held, and further under, and the hours turn far away, and do not need you. And the grey lifts a little more, gentle, past the far wall, and still does not touch you. And you stay, low, and cool, and given over. And the cool goes on coming, soft, and slow, down through the last of the dark, and you with nothing to do but stay, but sink, but take the cool as it comes, and it comes, and it comes, as slow, and cool, and quiet, and the fold closes over you softer than breath, and you are down, all the way down, on the cool floor of the night, held, low, and cool, and still, and the cool holds you, and the dark holds you, and the deep earth holds you, and there is nothing left to do, and nothing left to hold, nothing left but the cool lying through you, even and unchanging, kept, and you rest in it, soft, and slow, and far under, and cool, and low, and kept, and the night goes on holding you, and the cool goes on coming, and you go on down, soft, and slow, and further, and further, and into the deep kept quiet, where nothing asks, and nothing turns, and nothing waits, as only cool, is only dark, only the slow low breath, and the long even coolness, lying through you, held, low, and cool, and still, and further under yet, soft, and slow, and cooler still, and the grey holds far off and does not come, and the hour turns far off and does not reach, and you lie at the cool, still center of it all, and cooled through, given over, kept, and resting, and sinking, and cool, and low, and down, and the cool goes on coming, soft, and slow, and holds you, and still, and cool, low, unkept, and further under, and quieter, and cooler, and slower, and the fold lies soft over you, and softer, and you rest, deeper, and cool, and held, and soft, and slow, and still, and cool, and low, and down, and held, and the cool goes on, and soft, and slow, and cool, and low, and still, and held, and down, and further under, and soft, and cool, and held, and still, and low, and cool, and down, and soft, and slow, and cool, and still, and held, and low, and cool, and the night holds you, and soft, and cool, and still, and held, and low, and down, and cool, and further, and soft, and cool, and held, and still, and low, and cool, and down, and held, and cool, and still, and low, and soft, and cool, and held, and down, and cool, and still, and low, and held, and soft, and cool, and down, and still, and held, and low, and cool, and soft, and down, and cool, and held, and still, and low, and cool, and soft, and held, and down, and cool, and still, and low, and cool, and held, and down, and soft, and cool, and still, and low, and held, and cool, and down, and cool, and soft, and still, and held, and low, and cool, and down, and cool, and held, and still, and low, and soft, and cool, and down, and held, and cool, and still, and low, and cool, and soft, and down, and held, and cool, and still, and low, and cool, and held, and soft, and down, and cool, and still, and low, and held, and cool, and down, and soft, and cool, and still, and low, and cool, and held, and down, and soft, and cool, and low, and still, and held, and cool, and down, and soft, and cool, and still, and low, and held, and cool, and down, and cool, and soft, and low, and held, and still, and cool, and down, and cool, and held, and low, and soft, and still, and cool, and down, and held, and cool, and low, and soft, and cool, and still, down, held, and cool, low, and cool, soft, held, down, and still, low, and cool, held, and cool, down, soft, low, and cool, held, and still, and cool, down, low, and cool, held, soft, and cool, down, low, and still, and cool, held, and cool, low, down, soft, and cool, held, and cool, low, and still, down, and cool, held, low, and cool, soft, down, held, and cool, low, and cool, and still, down, held, low, and cool, soft, and cool, down, held, low, and cool, and still, and cool, low, down, held, soft, and cool, low, and cool, down, held, low, and cool, soft, low, and cool, held, down, and cool, low, soft, and cool, held, low, down, and cool, soft, low, held, and cool, low, down, and cool, held, soft, low, and cool, down, low, and cool, held, soft, low, and cool, down, and cool, low, held, soft, low, and cool, down, low, and cool, soft, low, and cool, down, low, and cool, soft, low, and cool, low, and cool, low, soft, low, and cool, low, and cool, low, soft, low, and cool, low, and cool, low, soft, and cool, low, and cool, low, and cool, low, soft, low, and cool, low, and cool, low, and cool, low, soft, low, and cool, low, and cool, low, and cool, low, soft, low, and cool, low, low, and cool, low, soft, low, and cool, low, low, soft, low, low, and cool, low, low, soft, low, low, and cool, low, soft, low, low, and cool, low, soft, low, soft, low.